Our hero, Takemichi Yoshito, the weakest challenger, whom no one takes seriously. Other challengers constantly laughed at him, and some even mocked him, because any of his skirmishes with the mob always ended in failure. But his story began with the appearance of the magic towers. Once you got there, you became a challenger. You found yourself in a game world with bosses, treasures, and a ton of useful loot. After school, our hero worked without stopping, did everything to get out of poverty, all of this, to finally become a successful challenger. He got into debt to buy a skill stone from a shady merchant. The stone gave an overpowered skill, infinite revival in the tower, but after each death, the hero's stats went to the bottom. After a few worthless deaths, his characteristics went into the minus. He became weaker than a dead rat. After another clumsy attempt to get through at least one level, the hero woke up on the first floor of the tower, and there in the distance he spotted a real treasure, a skill stone. Then he realized, if he gets it, he'll say goodbye to his debts once and for all. He took a step forward, and immediately died from a trap. He died from traps over and over again, pushing forward. After dozens of attempts, he crawled to the stone and felt this was a victory. But no strength remained, he blacked out, and the stone activated automatically. The system announced, skill inversion acquired. He jolted awake and suddenly felt his body was no longer frail. The hero opened his stats and saw his garbage stats had become overpowered, and then another system notification appeared before him. The tower confirms he has obtained a new skill. Its description reveals the truth. Inversion reverses all effects, including buffs, debuffs, and abnormal statuses. Takemichi immediately understands what that means for him. All the debuffs from Infinite Revival have been transformed into permanent power-ups. He wonders how he could have obtained such a perfect skill at exactly this moment. Then he looks back at the emptied container and pieces it together. The rare stone in the corridor was the source of this miracle. It had been consumed automatically when he was too close to death to choose. For a moment he mourns the money he could have made by selling it, but that regret quickly gives way to a far greater realization about how his two skills interact. If inversion keeps reversing Infinite Revival's penalties, then every death will make him stronger instead of weaker. With that revelation, Takemichi sees a path to the top of the tower opening before him. He swears that whatever happens, he will rise to the top, make money, and become famous. His ambition hardens into a vow to become the strongest challenger no matter the cost. Even as he declares his dream, he is already bracing himself to chase it through danger. He forces himself to set aside those grand goals and focus on the immediate problem. Looking at the bloodstained path ahead, he realizes that getting home may require going through this deadly route. He notices the instant kill trap has reset and understands it will trigger again if he approaches. That makes him confront the worst possibility. He may have to die to these traps over and over. The thought horrifies him, and he instinctively rejects it. But memory reminds him that revival does not spare him from the agony of dying. He remembers that every death is still unbearably painful, no matter how many times he comes back. Worse, he fears repeated deaths in quick succession will shatter his mind. He admits to himself that if this continues too long, he could go insane. Even so, he clenches his fist and forces his panic under control. Then a new thought interrupts his fear. He loosens his grip as he starts reconsidering his situation more rationally. Because of inversion, his current stats have already become roughly twice what they were before. That gives him hope that he might now be able to smash through the traps directly. He steadies himself and commits to testing that theory. With no safer option in sight, he asks himself one last time if any other path exists. Finding none, he decides he has no choice but to try forcing his way through. He launches himself forward at full speed into the trapped corridor. The first signs of activation appear around him as the death trap wakes up. A storm of blades erupts toward him from every direction. He pushes ahead anyway, trying to outrun the barrage. For a moment he sees one strike coming too late to avoid cleanly. The corridor closes around him in a lethal cage of blades, but he keeps moving through it. He lands hard among more spears and slashing attacks, still refusing to stop. In the middle of the chaos, he suddenly realizes he can now perceive the traps themselves. The hidden killing lines become visible to him as crackling patterns in the air. He immediately pushes himself to move even faster and exploit that new perception. His body surges forward in a blur as he threads through the attacks. A massive strike drops toward him from above, forcing him to adjust again. He judges it too slow and twists away before it can crush him. The attack misses, and he slips past with only a narrow margin. He treats each incoming trap as just another obstacle to clear and drives on to the next. His momentum carries him across the chamber while explosions and impacts erupt behind him. Then a stone beast with glowing eyes bursts into his path and blocks his advance. He refuses to be stopped and reaches for his weapon as he closes in. He snatches up a sword in one smooth motion. Armed at last, he turns his forward rush into an attack. He cuts through the debris and charges straight at the monster. The clash rings out sharply through the chamber. Even surrounded by more traps, he keeps walking forward instead of retreating. The red killing lines on the floor sharpen in his vision, giving him better control of the battlefield. He starts weaving through the trap patterns with deliberate precision rather than blind luck. A faint smile appears as confidence replaces panic. Now he is convinced that his revival and inversion can turn repeated death into power. The system confirms that infinite revival activates each time he dies, but every activation also imposes a death penalty. He reviews the result and sees that inversion has flipped those penalties into major stat gains across the board. With that combination, he realizes he truly can pursue becoming the strongest challenger. Feeling the surge in his body, he is stunned by how high his stats have climbed. He understands that the old version of himself would never have escaped this place. But now he believes he can break out by force. He unleashes that new power in a violent upward strike that tears through the structure around him. His body and weapon blaze with red energy as he commits fully to the assault. He rockets upward like a spear, carving a path through the tower. The chamber falls away beneath him as he blasts toward the next level. When he arrives, he casually apologizes to the waiting enemy for the delay. A horned demon approaches, and he advances to meet it with sword in hand. Their first exchange is direct and brutal, his blade meeting the demon's strike head-on. He follows with a sweeping counter that drives the demon back. The demon drops low and studies him, clearly recognizing that this challenger is unusual. He taunts it, inviting it to try killing him again if it can. The demon answers by swelling with dark power and preparing a more serious attack. He welcomes that escalation and decides to play along. He throws down a challenge of his own, asking how long the demon can endure against someone with endless lives. Then he charges first, forcing the demon into close combat. The demon swings, and he meets it without hesitation. He slips inside the attack and counters with a sharp slash. As he fights, he confirms that his stats really are increasing exactly as he expected. That growth lets him pressure the demon from multiple angles at once. He realizes the demon's attacks no longer inspire the same fear they did before. He states plainly that the monster cannot scare him anymore. With that resolve, he drives a heavy blow into the demon's face. He follows by smashing the floor and forcing the demon off balance with raw power. Convinced he has the upper hand, he declares the fight his victory. But a sudden surge of purple energy makes him realize he spoke too soon. A beam or blast tears across the chamber, forcing him to dive away. The demon's power erupts violently and floods the area. When the smoke clears, the demon is still standing with a glowing core, not yet beaten. It gathers more power into its claws and prepares another attack. He barely avoids the next strike and admits it was dangerously close. While recovering, he reveals that something about this monster has been bothering him. He says it does not feel like an ordinary third-floor monster at all. By the tower's rules, stronger monsters should appear higher up, not this low. So if this is really only the third floor, then a creature this strong should not be here. Before he can finish that thought, the demon rushes him again. He is slammed back into the wall by the sudden assault. Even while defending, he keeps analyzing the fight and his own growth. He notes that the accumulated death penalties have already boosted his stats dramatically. That only deepens the mystery, because even with those gains this enemy still exceeds what should exist on this floor. He blocks another sweeping attack and keeps pressing for answers through combat. He bursts forward again, refusing to let the demon dictate the pace. As he lands, he directly demands to know what the creature really is. His question is less curiosity now than suspicion that this enemy breaks the tower's rules. The demon offers no answer, only a cold stare and more killing intent. Instead, it declares that the enemy before him is far stronger than he understands and proposes settling everything here. It raises both hands and forms twin spheres of destructive energy. He notices the change immediately and mocks the demon for finally using both hands. Then he spots the ground and air around him distorting, signaling a larger attack pattern. The demon detonates the chamber with a concentrated blast. It follows by raining down more power in a relentless barrage. He reads the shift and realizes the demon has decided to go all out. In response, he draws deeper on his own red power and prepares to match it. The demon unleashes a massive field of red-black destruction that tears across the arena. He is forced to dodge desperately through the bombardment and curses the pressure. Even under that storm, he keeps advancing instead of retreating. He breaks through the barrage long enough to strike back at close range. The collision of their powers blasts the chamber apart around them. Pinned in the struggle, he tells himself he is almost at the point where he can turn this around. He strains to hold the demon's crushing force back with everything he has. But the demon answers with another charged core attack at point-blank range. He realizes too late that he cannot fully stop it. The blast overwhelms him and tears through his body. The system announces his death once again. This time the death penalty applies a permanent reduction to strength. Inversion immediately flips that penalty into a strength increase instead. He revives in front of the demon, now carrying even more power than before. Without wasting a second, he attacks the moment he returns. His renewed assault drives the demon back through the wreckage. The demon is outraged that he can kill it while continuing to return from death himself. He answers in action rather than words, but the pain of every revival still remains with him. As their blades and limbs clash again, he admits that even with revival, dying still hurts terribly. He channels that pain into fury and surges forward with a full-force charge. The new strength buff finally lets him start pushing the demon backward. Yet he quickly realizes that strength alone still is not enough to finish the fight. The demon counters and keeps him from converting that power into a decisive win. Another dangerous attack begins to form, threatening to overwhelm him again. He tries to break through it with brute force, but the clash remains unstable. Then the attack catches him off guard and throws him into another fatal situation. A blinding explosion consumes him before he can escape. The system declares another death, and this time applies a permanent agility penalty. Inversion flips that penalty as well, turning it into a major agility increase. When he revives, he immediately understands that this death has buffed his speed instead of his power. He opens his eyes knowing this may be the missing piece. Facing the demon again, he stands far calmer than before because the balance of the fight has changed. He even acknowledges that the demon fought well enough to force this much growth out of him. But now he is ready to end the exchange on his own terms. He explodes forward with a speed the demon has not yet seen. The demon lunges to intercept, but it is already reacting too late. He flashes past in a blur too fast for the eye to follow. A vertical line of blue-white motion marks the path of his decisive strike. The demon turns in shock and realizes he has already moved behind it. Its core splits open, exposing the fatal damage at the center of its body. Without even looking back, he declares that this is the end. As the demon begins to fail, he reflects that unlike him, its life was always finite. He concludes that the monster never truly had a chance of winning from the start. He lets that truth settle in the silence after the battle. Then he offers a strange farewell, saying that whether in hell or elsewhere, he hopes they meet again. Standing over the defeated demon with one red eye glowing, he promises that when the time comes, he will be ready. The battered challenger steadies himself and decides to face his next struggle on equal terms. He proposes a fair fight with a confident grin, showing he has not lost his nerve. After surviving the clash, he drops to the ground in relief, amazed that he somehow managed to win. That relief quickly turns bitter as he remembers he has already died twice despite growing stronger. When he checks his weapon, he notices the blade has been pushed to its limit. The sword breaks apart in his hand, reminding him how fragile his gear still is. He accepts the problem immediately and concludes that he needs a sturdier weapon. Seeing the magic stones left behind, he decides to turn them into money. His plan is simple: sell the stones and use the proceeds to buy a new weapon. He gathers the valuable stones dropped in the tower. He returns to the first floor's safe area, a rare place inside the tower where challengers can pause without monsters appearing. The tower's rules explain that each floor begins with a protected zone where monsters do not spawn. That safe area serves as a resting place where adventurers recover and mingle. Some challengers use it to relax, while others are too exhausted to do much more than collapse. The tower also rewards exploration with dropped items and hidden loot. Merchants set up in the safe area as well, letting challengers buy and sell what they find. Using his earnings, he purchases a silver sword and is pleased to finally have a blade that should not shatter so easily. Even so, the cost stings because it nearly wipes out the stones he had just collected. He refuses to dwell on the loss and tells himself he is still climbing upward from here. To justify the expense, he reframes the purchase as a necessary investment in future victories. As he looks around the safe area, he notices the other challengers watching him. He overhears them mocking him as the fool who got tricked into buying infinite revival. Their pity makes it clear that his reputation among the others is miserable. He dryly realizes that everyone sees him as a pathetic challenger saddled with a worthless skill. Annoyed, he thinks they should have warned him before letting him be swindled. But he recalls the system message from when infinite revival activated after death. What should have been a permanent death penalty became useful to him because of the inversion skill he had obtained. Instead of losing power, the debuff was reversed into a strength increase. He finally understands the combination and recognizes infinite revival plus inversion as an extraordinary, top-tier ability. That revelation convinces him he now possesses a skill set that only he can truly exploit. He quietly revels in the irony, amused that everyone else has mistaken his greatest advantage for trash. His private satisfaction is interrupted by a sudden commotion nearby. He turns toward the noise and sees a crowd gathering around an argument. The dispute centers on a challenge to the 5th floor's mid-boss room. A burly man named Nojishi is being hailed as a dominator, someone claiming the right to lead that challenge. The protagonist recognizes the name and immediately recalls what kind of person Nojishi is. A dominator is the title given to challengers who dare to take on the boss rooms near the top of a tower. Because defeating the top boss makes the entire tower disappear, those who reach that point hold enormous influence. Anyone who clears such a boss room can gain powerful unique equipment. Ordinary challengers usually respect dominators, but Nojishi's character makes that respect feel undeserved. As he watches more closely, he realizes Nojishi is arguing with two familiar challengers. One of them, Mana, angrily dismisses Nojishi's title and insists that reaching a low-tier tower's mid-boss first does not make him special. Yuri tries to calm her down, warning that picking a fight here would be dangerous. Mana refuses to back off, arguing that their group found the mid-boss room first, and that Nojishi is stealing rewards they earned. Yuri admits the rewards are tempting, but she worries the risks of contesting them may be too high. Mana hesitates, clearly frustrated by the unfairness but not blind to the danger. Nojishi senses their uncertainty and smugly assumes the matter is settled in his favor. He patronizes the two women and tells them to stay quiet while he claims the unique equipment reserved for a dominator. To reinforce his authority, he shows off the special shield he received. His display and attitude make it clear he expects everyone else to submit. He addresses Mana and Yuri directly, pressing them to accept his dominance. At that moment, the protagonist steps in and casually greets the two women, drawing their attention away from Nojishi. Nojishi immediately bristles at being ignored and treated as less important than the newcomer. He masks his irritation with a mocking smile. Then he loudly identifies the newcomer as Takamichi, turning the crowd's gossip into a public humiliation. Nojishi taunts him for being duped by a shady merchant into buying a useless skill. He calls that weakness pathetic and sneers that being exploited suits someone like him. The insult lands, but the protagonist does not rise to it emotionally. Instead, he answers with a calm, unreadable smile. Ignoring the provocation, he proposes that Mana and Yuri simply let Nojishi's group take the mid-boss. Mana is stunned that he would side with Nojishi after everything. The protagonist continues as if nothing is wrong, forcing Nojishi to listen. He reveals his real intention. After Nojishi's group handles the mid-boss, he wants the three of them to challenge the tower's top boss room themselves. He explains that with his current speed, even Nojishi's party would not be able to keep up with him. Yuri is baffled by how suddenly his ambition has escalated. He assures them he is not bluffing and claims he already has a proper plan to win. Nojishi's expression hardens as he realizes he is being treated as a stepping stone. He lashes out first, swinging at the protagonist in anger. The protagonist's sharpened senses lock onto the attack before it lands. Nojishi charges while insisting this is not bullying, trying to frame his violence as justified. The protagonist slips past the blow with overwhelming ease and counters so fast that Nojishi cannot follow the movement. He plants his feet after the exchange as if the attack had never threatened him. Nojishi is left staring in confusion, unable to understand what just happened. By the time he realizes it, he has already been knocked down and humiliated in front of everyone. Nojishi's companions rush toward him in alarm, still unable to grasp how he was sent flying. Nojishi himself is too stunned to process the reversal. The protagonist stands over him and coolly asks how long he plans to keep rolling around. He twists the knife further by saying he had wanted to watch the great Dominator display his skill against the mid-boss. Satisfied that the point has landed, he smiles as though the matter is obvious. Then he invites Mana and Yuri to leave with him, treating the decision as already made. The scene shifts to the 4th floor, where the two women have chosen to follow him deeper into the tower. As they travel, he notices one of them trying to start a serious conversation. Mana asks bluntly whether it is really safe to trust Nojishi and his group to go ahead. She admits another concern as well. Despite his confidence, she does not think the protagonist is actually that strong. Yuri agrees, worried because the monsters they have faced so far were already powerful enough to overwhelm weaker challengers. He brushes off their fears and tells them everything will be fine. Privately, he reflects on the two women he met in the tower and begins measuring their strength against his own. Mana is level 15 and Yuri is level 13, while he is only level 8, so he understands why they doubt him. But he also knows his actual combat ability has risen far beyond what his level suggests. If a fight breaks out, he believes he can crush everyone around him despite the gap in levels. Their thoughts are interrupted when Nojishi's group calls out from ahead. Nojishi smugly allows them to watch his party handle the mid-boss, but makes clear they will get no help against lesser enemies. The protagonist notes that Nojishi seems to have regained his confidence after the earlier embarrassment. Before anyone can settle, hostile presences begin surrounding the entire group from every direction. A lizard-like monster lunges first, forcing Nojishi to react. Nojishi blocks the attack with his unique shield and confirms that the equipment is genuinely powerful. He immediately counters with a sweeping strike to drive the creature back. The monster skids away but remains ready to attack again. The enemy is identified as a lizard man, a dangerous humanoid reptile armed for close combat. The lizard man roars and prepares another assault. Nojishi laughs it off at first, assuming a single lizard man will be easy prey. The protagonist abruptly senses something wrong and tries to warn the others. His instincts sharpen just as he realizes the situation is far worse than it appears. He moves to react, but the danger is already unfolding around them. More and more presences emerge until the group is surrounded by a full swarm. Nojishi panics as he sees the sheer number of enemies closing in. A heavier, more deliberate step announces that something stronger is approaching. A red-scaled leader walks forward while the blue lizard men kneel around it in obedience. The newcomer is identified as a lizard commander, a superior species that controls the swarm. The commander attacks immediately, proving this is not an ordinary encounter. The swarm surges from all sides, trapping the group in a tightening ring of blades and bodies. The protagonist braces himself as the pressure of the ambush spikes. His eyes flare red as he forces himself to think through the chaos. Mana snaps Yuri into action and decides they must protect the protagonist. Yuri agrees at once, and the two of them move to shield him despite the danger. The protagonist is startled that they are trying to protect him instead of abandoning him. He insists that he can fight too, unwilling to be treated as dead weight. Mana shuts that down harshly, telling him not to act tough when he is clearly outmatched. Her words leave him momentarily stunned. She bluntly tells him these enemies are far beyond his level. He bites back his frustration, but the dismissal hits a nerve. Yuri gently calls to him, trying to reach him before he does something reckless. She pleads with him to fall back because staying near the front is too dangerous. Mana refuses to retreat herself and cuts into the monsters, choosing to hold the line instead. Yuri joins in with magic, supporting the defense with ranged attacks. Meanwhile, Nojishi throws himself into the fight, determined to prove his worth through brute force. Watching the others risk themselves, the protagonist is left shaken and uncertain. His hand twitches as he struggles between stepping back and taking control. That hesitation reveals how deeply the other's judgment is affecting him. As Mana and Yuri battle around him, he begins to understand the source of his unease. He realizes he hates being seen as nothing more than a burden. That ugly feeling swells into anger and self-disgust. Around him, the battle continues violently as the others keep fighting without relying on him. Nojishi is suddenly struck hard in the middle of the melee, showing that even he is being overwhelmed. He tries to recover and counterattack, but the chaos keeps throwing him off balance. Another impact sends him reeling again, proving the swarm is controlling the fight. As he stumbles, he notices too late that the floor itself has become part of the danger. The protagonist instantly recognizes the tower has sprung a trap beneath them. The floor collapses, and he drops into a hidden pit while the others remain above. He flails in surprise as the sudden fall tears him away from the battle. Mana and Yuri scream his name as he disappears below them. While falling, he bitterly wonders why he is the one being cast down instead of Nojishi. The tower's true nature is emphasized as another challenger is swallowed by its design. Hermes' tower is full of traps that can reduce challengers to helpless prey at any moment. Falling through the darkness, he keeps his composure and prepares to respond rather than panic. He declares that this kind of trap no longer scares him, because death and disaster have already hardened him. He spots the bottom of the shaft and readies his body for impact. Using his power, he slams down hard enough to break his fall and shatter the landing zone instead of himself. He rises from the debris, confirms he is uninjured, and immediately regains control of the situation. Now isolated in a lower chamber, and hearing enemies nearby, he turns calmly toward whatever the tower has prepared next. Yoshito finds himself cornered in a ruined lower chamber, as armed lizard men close in from every side. He realizes the trap is worse than expected because several of the enemies are lizard man commanders. With no route left, he accepts that the monsters have no intention of letting him escape. Instead of panicking, he decides he has had enough of being driven around by their schemes. He draws his new sword and unleashes the power he has been waiting to test, furious at all the traps. The commanders hesitate as Yoshito declares that their numbers no longer matter to him. He treats the encirclement as nothing more than a chance to try out his new weapon. Even as the lizardmen threaten that he will regret this, Yoshito commits to the fight. He explodes forward in a red blur and tears into the front line before they can react. Yoshito turns his rage at being dragged here into killing intent against the lizardmen. As he fights, he realizes these higher-ranked lizardmen were enemies he could never have beaten before. One commander dives at him from above, trying to catch him off guard. Yoshito meets the attack head-on without hesitation. The commander barely registers what is happening before Yoshito is already inside his guard. Yoshito cuts him down in a single clean exchange. His sharpened senses and blood-red focus make his movements far faster than before. As another enemy falls, Yoshito realizes with certainty that he can defeat them now. More lizardmen rush him together, trying to overwhelm him from multiple angles. He slips through their attacks and carves a path between them with sweeping strikes. The monsters lose sight of him as he moves faster than they can track. He bursts through their formation, leaving bodies behind him in a single rushing slash. After the burst of violence, Yoshito pauses and senses that the ambush had been prepared specifically for him. His sharpened gaze locks onto the truth of the situation. Facing the remaining commanders, he calls out that they had been waiting for him to fall into the trap. Then he openly dares them to kill him if they can. The lizardmen answer his provocation with a furious charge. Yoshito cuts into the wave before it can properly surround him again. For the first time, he feels able to fight properly even against this many opponents. He reflects that he is no longer the helpless burden who always needed protection. With that conviction, he launches another devastating attack that sends enemies flying. As the surviving lizardmen tremble before him, Yoshito tells them he understands their fear of death because he has already lived through it. His cold calm makes the terror he inspires even worse. He continues cutting them down while reminding them that he knows this fear firsthand. That shared fear becomes the reason he can threaten them without mercy. He promises to dismember any of them who still try to resist. Once the last of them falls, Yoshito finally allows himself to believe he has wiped them all out. With the chamber quiet, he notices an exit and turns toward it. He decides the only way forward is to climb back up from this lower level. He approaches a sealed door that seems to lead onward. The door opens, and Yoshito steps through. To his surprise, Yuri and Mana are waiting nearby, startled to see him emerge alive. Yuri rushes to him in relief and calls his name. She quickly checks him over and confirms that he does not seem badly injured. The tension drains from her face. Relief overtakes her now that she knows he survived. Yuri explains that she wanted to help him after he fell, but there had been no path leading down to where he was. Mana asks whether he was attacked by monsters on the way back. Yoshito hesitates for a moment, hiding what really happened. He casually claims that nothing attacked him. Inwardly, he remembers the mountain of lizardman corpses and knows that was a lie. He then asks what happened to Nojishi and the others. Mana explains that after Yoshito fell, she and Yuri fought off some lizardmen, but Nojishi assumed Yoshito was dead and hurried toward the boss room. Even though Nojishi had triggered the trap himself, Yoshito brushes off Mana's anger and says that selfish behavior is typical of him. He addresses Mana and Yuri directly, shifting the mood away from blame. Yoshito thanks them for worrying about him. The simple gratitude catches both girls off guard. Their tension softens into embarrassed smiles. Yoshito urges them to stop lingering and move quickly. He says they can still catch up to Nojishi and the others. Before they can move, Yoshito suddenly senses danger. A surviving lizard man appears behind them, and Yoshito realizes it may be one of the monsters that even Nojishi's group failed to kill. He instantly throws himself toward Yuri to intercept the attack. Shouting her name, he reaches out in time. The lizardman's blade stops just short of Yuri because Yoshito blocks it at the last second. Mana watches in shock as Yoshito commits himself to the rescue without hesitation. He drives himself into the ground to brace the impact and keep the strike away from Yuri. Mana realizes how close Yuri came to being killed. Yoshito forces the attacker back while shielding Yuri with his own body. Yuri can only stare at him in stunned disbelief. Mana immediately takes over the counterattack and tells them to leave it to her. She cuts the lizard man down with a swift and powered strike. Even as she wins, Mana admits the attack had been genuinely dangerous. She looks back and sees just how narrowly Yoshito prevented a disaster. Yoshito notices a glowing blue sword in his hand and realizes he reacted with a summoned weapon before thinking. Yuri, still shaken, struggles to find words. She thanks Yoshito for saving her. He answers awkwardly, relieved that he made it in time. Mana watches the exchange with a knowing look. Then she asks Yoshito how he managed to respond so quickly to that surprise attack. Yoshito takes pride in the fact that he may finally be useful to the group. Privately, he tells himself he is no longer just dead weight. The scene shifts as they reach the 5th floor of the Hermes Magic Tower. The three advance together through the eerie green-lit ruins. Yoshito opens his status interface while walking. Reviewing the battle log, he confirms that defeating so many Lizardman commanders raised him 2 levels at once. He starts analyzing what that growth really means. He concludes that level-up stat gains are separate from buffs or debuffs and therefore cannot be reversed by his inversion ability. He keeps calculating the implications of his new strength. To his surprise, the raw increase from leveling is smaller than he expected. Compared with that, the attack boost created by inverting his death penalty is overwhelmingly larger. That makes the ordinary stat gains from leveling seem almost trivial by comparison. Yoshito realizes the combination of death penalty and inversion is absurdly powerful. The discovery leaves him exhilarated by how broken the synergy is. Yuri interrupts his thoughts and points something out ahead. They stop before a massive door and identify it as the 5th floor mid-boss room. Mana explains that Hermes is expected to have 10 floors in total. Since the conquest is still in its early stages, she reasons that this room sits around the tower's midpoint, and she and Yuri were the first to find it. She adds that when they went back to prepare for the fight, Nojishi caught them there. Just remembering that encounter makes Mana furious all over again. Yuri tries to calm her down while Yoshito watches the bickering with dry amusement. Putting that aside, Yoshito says Nojishi and the others should be just ahead. He opens the door while warning that a mid-boss must be treated seriously no matter how much planning goes into it. As he steps in, he immediately senses something is wrong. He takes one cautious step into the room. Inside, he sees a huge circular chamber already in the middle of a violent battle. One fighter has just been hurled across the room by a heavy blow. The sight shocks Yoshito. Another impact slams into the walls nearby, showing how brutal the fight has become. Yoshito braces himself as the dust settles. He spots Nojishi facing a massive enemy in the center of the chamber. Nojishi notices Yoshito's arrival and is surprised that he survived the trap. He tells Yoshito to look carefully at the monster they are fighting. The creature is revealed as the mid-boss guarding the room. It roars to announce itself as the Orc Lord. The Orc Lord charges straight at Nojishi with overwhelming force. Yoshito shouts Nojishi's name in alarm. Nojishi dismisses the concern and insists he does not need help from Yoshito. He meets the charge head-on behind a blazing defensive aura. Nojishi judges the incoming blow with confidence. His shield skill, Aegis Mimesis, completely blocks the Orc Lord's attack. Nojishi explains that he was caught off guard by surprise attacks in the earlier group battle against the Lizardmen, but this is different. In a direct one-on-one fight, he declares he has no intention of losing. He orders Yoshito to keep watching. Nojishi vows to prove that he is not the same man Yoshito once knew. He charges the Orc Lord while scorning Yoshito as insignificant. From the edge of the room, Yuri checks whether Yoshito is still alright after the earlier impact. Yoshito answers with bitter admiration, noting how incredible Nojishi looks even though he himself was blown away by a single strike. Watching the clash, he realizes Nojishi barely moves at all under the Orc Lord's attacks. Nojishi repeats his demand that Yoshito keep watching. Yoshito silently recalls Nojishi's boast that he would prove he was different. That arrogance is matched by the Orc Lord's own contempt for weaklings. The Orc Lord suddenly releases a ranged slash of force across the room. The attack detonates against the floor with enough power to tear up stone. Yoshito narrowly avoids the blast as it rips past him. Nojishi grins, still confident behind his defense. The Orc Lord's eye flares as it prepares another assault. It lunges again with savage speed, forcing Nojishi to keep trading blows. The monster follows with a heavy sweeping strike meant to crush him outright. A barrage of impacts pounds the ground around Nojishi as the exchange intensifies. The Orc Lord remains composed, showing it has more in reserve. It begins to reveal what the true power of a mid-boss really looks like. Nojishi refuses to believe that this level of force is all the monster has. He even boasts that if this is the mid-boss's full strength, victory is already his. From a distance, Yoshito watches as Nojishi continues holding the line. Then Yoshito notices the real reason for Nojishi's dominance. He identifies Nojishi's shield as a rare item dropped by a Magic Tower boss, and realizes it must be unique equipment. Yoshito concludes that Nojishi's personal stats are not extraordinary, but that shield lets him perfectly neutralize the mid-boss's attacks. The Orc Lord keeps hammering at Nojishi, but the shield continues to absorb everything. Nojishi smirks as the balance of the fight tilts in his favor. With complete confidence, he mocks the Orc Lord for relying on simple, predictable attacks. The party's coordinated assault finally brings the mid-boss crashing down. As the opening appears, the fighters urgently signal each other to finish the plan at once. Their combined strike drives the ogre flat into the arena floor. The monster is left reeling, stunned by how quickly the tables turned. A new attack drops him before it can recover. Nojishi launches himself upward, seizing the chance created by the knockdown. He boasts that the ogre made a fatal mistake by lowering its head. A heavy finishing blow slams down with overwhelming force. The mid-boss can only roar in pain and fury. When the dust clears, the creature lies defeated while the group regathers around it. Nojishi turns to Takemichi and demands recognition for the result. He proudly declares that this is what a true challenger can do. Takemichi answers with a calm, knowing smile instead of praise. He admits the battle has shown him just how powerful unique equipment really is. Nojishi mistakes that remark for admiration and swells with pride. Laughing arrogantly, he insists weaklings like the others could never have beaten even a mid-boss without him. One companion hesitantly checks on him, surprised by how full of himself he has become. That same companion nervously urges everyone to look behind them. The group turns toward a brilliantly glowing treasure chest that has appeared as the reward. Nojishi immediately orders everyone aside, convinced the chest must contain something extraordinary. He rushes to it, already certain it surpasses the chest that once held Aegis Mimesis. Takemichi's expression hardens as he realizes a reward this lavish for a fifth-floor mid-boss makes no sense. He lunges forward to stop Nojishi before he opens it. Too late, Takemichi realizes Nojishi has already dropped his guard. The others also understand, belatedly, that a tower like this is built around cruel traps. The truth hits them all at once. The chest itself was bait. Nojishi opens the chest and finds it completely empty. His triumph instantly turns to confusion. Magic circles flare across the room as the trap activates around the entire party. A blinding force erupts, catching them before they can escape. The teleportation spell engulfs everyone in white light. When the light fades, they find themselves in a different chamber, cold and ominous. Takemichi looks around in disbelief, unable to place where they have been sent. The blonde girl recognizes the atmosphere immediately, and fears they have been thrown into the mid-boss room's true counterpart. Nojishi can only curse at the absurdity of their situation. He admits the pressure in this chamber is unlike anything he has felt since a Magic Tower's highest floor. Takemichi presses him for the answer he is dreading. Nojishi confirms that this kind of presence belongs to a Magic Tower's summit. He spells it out. They have been sent to the top floor. Before anyone can react, new magic circles bloom overhead. A massive figure begins to stir beyond the haze. The creature's enormous feet plant themselves on the floor with crushing weight. The chamber reveals its master, and the party realizes they are standing in the boss room. The monster opens glowing eyes and fixes them on the intruders. Its killing intent floods the room and freezes everyone in place. Takemichi struggles to accept that they have truly landed in the boss chamber. Red warning light seals the room as panic spreads through the group. A system alert confirms forced teleportation to the boss room on the top floor of the Hermes Magic Tower. Takemichi immediately understands what that means. The being before them is not just a boss but the master of the entire tower, the Ogre Emperor. The Emperor moves first, descending with terrifying speed. The party scrambles as someone shouts that the boss is already upon them. Its opening strike smashes the ground and nearly catches them all at once. Takemichi judges instantly that this enemy surpasses everything he has faced, and even with his own advantages their stats are far too low. He concludes they cannot win by meeting it head-on. He orders the others to fall back and says he will handle the boss himself. Nojishi rejects that idea, warning that Takemichi will only get himself killed. Takemichi accepts that risk without hesitation. Nojishi instead rallies the others to run while there is still a chance. One swordsman tries to cover the retreat with a desperate attack. His blade lands cleanly on the Emperor's body. Another fighter follows through, convinced they have found an opening. For a brief moment, he believes the hit was decisive. Then the Emperor rises almost unharmed, revealing that the attack barely mattered. Nojishi roars in frustration and refuses to be dismissed as powerless. He squares himself before the boss and challenges it directly. Driven by pride, he invokes his own title and throws everything into one charge. His strike flashes across the chamber with all the force he can muster. The Emperor answers with a brutal counter before the attack can matter. Nojishi is torn apart in an instant, his body shattered by the blow. The surviving companions can only scream in horror, as he dies before their eyes. Takemichi is left stunned by how absolute the difference in power is. He realizes Aegis Mimesis cannot save him here because his current stats are too low to activate its defense. The system confirms his fear as the unique item remains unusable. A warning states plainly that insufficient stats prevent Aegis Mimesis from activating. Nojishi's corpse lies still, and Takemichi is forced to accept that even their best protection is unavailable. One of the swordsmen cries out to the fallen Nojishi in disbelief. Takemichi suddenly shouts for them to get away from the body. He senses another danger too late. The Emperor's follow-up attack sweeps through the area around the corpse. Nojishi's sword is left abandoned in a widening pool of blood. Takemichi clenches his fist, furious at his own helplessness. He forces himself to steady his resolve instead of breaking. Facing the monster alone, he curses the situation and prepares to stand his ground. The Ogre Emperor advances, confident and unhurried. The blonde girl finally suggests fleeing while they still can. She tries to reassure herself that escape might still be possible. Then she notices sealing magic locking the exit. The barrier confirms there is no way out of the room. The blue-haired mage trembles and asks if they are all going to die here too. The Emperor attacks again, cutting off any answer. A killing blow drops straight toward the terrified mage. She freezes, unable to move. Takemichi throws himself into the attack's path and intercepts it at the last possible moment. The girls stare in shock as he shields them. He vows that from this point on, he will not let anyone else die. He swears to keep that promise even if it costs his own life again and again. The Emperor answers with another crushing strike, forcing Takemichi back. Takemichi skids away and immediately repositions instead of collapsing. He turns that retreat into a countercharge, using the momentum to close the distance. His blade finally cuts the Emperor, but only shallowly. The boss slams the ground and tries to crush him before he can capitalize. Even the Emperor seems mildly surprised that Takemichi is still moving. A massive limb crashes down where Takemichi had just been. He slips past the impact by a hair and keeps his footing. Red energy flares around him as he pushes his body harder. He drives in close and lands a direct blow to the Emperor's head. Watching from the rear, the girls struggle to understand what they are seeing. They realize Takemichi is now fighting the boss alone in earnest. Even with the death penalty empowering him, Takemichi is shocked that the Emperor can still overpower him. He is forced back again despite everything he has gained. He acknowledges grimly that this is exactly what should be expected from the ruler of a magic tower. For now, he admits he still lacks the stats to win. The Emperor calmly decides to wear him down first by draining his stamina. Takemichi answers with cold resolve, deciding he will simply keep dying until he becomes strong enough to kill it. The boss unleashes a barrage of lethal energy slashes to test that resolve. Takemichi threads through the storm, using desperate movement and timing to survive. One slash finally clips the Emperor as Takemichi turns its own opening against it. He follows with a rapid series of close-range strikes across the boss's body. The Emperor retaliates instantly with another sweeping attack. Takemichi is knocked away before he can press the advantage. As he tumbles back, he realizes he may already be reaching his current limit. The Emperor floods the room with another wave of deadly slashes. The blue-haired mage looks up and understands too late that one of them is aimed at her. She can only gasp as death closes in. The next instant, the system declares Takemichi dead. A death penalty is applied, but Takemichi accepts it as part of his plan. Instead of weakening him, the penalty inverts and grants him a major agility increase. He rises again, resolved to keep reviving until the Ogre Emperor falls. The blonde girl recognizes the terrifying nature of his infinite revival skill. She realizes each death penalty can trigger a severe effect, making the ability dangerous even to its user. Even so, she wonders whether Takemichi can still keep fighting through it. He returns to battle immediately, and is cut down again almost at once. Another inverted penalty grants him resistance, but he rejects that as the stat he needs most right now. He endures more punishment, while waiting for the right increase. The next inversion finally grants a large boost to health. Takemichi calls on the death penalty itself as a weapon, treating each death as another chance to sharpen himself. His eyes harden with a near-mad determination. He realizes this cursed cycle can be turned into a source of fatal power against his enemy. A thin smile appears as the plan becomes clear in his mind. He steadies himself after another revival, no longer panicking. Breathing hard, he checks his condition and measures what has changed. The agony of repeated death is driving him toward madness, but he forces himself to endure it. At last, he senses that the stat he truly wanted has appeared. The system confirms a huge attack increase, and Takemichi realizes he has finally hit the jackpot. As he processes that gain, another system window appears. Because his mastery of infinite revival has grown, he unlocks the ability to specify his respawn point. He immediately asks for a clearer explanation, already thinking ahead tactically. Takemichi studies the new option in silence and begins forming his next move. Understanding dawns on him, and he smiles as if he has finally found a way to beat the tower's boss. Yoshito realizes that the option to set a revival point could become extremely useful. He immediately decides to put that new function to use. The system prompts him to prepare for resurrection. He focuses, fully intent on turning death itself into a weapon. Launching at the boss, he declares that this time he has returned specifically to kill it. The system explains that he can now choose a respawn point within 3 meters of where he died. Yoshito understands that this feature exists to keep him from being trapped in hopeless death loops. He recalls that reviving at the exact place of death would have left him helpless in lethal situations. Without a movable respawn point, many deaths would simply repeat forever. But with control over where he returns, he sees a way to break those loops and turn repeated deaths into progress. Armed with that insight, he faces the giant boss again inside the ruined tower. His companions watch nervously as he judges the battlefield. He positions himself with deliberate precision. Yoshito concludes that on an open battlefield, the revival point can be used to appear in an enemy's blind spot. Having settled on the tactic, he commits to the attack. He repeats his grim resolve that this turn belongs to him, and that he came back to finish the boss. He suddenly appears above and behind the monster, turning resurrection into an ambush. The others are stunned by how instantly he seemed to move. Yoshito realizes they mistook his revival trick for extraordinary speed. The boss notices the threat too late. Yoshito's strike tears across the monster before it can properly defend itself. As he lands, he reflects that cruel people he met before still never deserved the deaths they suffered. Memories of those earlier victims harden his resolve rather than soften it. He steadies himself and keeps pressing forward. He admits to himself that he never once believed those people deserved to die. Even the promise of a unique reward for defeating the tower boss matters less to him right now than ending this fight. What he wants most in this moment is the boss's life. The wounded monster lashes out with violent force. It finally catches sight of the danger closing in. Yoshito drives straight through the opening he created. His killing intent sharpens as he commits to the finishing blow. The boss can only stare in shock as the attack comes down. A decisive slash crashes through the monster and ends the battle. The boss's strength and fury vanish in an instant. Its massive body collapses, defeated at last. Yoshito stands over the fallen boss, the fight finally over. The system confirms that he has defeated the boss of Hermes and sends a unique item and a magic stone to his inventory. He is pleased by the reward, but victory leaves him emotionally conflicted. Before he can dwell on it, the blue-haired girl rushes to him in relief. She clings to him and admits she was terrified for his safety. Only after embracing him does she realize how forward she has been. Flustered, she hurriedly apologizes for grabbing him like that. The blonde mage thanks Yoshito sincerely for saving them. She admits that without him, both she and Yuri would certainly have died. Still, she cannot accept the reckless way he fought. Watching him throw himself into death again and again was unbearable for her. The memory of his repeated sacrifices still lingers painfully in the air. She confesses outright that seeing it happen was painful. Even while apologizing for criticizing him after being saved, she cannot hide how much it hurt her to watch. Yoshito gently tells her not to worry about it. Instead, he apologizes for forcing her to witness his death so many times. He explains that no matter how often he falls, he will always come back. Then he adds a blunt truth he had been holding back. For all his brave talk, he admits the experience is still awful every single time. He finally blurts out that dying really does hurt like hell. The blonde can only awkwardly agree, caught between sympathy and disbelief. Yoshito promises that from now on he will try as hard as possible not to die. He says it with a sheepish smile, trying to reassure both girls. That promise eases the tension, and the two girls relax. A new system disturbance interrupts the moment. The system announces that Hermes will vanish in 10 seconds and everyone inside will be forcibly relocated. Yuri remembers that defeated magic towers always disappear after the boss falls. The blonde tells Yoshito they can continue outside once they are expelled. He watches them begin to fade, already feeling the separation. Left alone for a moment, he notices the bodies of those who died in the tower. The sight of blood on the ground reminds him of the cost of this victory. He quietly vows not to forget the dead. With that farewell, the tower's light swallows him. Outside, the towering structure of Hermes begins to break apart above the city. Its digital shell dissolves into fragments of light. The entire tower continues collapsing into data-like particles. Elsewhere, officials are shocked that Hermes has already been conquered. They note that the tower was not even supposed to be half completed yet. A subordinate confirms that Hermes' disappearance is real and that a full report is on the way. The director studies the event in silence. Rather than alarmed, she finds the unexpected development amusing. At that same moment, Yoshito is abruptly thrown back into the real world. He lands hard in public, drawing startled attention from nearby challengers. Others who were expelled from the tower scatter around him as well. As Hermes continues vanishing overhead, the crowd realizes the tower has truly been cleared. Yoshito stares upward, still processing what he accomplished. He looks at his own hand as if confirming that he really made it back. Then he clenches his fist around the reality of his victory. At last, he accepts that he truly conquered Hermes. A smile begins to break through his exhaustion. The feeling settles into quiet satisfaction. He reins himself in before celebrating too openly. Around him, word spreads that the boss of Hermes has been defeated. People marvel that someone cleared a tower whose upper floors were not even meant to be reached yet. Speculation immediately turns to what kind of monster must have done it. In his head, Yoshito grandly imagines announcing himself as the conqueror. But he knows he could only have enjoyed that moment if no one had died. Even so, clearing a magic tower for the first time gives him a real surge of confidence. He quickly warns himself not to get carried away. Then another thought occurs to him. He decides to keep his role secret for now because being identified as the boss slayer would make him stand out too much. His plan is to slip away quietly before anyone connects the dots. That plan fails immediately when the two girls spot him and call him out. The blonde excitedly demands to know what unique equipment he received from defeating the boss. Nearby challengers start to notice the exchange and turn their attention toward him. Some of them begin to suspect that Yoshito is the one who cleared Hermes. The realization stings even more because he is the same man they once mocked for buying the supposedly worthless infinite revival skill. Now that same weakling is being recognized as the conqueror of Hermes. Trying to escape the attention, Yoshito buys a drink from a vending machine. He retreats with the can while the two girls wait nearby. Relieved to have gotten away from the crowd, he finally exhales. He grumbles that everyone made far too much of a fuss over him. The blonde apologizes for carelessly drawing attention to him. Yuri points out that once he defeated the boss and became the dominator of Hermes, becoming the center of attention was unavoidable. Yoshito turns the unfamiliar title over in his mind. He reflects on how strange it feels that someone who was recently just a weak challenger is now treated so differently. Thinking back, he concludes that buying the infinite revival skill stone was not a mistake after all. Yuri hesitantly brings the conversation back to that skill. She asks about the death penalty, noting that dying is supposed to inflict a permanent 40-point strength reduction. What she cannot understand is how he still managed to use infinite revival so effectively despite that cost. Yoshito hesitates, unsure how to answer. He realizes that explaining inversion would be far more difficult than explaining revival itself. He struggles to decide where such an explanation could even begin. Sensing his discomfort, Yuri assures him she is not trying to pressure him and only asked out of curiosity. That reassurance makes him relax a little, though he still chooses his words carefully. The blonde decides to postpone that difficult topic and steer the conversation elsewhere. Her attention sharpens as a more exciting question occurs to her. She eagerly asks about the unique equipment he got from the boss, revealing that rewards interest her more than secrets. Yoshito tries to open his status window to show them. To his surprise, the window will not open. He realizes that outside a magic tower, the system interface behaves differently. He explains that the window can fundamentally only be opened while inside a magic tower. Likewise, stats and skills are normally restricted to use within towers. That limitation is what keeps challengers from causing chaos in ordinary society. But he adds that there is one important exception. At the actual site of a magic tower, challengers can still use their powers even outside the tower itself. To prove it, he reaches into the strange field surrounding the vanished tower's site. He feels the difference immediately as the system responds again. The eerie atmosphere of the tower site returns, and Yuri admits she still cannot get used to it. Within that field, Yoshito successfully opens his window once more. The two girls crowd close, visibly excited to hear what he received. The reward is revealed as a unique item named Phos Aminos. Yoshito selects the item to summon it. A burst of light erupts as the reward materializes in front of them. Yoshito stares in surprise as the weapon takes shape. The light condenses into a solid blade in his hand. He realizes that the reward is not just equipment but a unique weapon. Yuri confirms that this is the special prize for clearing Hermes. The weapon's name is revealed as Phos Animos. Testing its balance, Yoshito finds it light and easy to handle, and he starts looking forward to the next tower conquest. The girls watch him with mixed awe and quiet emotion. The blonde quickly gets another idea. Yuri notices the shift in her expression and braces herself. The blonde proposes that the three of them form a party together from the very start next time. Yuri immediately blurts out that she wants that too. A shy girl tries to join in but freezes up so badly that the other two can only watch in awkward concern. The boy gently steers her away from the embarrassing approach while the blonde girl eagerly encourages the attempt. Flustered and unsure of herself, the girl can barely believe she is expected to do this at all. The boy pauses, choosing a softer way to push her forward. He reassures her that this should be possible between close friends, lowering the emotional barrier. That small breakthrough feels like a victory, and the two girls celebrate having finally made progress. The blonde immediately turns that success into momentum and looks to the boy for their next move. Instead of slowing down, she proposes challenging an even greater magic tower than Hermes. Her ambition rises further as she starts aiming for something on an even larger scale. Ignoring the timid objections, she boldly declares that their next target should be Zeus. The boy thinks it over while the girls wait anxiously for his decision. Both girls fall silent when he seems to settle on a completely different priority. After leaving Hermes behind, he announces that there is somewhere he wants to go immediately. The shy girl nervously asks where he intends to head first. He answers without hesitation. Rather than another tower, he chooses Tokyo's Challenger Management Bureau. The girls are left trying to process why he would go to a government office instead of a dungeon. Their confusion deepens when they realize he is not talking about a magic tower at all. He explains that the bureau buys magic stones and equipment more fairly than the exploitative tower stalls. His real goal is simply to convert their loot into cash as efficiently as possible. He admits the reason is painfully practical. Buying infinite revival has left him completely broke. That confession drains the mood, and the girls can only stare at him in flat disbelief. The story shifts to explain that Tokyo's Challenger Management Bureau is a government institution created to support adventurers. It provides real-time information on towers and handles buying and selling of stones and weapons at fair prices. Unlike the tower stalls that often cheat challengers, the Bureau has earned trust by operating transparently. Because it stands on tower grounds and imposes no power restrictions, even the strongest challengers gather there. Since Hermes rewarded not only unique weapons but also magic stones, the boy expects a decent payout. Watching another customer receive cash, he starts hoping this trip will solve his money problems. At the counter, he confirms that he wants to exchange his magic stones for money. Only then does he stop to wonder just how many stones he actually obtained. The answer shocks everyone when an enormous pile of stones spills out onto the counter. The clerk hurriedly tries to stop the overflow before the situation gets even more absurd. The boy himself is stunned that clearing Hermes yielded such a ridiculous amount of stones. The clerk regains her composure and moves ahead with the exchange, though she is clearly dazzled by the haul. As the money is prepared, he can barely contain his excitement at finally escaping debt. When the cash reaches his hands, he feels as if he has suddenly become rich. His imagination immediately starts drifting toward reckless ways to spend it, alarming the two girls beside him. They quickly agree that the first priority should be self-control, not indulgence. The blonde takes charge and warns him not to overspend and falls straight back into debt. He reluctantly agrees, even as his thoughts still wander toward expensive purchases. Before the moment can settle, a new voice cuts in from behind him. The boy instantly realizes someone dangerous has found him. A woman approaches, saying she heard he had come to the bureau and had been looking for him. Her arrival carries enough pressure that the atmosphere turns tense before she even says her name. The boy recognizes that this is no ordinary official. She introduces herself as Rido Fyun, chief of Tokyo's Challenger Management Bureau. Then she directly addresses him as the new dominator of Hermes and asks for some of his time. When she calls him by name, it becomes clear she already knows exactly who he is. He realizes her face is familiar because she is a famous figure he has seen before. Within the bureau, Rido is known as a monster among challengers and is said to be the strongest of them all. She earned that reputation by conquering 3 magic towers before being recruited into the bureau. Her fame is so widespread that she appears in advertisements across the city. Even so, her attention now rests entirely on him. He cautiously asks what the bureau chief wants from him. She begins laying out her reasons with cold precision. First, she wants a formal hearing about how he suddenly conquered Hermes. The seriousness of her tone makes him tense up immediately. Second, she wants to verify the true power of the new dominator for herself. He understands that this is not a casual request but a test he is being led into. As they walk, she summarizes his report that he was trapped and forced into the boss room, and says that information must be shared with other challengers. She also thanks him for revealing what happened to Nojishi and the rest of that party. The bureau, she says, will contact the surviving relatives of the dead. Her expression sharpens as the subject turns from procedure to grief. She states that death in the towers is common, but her tone makes clear that accepting it is not the same as being untouched by it. She continues walking ahead, forcing him to follow her into that uncomfortable truth. Then she asks him whether that loss was painful, striking directly at the wound he has been carrying. He tries to answer, but emotion catches in his throat. All he can manage is a strained acknowledgement. Memories of brutal deaths flood back as he recalls how helpless everyone had been. He remembers how they had all convinced themselves there was nothing they could do. The image of Nojishi and the others dying returns with full force, reopening the guilt he has buried. Her words about pain hit him harder because they match exactly what he has been unable to say aloud. He lowers his head while she stands ahead of him, leaving him alone with that grief. She remarks that it must be comforting to believe there was simply nothing anyone could have done. The conversation ends when they arrive at the bureau's training room. She enters first and calmly prepares the space while the others trail behind, unsure what is about to happen. Without warning, a practice sword is thrown at him, forcing him to react on instinct. When he catches it, she explains that it is a standard training weapon used by the bureau. Then she tells him to use it from this point on. She plants herself firmly, signaling that the test is beginning in earnest. Rido declares that she will personally fight him so she can properly understand a dominator's true power. She frames the duel as part of her duty as bureau chief, not a personal whim. He realizes refusal is probably not an option and tests that assumption anyway. The blonde cheers him on to hit back hard if he has to, while he dryly notes how easy it is for her to say that. Resigned, he accepts the challenge. If he has to fight the strongest official in Tokyo, he decides he may as well take it seriously. They confirm they are ready, and the room falls into a tense stillness. He reminds himself that his opponent is the notorious bureau chief, but also that he is someone who has already defeated a tower boss. He tries to convince himself that makes him more dangerous than she expects. Rido invites him to begin, giving him the initiative. The instant the match starts, she vanishes from his sight. She appears in front of him almost immediately, attacking at a speed beyond his expectations. Her first exchange sends him airborne before he can properly defend himself. He realizes too late how badly he has underestimated her. Rido keeps pressing without wasting a movement. Her relentless flurry forces him entirely onto the defensive, and he recognizes that her speed is overwhelming. He barely manages to block as her strikes keep crashing in from impossible angles. The duel turns into a chase where he is being driven across the room rather than controlling the fight. He grits his teeth and tries to recover his footing. Rido stays on him from above and behind, never letting him reset. He sees another strike coming but still cannot fully answer it. Her attack slams down with enough force to tear up the floor around him. He lands hard, shaken and breathing heavily. He realizes that her power is on an entirely different level from the boss he conquered. Even after surviving and retrying against Hermes countless times, he feels that experience still leaves him short against her. The gap feels even worse because she conquered multiple towers without dying even once. That comparison catches him off guard and shakes his confidence. Then he stops himself and remembers that he is the one who kept going no matter how many times he died. He refuses to let repeated death become something that diminishes what he endured. He realizes his anger is not just fear of losing but resentment at having his struggle measured so lightly. Rido, meanwhile, reads his reaction as frustration over the difference in their abilities. He decides that if pure defense cannot win, he has to exploit the one advantage ordinary fighters lack. Because he can ignore the risk of death, he can choose lines of attack no one else would dare take. Rido senses his intent just as he commits to it. He launches himself forward and declares that he is finally going on the offensive. For the first time, Rido's eyes sharpen with real interest. His reckless pressure forces a slight delay in her movement, and he catches it immediately. He sees the opening and swings while she is still adjusting. Pushing past his limits, he accelerates further and drives the attack through. He can hardly believe he has actually broken through her rhythm. The clash explodes between them as his strike finally reaches her guard. The impact hurts him too, but it proves he can touch her. Rido calmly admits that this result was unexpected. She explains that against a normal enemy, his ability to evade and commit without fear would make him extremely hard to handle. She points out that his hesitation a moment earlier is the only reason she was able to dominate so completely. If he had attacked without that instinctive pause, she says, the fight would not have been so one-sided. Even while speaking, she moves again with frightening smoothness. She turns his momentum aside and reasserts control of the exchange. Then she reveals that he misunderstood one crucial point. When he thought she was defenseless, his hand froze because his instincts recognized danger before his mind did. She denies that his hesitation came from mercy and treats it instead as proof that his body sensed her true threat. Because her fighting style lies outside his understanding, she says, his instincts reacted before he could reason it out. The boy answers that he took a gamble too. He openly reveals the basis of that gamble. Infinite revival lets him return from death endlessly, so he can afford unfair risks. Armed with that truth, he throws himself back into the fight with even less restraint. He insists that without such an ability, no ordinary person could ever beat someone like her. Rido's expression tightens at the way he dismisses ordinary people. She repeats the phrase as if testing and rejecting it at once. While exchanging blows, she reveals that she has already read the report on infinite revival. She understands that his power lets him return from death without limit. More importantly, she understands that it lets him advance without the fear that restrains everyone else. That realization makes her look at him differently, as though she has identified the true nature of his threat. He grins fiercely, and she acknowledges just how terrifying that ability really is. Even so, she counters and lands a clean strike that snaps his head aside. The blow leaves him reeling and reminds him that admiration does not mean leniency. Rido states coldly that he will not catch her off guard a second time. He grimaces through the pain, but the hit only hardens his resolve. His eyes sharpen again as he searches for the next opening. Rido remains composed, watching him with the same unreadable intensity as before. The duel continues at close range, with him circling behind her for another desperate attempt while she stays calm and ready to answer it. Yoshito brushes off his injuries, insisting that pain means nothing compared with dying. The bureau chief faces him in silence, measuring him after their clash. A faint smile shows that his answer has interested her. She admits she now understands the true extent of his power and is ready to concede defeat. Before she can formally finish, something interrupts the moment. Yoshito suddenly collapses backward, his body failing despite the fight being over. The chief is caught off guard by his abrupt condition. Barely able to speak, Yoshito tries to explain what matters most to him. He makes it clear that winning means nothing if he cannot get immediate medical treatment. His companions rush over in alarm when his condition turns absurdly critical. They frantically force his dislocated tongue back in and stabilize him. Once he recovers enough to sit up, Yoshito is shaken by how close he came to death. The chief coolly points out that he survived, but Yoshito protests that she is missing the point. Trying to end the matter, he assumes their duel settled everything and asks to leave. She refuses, saying the real reason she tested him still remains. As chief of the management bureau, she states that his actual strength surpasses that of an ordinary challenger. Because of that, she formally extends a special request to Yoshito Takemichi. The others are stunned because a direct request from the bureau chief is rumored to come with an extraordinary reward. She sweetens the offer by saying the reward can be paid in cash and in an amount she believes will satisfy him. Money gets his attention immediately, and he asks for the details instead of refusing. She explains that only a few hours earlier the bureau confirmed the appearance of a new tower. The entrance to that tower is already being sealed off as an emergency measure. Her request is simple in wording but dangerous in meaning: enter the tower and gather information. The tower is identified as the Mage Tower Persephone, and she says this mission can only be entrusted to him. She repeats that the preliminary investigation of Persephone is a task she wants only Yoshito to handle. Yoshito questions why the Bureau is not conducting its usual investigation itself. She reveals that they already sent Bureau challengers inside. 2 full parties were dispatched, 10 people in total. None of them came back alive. The bystanders struggled to believe that every single investigator died. The chief admits she also doubted the report at first, but the recovery team found all of the dispatched challengers dead near the entrance. Their final positions showed they had been desperately trying to escape and collapsed just short of safety. Yoshito immediately notices the contradiction, since the entrance zone should have been safe. If monsters cannot spawn there, he asks why anyone would die in that area at all. The chief adds that the corpses showed no wounds that could be blamed on monsters. That leaves the cause of death completely unknown. Judging the situation too dangerous, she ordered only the bodies retrieved and recalled the search team at once. Even after that, the Bureau still had no answers about when, where, or how the victims died. That unresolved mystery is the current state of Persephone. Yoshito realizes she chose him because his infinite revival makes him uniquely suited to survive what killed the others. She denies treating him as expendable and insists she does not intend to waste his life. At the same time, she cannot allow more Bureau personnel to die, so she presses him to accept. Dropping her usual distance, she personally asks him to do it for her sake. Her direct appeal leaves him visibly unsettled. He hesitates, caught between suspicion and the weight of her request. Soon after, he enters Persephone to investigate it himself. He arrives on the first floor safe area and confirms he is inside the tower. The silence makes him wary before anything even appears. A sudden pressure hits his head, warning him that something abnormal is already at work. He accepts the mission in earnest and resolves to identify what killed the previous challengers as quickly as possible. Remembering how worried his friends were strengthens his determination not to fail. He opens his menu and prepares to move deeper into the tower. Feeling that others are counting on him, he commits himself fully. He equips Fosaminos, a unique weapon suited for the investigation. As he advances, shapes begin to stir in the fog ahead. The first enemies reveal themselves as armed skeletons emerging from the gloom. Yoshito attacks first, cutting into the charging undead before they can surround him. The skeletons are easily broken apart by his opening strike. He tears through the group in a single sweeping assault. Pleased, he notes that the weapon is light, easy to handle, and worthy of unique grade equipment. With the basic test done, he decides to examine the tower's special danger next. A subtle change in the air makes him realize the real threat is approaching. Purple fog condenses around him in unnatural shapes, forcing him to look up. He tries to evade as the cursed mist closes in around his body. Realizing contact is dangerous, he curses and orders the fog away while retreating. A warning window appears, confirming that the mist has inflicted something on him. He focuses on the alert and understands the danger immediately. He concludes that this must be the hidden cause behind all the earlier deaths. The system confirms it. He has been afflicted with the curse of Persephone and will die in 120 seconds. Yoshito recognizes it as a lethal abnormal condition triggered simply by perceiving the cursed fog, proving the chief was right to send someone like him. The death timer keeps glaring at him, leaving no room for hesitation. He realizes an ordinary challenger would have panicked the moment this curse appeared. Then he remembers a key rule: leaving a tower removes abnormal conditions, buffs, and debuffs. That explains why the previous teams all ran desperately back toward the exit after being cursed. They reached the safe area, but the curse activated one step before they could actually leave. The mystery of their unwounded corpses is solved, because the curse itself killed them. The cursed fog thickens again, showing that the danger is still actively hunting him. It begins to move with intent rather than drifting randomly. Yoshito tracks its motion, trying to understand its behavior instead of fleeing blindly. He realizes that once the fog marks someone, it withdraws after doing its job. Rather than fear it, he takes the curse as a challenge and refuses to be looked down on by it. With only seconds left, he bets that infinite revival can turn the curse itself into an advantage. The timer reaches its end and the system declares that the curse will now take effect. Instead of dying permanently, his abnormal condition is inverted and his body is fully restored. He thanks his power for saving him once again. Now in perfect condition, he notices the cursed fog retreating after the curse resolves. He follows the direction it withdraws, suspecting it will lead him to the source. After a brief pause, he decides to chase it deeper into the tower. The fog gathers again ahead of him, proving the abnormal condition is tied to a physical origin. He concludes that normal challengers could never conquer this tower without a direct answer to the curse. As the fog grows denser, he senses he is getting close to whatever controls it. He emerges into a larger chamber where the mist converges around a central spring. Seeing the scene, he identifies the spring as the source of the cursed fog. Before he can act, a hostile presence forms beside the spring. A sudden projectile nearly catches him off guard, forcing him to dodge. The blast confirms that something intelligent is guarding the spring. A robed figure rises over the chamber and takes command of the battlefield. The enemy identifies itself as the cursed spring gatekeeper. The gatekeeper attacks immediately with floating curse projectiles. Yoshito evades the barrage with speed and short-range movement skills, refusing to be pinned down. The monster grows more aggressive when its opening assault fails. It unleashes a louder, more violent curse as if trying to drown him in killing intent. The gatekeeper draws a massive vortex of cursed fog up from the spring and hurls it across the chamber. Yoshito realizes the fog itself is being weaponized directly in combat. The spring answers the gatekeeper, swirling as if it were alive. The monster cackles, confident that the curse will finish him even if its attacks do not. Yoshito finally understands that the gatekeeper is the one controlling the entire curse system of the floor. Watching the repeated curse windows stack up, he sees that the enemy's killing intent is literally overflowing into overlapping death curses. Even while processing that, he has to fend off more skeletons emerging through the fog. He cuts one down cleanly, but the pressure around him keeps rising. He notes that the gatekeeper has begun summoning additional monsters to wear him down. The skeletons close in from every direction, trying to trap him in numbers. Yoshito blocks and counters at close range, but the swarm forces him into a defensive fight. A skeleton's blade slips through and opens a serious wound across his back. For the first time in a while, he is forced to admit that this actually hurts. He collapses into a pool of blood, badly injured and momentarily overwhelmed. The gatekeeper laughs at what looks like Yoshito's defeat. Yoshito lies still long enough to make the enemy lower its guard. Then his recovery triggers again, restoring him while the surrounding curse windows turn into healing instead of death. The gatekeeper's own curse energy now fuels Yoshito's recovery rather than his destruction. He realizes the tower's curse is not a death sentence to him at all. To Yoshito, the curse has become the highest grade medicine imaginable. Using that opening, he launches a decisive upward strike straight through the gatekeeper. When the light clears, even Yoshito is surprised by how completely the battle has turned. The spring's curse vanishes with the gatekeeper's defeat, and the chamber is purified. Back at the bureau, Yoshito reports that the challengers and Persephone were killed by the curse itself. The chief reflects on how terrifying it is that a curse can kill so cleanly and invisibly. She then asks whether he found any practical way to deal with it. Yoshito confidently says there is, and presents the best countermeasure he discovered. The chief receives the item he brought back from the tower. He explains that after defeating the monster born from the cursed spring, the spring was purified and yielded this reward. The item is Persephone's holy water, which can dispel the curse of Persephone and grant temporary immunity to new curses. Yoshito concludes that with this holy water, even ordinary challengers should be able to advance without dying to the curse. He adds that he only investigated up to the 3rd floor. From that, he inferred that every floor likely contains its own curse spring, and that purifying them is the real method for climbing Persephone. His final conclusion is that the tower must be conquered by purifying each cursed spring and securing the holy water it produces. The chief's small smile shows genuine satisfaction with his answer. She thanks him and declares that, now that the warning signs and countermeasures are known, Persephone can eventually be opened even to regular challengers. She confirms he has completed the request and praises him by his title, Dominator Yoshito Takamichi. Just when he expects his reward, she reaches into her desk instead. She drops an absurdly huge stack of cash in front of him, leaving even her own composure slightly cracked. When she asks if it is still not enough, Yoshito immediately panics and assures her it is more than enough. His outburst draws confused looks from nearby staff. Combining this payment with what he already earned from Hermes, Yoshito realizes he now has a ridiculous amount of money. Overwhelmed by sudden wealth, he can only wonder what he should even spend it on. A few days pass. By then, he has fully paid off the debt he took on to buy Infinite Revival. Even after clearing that burden, he still has plenty of reward money left. So he heads to a luxury brand store, only to emerge in such a disastrous outfit that the people around him openly mock his taste. Yoshito suddenly reappears in public dressed like a flashy rich man, making it clear he has come into money. As he basks in the moment, he feels that his life has taken on a different atmosphere. His private celebration is interrupted when someone calls out to him. Mana excitedly tells Yuri that Persephone is now open to everyone and proposes that they challenge it together with Yoshito. Hearing their names, Yoshito panics at the thought of being noticed in his ridiculous new look. While the girls chat about how important holy water seems to be for the tower, Yoshito desperately tries to slip by unnoticed. He forces himself to keep walking as they pass close behind him. Once they move past, he exhales in relief, thinking he has escaped their attention. Mana suddenly senses something odd and looks back. Yoshito tries to turn away before she can identify him. Mana leans in and confirms her suspicion by inspecting him up close. She is startled by what she finds. When she recognizes Yoshito, he recoils from her scrutiny, and Mana takes offense at how disgusted he seems. Put on the spot, Yoshito blurts out that he suddenly got rich and had no idea how to spend the money. Yuri awkwardly tries to be kind by saying he looks cool, but Mana makes it clear the pity only makes things worse. Mana dismisses the fashion disaster for the moment, leaving Yoshito feeling unfairly judged. She quickly returns to her real goal and invites him to tackle Persephone with them. Yoshito questions why she is so eager to enter such a dangerous magic tower. Mana explains that cursed fog-altered magic stones should sell for a fortune, so skilled challengers are flocking there. Yuri adds that, according to official reports, challengers have already reached the 10th floor in only a few days, which is abnormally fast. Mana bluntly admits that what really bothers her is that Yoshito got rich first, and she wants him to help them cash in too. Yuri shyly reveals that she would gladly go to any tower as long as she can go with Yoshito. Yoshito weighs the risk and concludes that with enough holy water, they should be safe from dying. With that reassurance, Mana and Yuri eagerly agree to join the assault on Persephone. Just as they are ready to go, Yoshito hesitates over one last issue. He admits he should probably change out of the absurd outfit first. Inside Persephone, the mood shifts completely as a terrified challenger lies dying in a dark cathedral-like hall. A vial of holy water slips uselessly from the victim's hand. The truth of the tower is revealed through a grim reaper-like monster standing over a floor littered with corpses. The creature senses something and turns toward a new disturbance. Its hood parts enough to reveal a skull face burning with purple malice. The scene is identified as the 10th floor of the magic tower Persephone. A skeleton soldier lunges in attack. It is instantly cut down by a blinding strike. Yoshito appears behind the shattered skeleton, having dispatched it effortlessly. His cold gaze shows he is fully in control of the fight. He finishes the skeleton with a barrage of red slashes that tears it apart. The dust settles to reveal Yoshito Takemichi at level 16, now far stronger than before. Mana applauds his growth while Yuri watches in admiration. Yoshito explains that after killing so many monsters, it was only natural for his level to rise. Privately, he thinks the increase barely matters for his stats, but he still needs a respectable level so people stop questioning him. He decides he should raise it a little more, then notices a system alert. The alert warns that Persephone's holy water will stop working in only 60 seconds. Yuri realizes the curse nullifying effect is about to expire, though this floor's spring has already been purified so they should not be cursed by the environment itself. Even so, Mana tells Yoshito to use holy water again just to be safe. He turns away uneasily, clearly troubled by that suggestion. Yoshito worries that if holy water is affected by inversion, using it now might curse him instead. That possibility hits him hard. He regrets never finding the right moment to explain inversion to the girls and resolves to tell them soon. Before he can speak, he senses danger and calls out. The Reaper monster suddenly drops from above and targets the girls. Yoshito shouts for Yuri and Mana, but the monster is already upon them. Mana and Yoshito react too late as the creature closes the distance in an instant. Mana screams Yuri's name as the attack focuses on her. A vial of holy water is knocked loose in the chaos. The monster lands between them, cutting off any easy rescue. It seizes Yuri and pins her against itself while raising its scythe. Yuri struggles desperately as purple fog begins to engulf her. Yoshito immediately realizes the fog itself is the real problem. Yuri's eyes begin changing as the curse starts taking hold. A red warning confirms the worst. The curse of Persephone has been inflicted, and death will come in 120 seconds. Yuri understands in horror that she has been cursed. Yoshito identifies the Reaper as a monster that can directly curse challengers and realizes they met it at the exact moment the holy water protection expired. He also sees that Yuri cannot administer holy water to herself while trapped like this. Mana throws herself forward, vowing to save Yuri before the curse kills her. The Reaper meets her charge with a storm of attacks. Mana forces her way through the barrage and keeps pressing the monster. A blast of purple power nearly catches her off guard. She answers by striking down hard from above. Yuri can only cry out Mana's name as the fight rages around her. Mana is knocked back by the Reaper's counterattack, but she still orders Yoshito to stay back from the danger zone. Instead, Yoshito commits himself and launches straight at the monster. He crashes into the Reaper head-on, forcing it to defend. With fury rising, he prepares a heavier follow-up. A rain of red strikes descends on the Reaper, but the creature endures. The monster reveals a far more menacing form beneath the hood, showing it has not been cornered yet. Even under Yoshito's relentless assault, it continues to block and absorb the damage. Yoshito realizes his attacks still are not breaking through. He finally understands that this enemy is no ordinary monster. While Mana and Yoshito reposition, the Reaper keeps Yuri in its grasp and controls the battlefield. Yoshito starts asking himself why the monster is behaving this way. He notices that despite its strength, it has focused almost entirely on defense instead of finishing them. Mana reminds him they are running out of time. She points out that Yuri has less than 90 seconds left before the curse kills her. Yuri begs the monster to let her go, but it ignores her. The Reaper looms over Yuri, savoring her fear rather than killing her immediately. Its laughter confirms that it is enjoying the terror it has created. The monster then reveals a more sinister aura, as if dropping any pretense of being a simple floor boss. Its true identity is exposed as Soul Expunger. Yoshito grasps the pattern behind its behavior. He explains that Soul Expunger waits for holy water to wear off, attacks challengers only then, and feeds on the fear it causes. Enraged by that cruelty, Yoshito refuses to let the monster look down on him. He charges again, openly cursing the creature. This time he drives in with enough force to shake the Reaper's guard. The monster screeches under the pressure. Yoshito searches for a way to break the stalemate. He leaps high above the Reaper and Yuri, preparing a new angle of attack. Mana suddenly tries to stop him as she sees the monster move first. But in the next breath she changes course and urges Yoshito to pursue it instead. Soul Expunger darts away through the hall, trying to reposition around the pillars. Yoshito and Mana immediately give chase. They both realize at once that the monster is leading them somewhere. Their suspicion is confirmed when they enter a chamber filled with a mass of undead under Soul Expunger's control. The Reaper calls its skeleton army forward to overwhelm them. Yoshito recognizes that it deliberately lured them here to finish them off. He taunts Mana about whether she is scared now that the trap is obvious. Mana rejects the idea completely and tightens her grip on her weapons. She dives straight into the skeleton horde instead of retreating. Her blades carve a path through the undead ranks in a burst of blue slashes. Far from intimidated, Mana becomes more excited by the challenge. Yoshito asks if she can keep up with what comes next. Mana answers without hesitation that she can. Together they launch a coordinated assault, red and gold trails crossing through the battlefield. Their combined attack tears through the skeleton mob and clears space around them. Some of the remaining skeletons switch to ranged attacks and ready their bows. A volley of arrows fills the air. Mana is nearly caught by the sudden barrage. Yoshito sweeps in and cuts the arrows out of the air before they can hit her. Mana checks on him, but he is already focused on the next move. With Yuri down to less than a minute, Yoshito knows they can no longer afford a cautious fight. He unleashes a surge of red power and commits everything to offense. Yoshito declares that he will open a path no matter what it costs him. A massive red slash rips through the skeletons and blasts a corridor through the horde. As the path opens, a new drop catches his attention. The fallen item turns out to be a ring. Its description reveals a horrifying effect. Corpse's Grudge grants death every 5 seconds while equipped. Yoshito bitterly mocks the item as something so worthless it feels like harassment. Then he remembers inversion and realizes that an item no one else would ever equip may be exactly what he needs. He chooses to equip the ring himself, insisting that anyone but him would be doomed by it. The ring materializes on his finger. The system immediately applies its effect and announces that he will die in 5 seconds. Because of inversion, Yoshito understands the ring's death effect will reverse and fully heal him every 5 seconds instead. That means he no longer has to waste effort on defense. Freed from caution, he rushes Soul Expunger with overwhelming speed. His red slashes shred through the remaining skeletons as if they are nothing. He times the attack perfectly and closes on the Reaper at the exact moment he wants. With his sword raised, Yoshito promises to show the monster what real terror looks like. He activates the special attack skill of Fos Animos. The first strike of 7-strike assault lands, and each hit is set to grow stronger than the last. Yoshito knows the sequence will fail if interrupted and has a long cooldown, so he commits to flawless timing. Soul Expunger tries to use Yuri as a shield and shift away from the combo. One of the Reaper's attacks cuts into Yoshito, but he accepts the damage without stopping. Yuri cries out as she sees him take the hit for the sake of the attack. Yoshito endures the pain and keeps the sequence alive. The ring's inverted effect triggers, rapidly restoring the damage he just took. Fully healed, he drives the next strike down with even greater force. He realizes with grim satisfaction that he can now recover completely every 5 seconds. For the first time, Soul Expunger shows real alarm as Yoshito's pressure becomes unstoppable. Yoshito's assault explodes in a blue-white impact that blasts the Reaper backward and finally breaks its control of the fight. As he surges after the reeling monster, Yoshito wears a calm, confident smile, certain the momentum has turned. A skeletal enemy unleashes a sudden attack before Yoshito can react. The blow lands cleanly, and Yoshito is cut down in an instant. His situation reaches absolute death with no time left to spare. At the last moment, the ring's inversion effect activates and overturns that fatal outcome. Instead of dying, Yoshito is fully restored, and he bitterly accepts that the ring has saved him again. Revived, he surges back into the fight while Yuri is still in danger nearby. The monster prepares to finish everything with one final, strongest strike. Yoshito answers with a desperate counterattack, throwing all his force into it. His chained attack detonates in a massive burst of light. The undead foe is overwhelmed and starts to break apart under the blast. The monster collapses into ruin, ending the immediate threat. Yuri loses consciousness and falls after surviving the ordeal. She drops helplessly until Yoshito rushes in to catch her. He steadies her in his arms as she slowly comes back to herself. When Yuri realizes Yoshito is holding her, shock replaces her daze. He reassures her that he is simply relieved she survived, and she shyly thanks him. Their brief relief is interrupted by a reminder that the curse is still unresolved. The blonde mage snaps them back to reality, and demands they deal with the lingering danger. She applies holy water to Yuri, using it to suppress the curse for the moment. She explains that the enemy had timed its attack for the instant the holy water's protection would fade. As they process that, red system windows suddenly appear around Yoshito. He realizes the strange alerts are coming from the ring itself. Worried, he checks how long this effect is supposed to continue. The item reveals its nature. Corpse's Grudge inflicts death every 5 seconds while equipped. Before he can do anything, the ring's gem cracks and changes state. Dark energy erupts from the ring and starts spreading over Yoshito's hand and body. He braces himself, fearing the item is turning on him. Even as the corruption spreads, he can only hope it will not explode or kill him outright. He tries to rip the ring off, but it refuses to come free. The ring flashes with a new light instead of releasing him. Yoshito endures the surge, expecting the worst. Then the pain abruptly stops, leaving him confused. A system notice explains that the ring has reached its activation limit and transformed into a new item, a corroded ring. He tells the others the drop item has changed into something unusual, though he cannot tell whether that is good or bad. Since it shows no immediate harmful effect, he decides it may be safe for now and attempts to unequip it. The transformed ring finally comes off without resistance. With the crisis over, the group pauses to think about what to do next. Yuri apologizes for dragging them through such a rough day and suggests they just gather the remaining magic stones and leave. The blonde mage refuses to let Yuri blame herself, and quickly makes a new decision. Yuri resolves to help properly by doing her best to collect the magic stones. They resume the conquest, and Yuri throws herself into the work with renewed determination. Hours later, Yuri is still pushing forward while the others are exhausted by the grind. As time passes, Persephone continues to be conquered smoothly, and challengers keep pushing the highest cleared floor upward. Within a week, news spreads that the boss room on the 30th floor has finally been found. Later, Yoshito waits at the Tokyo branch of the Challengers Management Bureau. He sets down a drink while preparing for a meeting. He sits alone, already thinking ahead to the newly discovered boss room. Someone brings up the rumor about Persephone's boss chamber. The key detail is that the boss room door is sealed and no one has managed to open it. Yoshito's companions arrive and greet him, thanking him for waiting. They confirm that today's goal is to investigate Persephone's boss room themselves. Yoshito points out the obvious problem. They still have no method for opening the sealed door. The blonde mage reveals that an acquaintance found a hint on the top floor. Yoshito reacts loudly, and she immediately hushes him to keep the information quiet. She shares the clue in secret, saying it is only a short phrase. The hint speaks of proving many deaths by raising the proof of decay. It also references a strange altar-like place tied to that clue. Yoshito admits he has no idea what the phrase is supposed to mean. The blonde mage is equally baffled by it. Just when the clue seems useless, Yuri remembers another piece of information. She reports that many people in Persephone have received rings carrying a death effect. That makes Yoshito tense, because he knows he has one of those rings himself. They learn that each person can apparently obtain only one such ring. Some challengers suspect those rings are actually key items rather than ordinary equipment. Yoshito realizes that despite killing many lesser enemies, he never saw a second ring drop, which supports that theory. He connects the clue to the ring and recalls the phrase about going beyond the count of death. That memory leads him to the transformed ring and the words about raising the proof of decay. Yuri still doubts the rings alone would open the boss room, since no one else has succeeded that way. Without explaining further, Yoshito abruptly stands and leaves to test his own idea. He tells the others to head for Persephone immediately. On the way, he concludes that only his transformed ring may be able to open the boss room. He frames it as a magic key, finally giving shape to his theory. At the 30th floor, the imposing boss chamber only deepens Yuri's awe and Yoshito's anxiety. He worries that if his guess is wrong, he will look ridiculous in front of the others. In his imagination, they mock him for calling the ring a magic key, and his embarrassment nearly overwhelms him. Even so, he forces himself to continue. Yuri asks what made him believe the ring could open the door in the first place. He explains that after the death effect was activated to its limit, the dropped ring changed into a different item. Yuri is horrified to learn he deliberately pushed a death effect that far. She can only accept it because his revival ability let him survive such recklessness. Yoshito adds that he only survived by using reversal, and that the transformed ring itself now shows no active effect. Its status window confirms that the new ring carries no readable information at all. That unexplained transformation convinces him the hint must be referring to this item. He interprets the clue to mean that repeatedly triggering death and presenting the decayed ring should serve as the proof needed to open the door. His explanation wins immediate admiration from the two girls. They praise his insight, leaving him flustered by the attention. Internally, he panics that he has talked himself into a test he can no longer back out of. Still, he clings to the ring and entrusts his reputation to it. He decides everything now depends on whether the ring truly is the key. Standing before the boss room, the blonde mage fails to open the door by force and yields the attempt to Yoshito. She confirms that brute strength changes nothing and the seal remains intact. With no more excuses left, Yoshito is pushed to try his theory himself. He steels himself by deciding to trust his own reasoning. Taking a breath, he raises the transformed ring toward the sealed entrance. He commands the door to open and offers the ring as its pass. For a moment, nothing happens, and the silence is agonizing. The door remains shut just long enough for doubt to return. Yoshito starts to think he was wrong after all. Then the ring suddenly reacts with a sharp flash. Blue energy spreads from the ring to the sealed doors. The massive doors begin to part. The boss room opens, and the girls are stunned while Yoshito nearly collapses in relief. As the tension breaks, Yoshito remembers the danger he had almost ignored. He realizes that opening the door means facing the boss waiting beyond it on the 30th floor. His relief turns into grim focus as he prepares for a stronger enemy than Hermes. He warns himself that the boss inside should surpass the one they defeated before. He calls the others over so they can enter together. But before they can regroup, something monstrous emerges from the open chamber. A violent rush of dark force catches Yoshito off guard. The boss bursts out and slams into him before anyone can react. Yoshito is hurled high across the chamber by the opening strike. He crashes down hard, already taking damage before the battle has even begun. Barely recovering, he shouts for the others not to come closer. The girls stop in confusion as the doors begin moving again behind the attack. A red mechanism activates, and the boss room starts sealing itself shut. Yoshito instantly understands the trap. Opening the door and retreating is not allowed. He concludes that once the challenge begins, escape is forbidden. Inside the chamber, a huge blue portal swirls to life around the boss. From that portal, a robed skeletal figure fully manifests. The creature steps forward with deliberate menace, as if presiding over a ritual. It faces the 3 challengers alone in the vast arena. Yoshito and the 2 girls ready their weapons and brace for the fight. The boss reveals itself as an ancient bone-clad priest radiating cold blue power. It plants its staff and begins casting immediately. A burst of magic erupts overhead, filling the room with necromantic energy. Blue flames gather around the boss like summoned souls. The priest completes its spell with a single command. The summoned force surges outward toward the party. Yoshito raises his weapon and accepts that he has no choice but to fight head-on. He takes responsibility for opening the door and commits to carrying the battle. The enemy is identified as the Elder Bone Priest, confirming they are facing the true boss. Its spell continues to resonate as the summoning takes hold. Blue fire races across the floor, spreading the boss's influence through the arena. The party realizes too late that the spell is producing more than a direct attack. Bones begin assembling out of the blue flames. Skeleton bodies rise one after another from the summoned remains. An entire group of undead followers forms around the boss. Yoshito recognizes the real threat. This boss can flood the field with minions. He decides he must end the fight quickly before the numbers overwhelm them. The priest fires a red beam, forcing Yoshito to evade while the girls are left exposed behind him. He cuts through the boss's line and ignores lesser threats, aiming straight for the source. His plan is to break through and wipe out the summons in one decisive move. He crashes into the undead line with a powerful strike. But in the middle of his attack, he realizes something is wrong. A summoned skeleton intercepts him at point-blank range and blocks his path. The collision explodes with force and throws him off balance. He lands badly and curses as he understands the summons are defending the boss perfectly. Before he can recover, another skeleton closes in from behind. The minions strike together, cutting into Yoshito from multiple directions and drawing blood. The assault leaves him reeling, badly hit, and suddenly in real danger of being overwhelmed. He comes to in front of towering skeletons and realizes he is already surrounded. A system message confirms that he has died again. The death penalty should have crippled his defense, but his debuff inversion turns the loss into a defense boost instead. Using that advantage immediately, he lunges back into the fight instead of retreating. He meets a skeleton's blade head-on and learns these enemies can still overpower him in direct clashes. Even with his boosted stats, the strain of holding them back shows on his body. As he fights, he realizes these upper-floor skeletons are far deadlier than the ones below. Their attacks hit harder and their reactions are much faster, forcing him onto the defensive. One strike nearly breaks through his guard and reminds him how close he is to being overwhelmed. He understands that handling even one is difficult, and there are far too many for him to manage alone. The situation becomes a near impossible crisis in his mind. Before he can recover, multiple skeletons pin him down and stop him from moving. They drive him face first to the floor and completely rob him of initiative. While he is restrained, the horned skeletal boss appears over him like an executioner. He curses the trap he has fallen into, knowing he has no room left to maneuver. The boss calmly approaches while the lesser skeletons keep him helpless. The boss notices a sudden disturbance elsewhere in the chamber and turns toward it. The source is revealed to be Yuri and Mana, who have somehow reached the boss room alive. Yuri immediately begins casting, trying to break the deadlock with a large spell. She releases a powerful surge of water magic into the crowd. For a moment the skeletons are caught off guard by the sudden attack. Her spell expands into a towering vortex that tears through the room. Yuri thinks they may have finally turned the battle around, but her relief vanishes almost instantly when she senses the enemies are still there. The skeletons begin to stir through the aftermath instead of collapsing for good. One after another, the undead rise again, proving her attack was not enough. Mana steps in to cut down a nearby skeleton, buying space but not solving the real problem. The two girls realize they are boxed in with nowhere left to escape. Still pinned, he desperately orders them to move, terrified they will die if they stay. He sees their danger clearly and feels his panic spike because he cannot protect them. The boss looks down on his helplessness with open contempt. Then the boss attacks, severing one of his arms in a brutal instant. The shock and pain nearly shatter his mind on the spot. He screams as blood pours out and the skeletons keep him trapped. The boss remains eerily composed while his victim writhes in agony. In horror, he realizes the boss may be doing this deliberately rather than simply killing him. A second strike follows, deepening the torture and pushing him closer to collapse. Even the surrounding undead seem to pause before the cruelty of the scene. The boss watches his suffering without the slightest hint of mercy. Barely conscious, he can only beg for it to stop. Instead of ending it, the boss raises its hands as if preparing something worse. The skeletal hands close in, signaling a deliberate escalation of the torment. The boss tears into him again, turning the execution into prolonged mutilation. The chamber falls into stunned silence around the one-sided slaughter. That silence only makes the cruelty feel more absolute. He lies in a spreading pool of blood, fading out as his body gives up. His eyes dull, caught between consciousness and death. The boss lets out a satisfied laugh, pleased by how broken he has become. It mocks him by saying the staff will now become a source of trauma rather than salvation. The system declares his death once more. The boss remains in the chamber, unaware that death is not the end for him. As the boss stands over the scene, reality around it begins to distort. In the void of death, his awareness flickers back. The boss's face intrudes into his mind like a lingering nightmare. He wakes into that memory with a gasp of fear. The trauma replays so vividly that it feels like he is being killed again. The death screen returns, confirming he is in the interval before revival. Even in death, the memory of the boss's strike keeps repeating in his head. He clutches his face and struggles to steady his breathing. The image of his mutilated body refuses to leave him. His fear swells into full panic as he relives the helplessness. The skeleton's empty faces become part of the nightmare crowding his mind. The boss's skull looms over that panic as the center of his terror. He forces himself back to his feet inside the revival space. Though still shaking, he tries to gather his thoughts instead of drowning in fear. A reflected system window reminds him that revival is close and time is running out. He realizes that if he does not return, everything ends here. More than his own failure, what drives him is the thought that Yuri and Mana will die without him. He decides he must revive immediately, defeat the boss, and save them before the countdown ends. That resolve sharpens into a single goal: rescue the two of them no matter what. He tells himself he has to put fear aside for now. Even as he says it, he admits he still knows exactly how terrified he is. Unable to suppress the trembling, he demands to know why his fear is this overwhelming. He finally faces the humiliating truth that his body is still ruled by terror. The system confirms his death and the remaining time before infinite revival activates. Thinking strategically despite the panic, he decides to change his respawn point. The system accepts the request and prepares him for revival. He revives directly inside the boss room, placing himself back in the center of danger. His first thought is to check on Yuri and Mana. He calls out to them the moment he regains his voice. The boss notices his return at once. Still trembling, he reaches toward the battlefield as if trying to force himself into action. But the skeleton army remains in front of him like an unbroken wall. He condemns himself as pathetic for reviving only to freeze again. His body refuses to move the way he wants, proving the fear still has control. Across the room, Yuri and Mana cling to each other and brace for the worst. Seeing them in that state makes him grit his teeth in frustration. The boss begins preparing another attack, ready to finish everyone at once. A red magic circle forms, signaling a large-scale spell. The spell ignites into a concentrated blast of destructive fire. He can only stare as the explosion blooms behind him and the room is engulfed. The sheer scale of the attack leaves him momentarily stunned. Then a new figure walks through the shattered entrance carrying a blazing sword. The newcomer remarks that he heard no one could open the door, so he simply forced his way in. He adds that he did not expect to find someone already fighting inside. Yuri and Mana look toward the arrival in disbelief and relief. The boss and its undead turn to face this unexpected intruder. The protagonist can only stare, still trying to process the sudden rescue. The newcomer sizes up the room in a single glance. He calmly concludes that the situation is bad, but not beyond fixing. The skeletons rush in to cut him down before he can act. He intercepts their attack effortlessly with his massive sword. While sweeping the enemies aside, he casually tells the younger fighter that he will help. The protagonist is too shocked to do more than listen. The newcomer introduces himself with complete confidence as the Dominator King, Kagira Okiomi. He promises that with him here, no one will die. The title alone stuns the protagonist. He realizes that Dominator King is an elite title granted only to those who have conquered the Great Magic Tower past the 100th floor, and that only a handful in Japan possess it. Okiomi postpones explanations and declares that they should first dominate the battlefield. He chooses to do it with overwhelming firepower. His flames erupt across the chamber in a devastating blast. The attack expands into a sweeping inferno named Elenhos that engulfs the room. Skeletons caught in the blaze are burned apart in large numbers. The protagonist can only call the display impressive as the tide turns instantly. Even the boss is forced back by the scale of Okiomi's assault. The boss tries to flee through the chaos rather than endure the flames. Okiomi notices the attempt and treats it like a minor inconvenience. He refuses to let the boss escape and closes in to stop it personally. The boss throws up a defensive barrier, trying to block his advance. Okiomi answers with a direct and powered strike. His sword and the boss's barrier collide in a violent clash of fire and blue energy. The impact cracks through the boss's defense and finally shakes its composure. The barrier gives way under the force of the blow. The backlash sends wind and debris across the room, forcing the protagonist to shield himself. Okiomi remains calm and in control even in the middle of the shockwave. He follows through by seizing the boss directly, overpowering it at close range. The boss is struck hard enough to lose control of the exchange. Okiomi hammers it down and keeps it from regaining distance. The boss crashes to the floor beneath him. Okiomi confirms with a glance that the fight is effectively decided. His tone softens now that victory is within reach. He addresses the protagonist directly, drawing his attention back to the moment. Then he tells him that the finishing blow should belong to him. The protagonist is caught off guard by the offer. Okiomi notes that whatever happened here has left a terrible mark on his face and mind. He advises him not to carry that trauma unresolved and to settle it with his own hands. The words land, and the protagonist begins to steady himself. He takes the weapon offered to him and sincerely thanks Okiomi. The boss, still alive, reacts weakly from below. Before the protagonist can act, the boss suddenly lashes out in a last desperate counterattack. He answers with a decisive slash of his own. As the boss is cut down, it bitterly admits that his intervention changed everything. The protagonist feels the fear loosening its grip and realizes he can fight again. Okiomi watches him with quiet approval. He observes that the young fighter seems to have overcome his fear. This time the protagonist can answer clearly that he has. Satisfied, Okiomi places a hand on his shoulder and prepares to give him the result of the battle. He congratulates him as the new dominator of the Tower of Persephone. The protagonist immediately objects, unwilling to take full credit. He insists that he only delivered the final blow and that the victory was not his alone. Kagura makes it clear that Yoshito, not anyone else, is the true conqueror of the Tower of Hermes boss. He insists that regardless of how the fight unfolded, the reward belongs to the one who landed the victory. The system confirms that the conqueror alone receives the unique weapon and magic stones from the defeated boss. Kagura presses the point and urges Yoshito to accept everything without hesitation. When Yoshito resists, Kagura flatly refuses to take the reward for himself. Yoshito turns back in confusion as Kagura continues explaining his decision. Instead of keeping the spoils, Kagura tells the younger members to use them to grow stronger. His calm approval shows that he has already settled the matter in his mind. He adds that money is not a concern for him anyway. Since he already has a weapon he trusts, he sees no reason not to pass this reward on to the next generation. Yoshito and the girls are left awkwardly moved by Kagura's generosity. Kagura lightens the mood by asking to at least see what kind of unique weapon Yoshito received. Curious about the new item, he asks for a look, and Yoshito reluctantly agrees. Yoshito braces himself, already sensing the reveal may be inconvenient. The reward turns out to be a unique weapon called Arcanum Aqua, and to Yoshito's dismay it is a staff. He selects the item from his inventory to summon it. The staff materializes before the whole group in a burst of light. Yoshito reacts with sudden recognition as he sees it clearly. He confirms the weapon's name as Arcanum Aqua. Kagura immediately asks the obvious question of whether Yoshito can even use magic. Yoshito admits that he has no talent for magic at all. Realizing the staff is wasted on him, he starts thinking of someone else. He offers the staff to Yuri and suggests that she try using it instead. Yuri is caught off guard by the sudden offer. When Yoshito calls her name, she hesitates instead of accepting. Yuri quietly says she does not deserve to receive such a valuable staff. Yoshito tries to respond, but her guilt keeps the moment tense. Mana admits that she and Yuri had already talked about this and concluded they were useless in the battle. Yuri goes further, saying it was not just this fight but even the previous boss battle as well. She confesses that they have only been weighing Yoshito down. From her perspective, forming a party with him was a mistake from the start. Yoshito immediately pushes back, insisting that he was no help this time either. He argues that without Kagura's intervention, everything would have gone far worse. He reminds them that they were the ones protecting him, not the other way around. Mana softens, clearly encouraged by his refusal to blame them. She asks whether Yoshito truly understands what his words imply. Mana points out that by talking only about being protected, he is still treating them as things to guard rather than partners. Yoshito realizes too late that his attempt to reassure them has only hurt them differently. An emotional distance opens between them as the girls stand apart from him. Yoshito struggles to find a way to repair the damage. Before he can, the girls declare that they will become stronger on their own. Their resolve leaves Yoshito stunned and unable to answer. Yuri announces that for now they will challenge the Tower of Persephone by themselves. Mana adds that once they have grown stronger as quickly as possible, they will return. Together they promise that this separation is temporary, and that they will come back. Yuri gently concludes that until then, Yoshito should keep the staff. She unexpectedly hands Arcanum Aqua back to him instead of taking it. Holding the staff again, Yuri looks uncertain but firm in her choice. Yoshito is baffled, but Yuri insists that this is exactly why he should keep it. She tells him that if he wants to become stronger, he should use every resource available to him. Her words leave Yoshito quietly shaken. As the moment settles, system windows begin appearing around him. The tower announces that Persephone's boss has been defeated and that forced transfer will begin as the tower disappears. Bathed in transfer light, Yoshito can only watch the scene end. Back outside in the ruined city, Kagura remarks that the farewell was unexpectedly mature. Yoshito denies that it was some clean, satisfying parting. Kagura admits that even so, he feels a little lonely watching the girls leave. He then casually reveals that he learned Yoshito's name from the girls during the fight. Seeing Yoshito with time on his hands, Kagura invites him to spend a while together. He makes the offer directly, treating Yoshito less like a junior and more like someone worth knowing. Kagura repeats the invitation with easy confidence. Yoshito asks what Kagura actually wants from him, though he does not reject the approach. Kagura explains that he was summoned by the chief of the Tokyo Metropolitan Management Bureau. Since he normally works in the central region, being called here suggests something troublesome is happening. He bluntly concludes that the matter is probably going to be a headache. He says he only entered Persephone to kill time before that meeting and happened to run into Yoshito there. That chance encounter is why he now knows exactly who Yoshito is. Yoshito cannot understand why someone like Kagura would care so much about him. He privately reasons that since his infinite revival never activated in front of Kagura, there should be nothing remarkable about him. Kagura answers that his interest comes from what he heard elsewhere. According to Fune, Yoshito is being called the promising dominator of the next generation. The title hits Yoshito so unexpectedly that he can only stare in disbelief. When he asks if the chief really said that, Kagura confirms it without hesitation. Kagura admits he was surprised too, because when they first met he took Yoshito for an ordinary boy. Yoshito clings to that description and insists he really is just ordinary and powerless against bosses. Kagura brushes that aside and tells him to simply work harder next time. Since there is still time before the appointment, Kagura decides to drag Yoshito along for a detour. He calls Yoshito after him before the boy can slip away. To unwind, Kagura proposes that they go shopping first. He boasts that as a Dominator King with plenty of spare rewards, he can buy Yoshito whatever he wants. Kagura frames it as a lesson in how to spend money wisely. Yoshito is instantly thrilled by the idea of learning money management from one of Japan's richest dominators. Kagura is just as enthusiastic about showing off that side of himself. Their outing takes them to the Management Bureau headquarters. By the time they arrive, Yoshito has been dressed up in flashy new clothes and accessories. The expensive styling is so excessive that even the details scream luxury. Kagura seems delighted with the transformation, while Yoshito looks trapped inside it. They are brought before the bureau chief in her office. The chief, Fune, dryly asks who these ridiculous visitors are supposed to be. Yoshito protests that she obviously knows them already. Fune replies that the problem is not recognition but the absurd outfit Kagura put him in. Kagura treats the criticism like a lesson Yoshito needs to hear. He argues that even if the title of Dominator King earns money, it means nothing without fashion sense. Yoshito rejects that logic outright and calls the whole idea ridiculous. He slams the desk in frustration. Then he turns the accusation around and points out that Fune does not look interested in fashion either. He even imagines that she probably lounges around at home in sloppy clothes. Fune goes silent in a way that makes it clear he has hit too close to the truth. Without a word, she reaches into her desk. She pulls out a tablet to make her point. The image reveals that she actually keeps up with current fashion and can present herself elegantly when she chooses. The tablet further shows that her style is currently ranked among the top trends chosen by leading management officials. Realizing he insulted the wrong person, Yoshito immediately drops into a full apology. Kagura laughs at his humiliation before finally returning to business. He asks Fune why she called him in the first place. Fune answers that there is only one reason to summon someone of Kagura's caliber. The Tokyo Metropolitan Challengers Management Bureau is preparing for a major operation. Yoshito repeats the word operation, sensing the scale of what is coming. Fune confirms that this is no minor request. The target is the conquest of the Great Magic Tower Zeus, the most heavily magic-infested place in Kanto. Kagura immediately understands why she needed someone exceptional. Fune explains that as challengers push to higher floors across the country, the death toll has been rising. Management can no longer ignore the cost of these conquests. She reveals that the upper floors of Zeus still contain enormous resources. Those resources will be distributed among all volunteers who join the operation, making the mission both dangerous and highly rewarding. Volunteers will be assigned across the whole structure, from the main assault force to rear support, according to their abilities. Even so, Fune stresses that Zeus is far more dangerous than ordinary towers. She expects many casualties even under Bureau leadership. To reduce the losses as much as possible, she wants Kagura placed on the front lines. She invokes his past conquest of the Great Magic Tower Hephaestus as proof that he is the right man for the role. Named directly, Kagura accepts the weight of that reputation. He agrees without bargaining, saying that if his cooperation can save lives, he will give whatever strength is needed. His answer settles his participation immediately. Standing beside him, Yoshito feels like he has wandered into a discussion far above his place. Kagura then adds that he has one condition before fully agreeing. That condition is that Yoshito will come with him to the front lines, and Fune unexpectedly approves it at once. Yoshito is horrified to find himself volunteered into a lethal operation without consent. Kagura cheerfully tells him he will be counting on him as a partner. Yoshito can only sweat in dread at being dragged into Kagura's plans. His panic practically echoes through the whole building. The story shifts to another tower, Proteus, as a possible next destination. Back in the present, Kagura and Yoshito stand together again, ready to move. Kagura asks if they should start leveling up while they still have time. Fune explains that preparations for the Zeus operation are not yet complete. Until then, the two of them are free to use their time as they wish. Kagura asks her to recommend a nearby tower suitable for training Yoshito. He openly states that before taking Yoshito to the front lines, he wants to strengthen him as much as possible. Yoshito points out that he was never really given the option to refuse any of this, and Kagura cheerfully confirms that he was not. Even so, Yoshito still wants to know why Kagura is so determined to bring him along. Kagura answers simply that he wants Yoshito to become stronger. In his eyes, no one else is as suitable for that path. Yoshito is left confused by the confidence Kagura places in him. Fune cuts in and offers a concrete recommendation for where Yoshito should train. She names the Magic Tower Proteus. Though unremarkable at first glance, Proteus contains high-level monsters. It also recently yielded a large magic stone mining area, making it popular with adventurers and useful for growth. Soon after, Kagura brings Yoshito to a harsh training ground and throws him straight into danger against a mechanical enemy. He explains that he wants to see Yoshito's limits and asks whether he can handle the fight alone. Yoshito steadies himself, realizing this is a test he cannot dodge. He draws his weapon and steps forward, deciding that for now he will face the enemy head-on. Yoshito decides to test himself and lunges at the armored enemy with his red blade. The knight answers with a sudden burst of speed that nearly catches him off guard. Yoshito realizes the attack is faster and stranger than he expected. He still lands a clean hit first and drives the knight back. But the enemy immediately counters, forcing Yoshito to block under pressure. He presses in again while the knight drops low, trying to keep the initiative. The knight raises its weapon for a heavy overhead strike as Yoshito braces beneath it. Watching closely, Yoshito notices the motion does not match a normal swing. He reads the flaw in the attack and punishes the opening with a sweeping slash. The knight stumbles and loses balance from the misjudged exchange. Yoshito starts to feel he has figured the enemy out. His companion stops himself from interfering, insisting the test is not over yet. Yoshito senses that warning too late and tenses. The knight hurls its weapon like a projectile, turning the fight in an instant. The observer admits he wants to help Yoshito, but first needs proof of what Yoshito can really do. He makes clear this fight is an examination of Yoshito's exact abilities before they can work together. As he apologizes, Yoshito is impaled again, and the observer coldly confirms he is testing the man who never truly dies. The observer watches from a distance while Yoshito is thrown through the air by the attack. Yoshito crashes down with the weapon pinned through his chest. He lies in a spreading pool of blood, staring at the wound in disbelief. The knight closes in to finish him while he is still down. Even in agony, Yoshito forces himself back up and lashes out. Furious, he curses the enemy and refuses to stay down. The observer recognizes the effect at work as infinite revival and confirms Yoshito truly does not die. That certainty convinces him Yoshito is the one person who can stand beside him as a partner. Yoshito tries to taunt the knight for losing its weapon and being unable to win. Before he can finish, the knight reveals it still has another attack ready. A dark spike erupts through Yoshito's body, cutting off his confidence. He dies again. The system announces a death penalty, but his special effect reverses it into a permanent TC increase instead. Revived once more, Yoshito bitterly notes that his heart has now been pierced twice. He launches himself back into the fight without hesitation. This time he meets the knight's dark blade head-on. Driven by anger, he swears he will never forgive the enemy. He keeps attacking at close range, trying to overwhelm it before it can adapt. The knight answers by unleashing a storm of slashing projectiles that fill the space around him. Yoshito realizes he still cannot land a decisive blow. A new flash of danger appears deeper in the cavern before he can recover. Another sweeping strike sends him tumbling away. He skids back while a second enemy shape emerges into view. Yoshito understands the situation is worsening as more of the same monsters arrive. Projectiles begin raining down from above as well, tightening the trap. The impacts surround him and cut off easy escape routes. Two armored monsters close in from opposite sides to finish the job. Yoshito can only laugh nervously at how absurdly bad the odds have become. The observer mocks the monsters for ganging up on someone this weak. Yoshito spins to fend them off, barely keeping both attackers at bay. One of them crashes into his guard from above and drives him down again. He retaliates with a wide slash that forces both enemies back for a moment. Even so, their attacks multiply around him faster than he can answer. Yoshito admits the fight is turning disastrous. He understands that if this keeps up, revival alone will not save him from being overwhelmed. He grimly accepts that he may die again at any moment. At last, his companion decides he has seen enough. He declares the observation complete and steps into the battle himself. With a single sweeping strike, he tears through both monsters effortlessly. The enemies explode into rubble before Yoshito can even react. The observer praises Yoshito's full power as impressive. Then he claims it is finally his turn. He announces that he will now show Yoshito his own full strength. His sword ignites with overwhelming fire. The flames erupt upward and instantly incinerate the remaining enemies. Yoshito stares in shock at the sheer scale of the attack. The swordsman pauses, satisfied with the result. He addresses Yoshito directly, waiting for his reaction. He admits he had planned to show off longer, but the enemies vanished in one hit. To him, that should have made his strength obvious, yet Yoshito still looks oddly serious. He realizes this was not the kind of demonstration he had imagined. What he really wanted was to prove himself by struggling desperately the same way Yoshito had. He insists his desperation is real, even if it looks different. The two end up bickering over it like children. The swordsman shrugs it off and says there will be more chances to show his strength later. Yoshito asks what they should do next. The swordsman says Fune told him there is a large magic stone mining area ahead. He explains that magic stones are crystallized mana and naturally attract monsters. Some monsters even absorb those stones to make themselves stronger. That is why powerful monsters often gather around mining zones. He checks that Yoshito understands the warning. Yoshito answers with enthusiasm, deciding they should find those monsters and defeat them. The swordsman agrees and points the way forward. They enter a cavern glittering with blue crystal deposits. Inside, ordinary explorers are already mining the stones while others rest nearby. A laborer keeps chipping away at the crystal wall despite the strain. A separate group of women relaxes and chats while taking a break from work. Deeper in the chamber, a huge crystal-covered boulder sits unnaturally still. Then red eyes open inside the rock, revealing it is a monster. Yoshito can only marvel at the sight for a second. He and his companion take in the scale of the 25th floor mining area and the enormous amount of magic stones. The swordsman asks if this is Yoshito's first time seeing a mining zone. Yoshito confirms it is, since nothing like this appeared on the earlier floors of the Demon Tower. That makes him remember how much money a previous magic stone exchange brought him. He starts imagining this entire cavern turning into a mountain of cash. The thought of exchanging all these stones sends his greed soaring. In his mind, the haul would make him unbelievably rich. He nearly decides to start mining immediately. The swordsman cuts that dream short before Yoshito can embarrass himself further. He points out that if mining here were truly that profitable, far more explorers would be doing it. Yoshito realizes there must be a catch. The swordsman explains that when many magic stones cluster together, each one ends up with weak individual power. As stones form, they compete with one another for surrounding mana instead of concentrating it. That leaves the quality poor and the stones full of impurities. So even a large amount of mined stone does not sell for much. Still, some people continue mining because the Management Bureau maintains the area and stations explorers here for protection. For those workers, earning a small amount safely is enough, and there is steady demand for that kind of job. Nearby, the women happily compare the stones they have found. Watching them enjoy themselves, Yoshito notices how lively and close-knit they seem. That sight reminds him of the companions he used to travel with. He thinks of Yuri and Mana in particular. Being apart from them suddenly leaves him feeling unexpectedly lonely. Before he can sink into that feeling, the swordsman loudly calls him back to the present. He throws an arm around Yoshito and immediately starts teasing him. Guessing from where Yoshito was looking, he asks if Yoshito has a crush on one of the girls. He keeps pressing, demanding to know which one it is. Yoshito angrily denies being interested in any of them. The swordsman dismisses that answer as dull. He changes tactics and asks which girl Yoshito likes among the women he actually knows. The mention of Yuri makes that possibility feel suddenly too real. The swordsman narrows the candidates to the two girls who were with Yoshito at Persephone and notes that both were attractive. He first imagines the bold blonde one as a possibility. Then he pictures the blue-haired girl as well and keeps speculating. He even adds Fune to the list, enjoying himself far too much. He asks outright whether Yoshito is interested in any of them. Elsewhere, Yuri is distracted and scolded for not focusing on the fight. Yoshito snaps that this whole conversation is idiotic. He reminds the swordsman they came here to train, not to talk about romance. The swordsman suddenly points past him instead of answering. He labels Yoshito a tsundere and tells him to shut up before the joke can continue. At the same time, the women move deeper inside and discover an even larger crystal formation. They are amazed by the size of the deposit. One of them eagerly swings her pickaxe at it. The strike lands with a sharp metallic spark instead of breaking the crystal. She recoils in pain, shocked that this stone is far harder than the others. She starts to ask why this one is different. The answer appears immediately as a giant crystal golem opens its eyes behind them. The swordsman instantly understands the danger. The massive rock body rises from the ground, revealing its full form. The women freeze in terror as the cavern shakes around them. The golem charges straight at the helpless group. Its huge body bears down on them while everyone nearby is too far away to stop it in time. The monster lifts its heavy limbs and prepares a killing blow. Crystals around its body begin to glow and loosen, gathering power for a ranged attack. It fires a volley of razor-sharp crystal shards. The barrage spreads toward the women, trapping them in the blast zone. They collapse together and brace for death. The golem continues the assault without mercy. Yoshito suddenly dashes in front of them at full speed. He intercepts the incoming shards with a spinning wall of red slashes, shielding the women from the attack. Without turning away from the enemy, he asks if they are all right and orders them to run while they still can. The women stare at him in stunned gratitude, too surprised to move at first. They finally obey and flee, while Yoshito ruefully admits to himself that he tried to look cool but is not sure he pulled it off. Yoshito realizes his desperate gamble has worked, though not in the way he planned. The crystal monster's counterattack tears through him and sends him crashing away. As he bleeds out, he accepts death if it means the others can survive. Facing the monster one last time, he clings to the wish that he might someday become someone admirable. He remembers idolizing Okiomi as the kind of dominator who saves people with style. Even with death looming over him, that ideal still defines what he wants to become. He had always wanted to be like Okiyomi. At first, that dream was tied to conquering magic towers and escaping poverty forever. But once he achieved that, he found himself unable to answer what came next. He had no real goal beyond survival and success. That changed after what he witnessed here. Seeing Okiyomi protect people at Persephone gave Yoshito a new standard to chase. In that moment, he believed he had found his answer. He decided he wanted to become an explorer who could save others too. That conviction is what led him to throw himself into the monster's attack. Even now, he still wants to save people in the same fearless way. The system confirms that he has died. It also announces a permanent intelligence penalty as the price of death. Then his reversal ability triggers and turns that penalty into a permanent intelligence gain instead. Revived, Yoshito immediately measures himself against the ideal he just reaffirmed. He concludes that what he still lacks is skill and real combat experience. So he resolves to keep training, no matter the cost. He charges the crystal monster again and calls on it to stay with him until the end. What sounds like bravado is really a vow to keep fighting without retreat. He slams into the monster's body with everything he has. The impact teaches him a harsh truth: its defense is absurdly tough. He realizes he has no idea how to cut through that shell by force alone. Still confused, he wonders where Okiyomi has gone. Elsewhere, Okiyomi calmly leads the civilians towards safety and takes command of the evacuation. When his guards hesitate, he reminds them that they cannot simply abandon their duty. He frames facing the monster as a responsibility the guards must eventually bear. But he also reveals that he has already entrusted the immediate fight to his partner Yoshito. Yoshito is caught off guard by how much faith Okiyomi is placing in him. Before he can process it, the monster rains attacks down on him again. He lashes out in frustration, but his strikes still fail to break through. He keeps moving and cutting, trying to create any opening at all. Okiyomi calls out to him from afar, drawing his attention. Instead of giving orders directly, Okiyomi asks whether Yoshito has enough INT to understand what matters. Yoshito bristles, thinking he is being mocked in the middle of battle. Okiyomi clarifies that he means the INT stat itself, not ordinary cleverness. He tells Yoshito that if his number is high enough, he should observe the monster carefully. According to Okiyomi, the secret behind the monster's hardness should reveal itself that way. Then Okiyomi leaves the rest to his partner with complete confidence. Yoshito grumbles at being abandoned with such a vague explanation, but he listens. He recalls that INT governs the handling of magic and magical power. Higher INT allows a person to control stronger magic and manipulate magical energy itself. He realizes his repeated deaths have raised INT enough to matter, even if not enough to cast proper spells before. The system confirms that he has crossed the threshold and unlocked magic sensing and magic manipulation. Magic sensing will let him perceive the magical power around him more clearly. Magic manipulation will let him gather and consolidate nearby magical power. The sudden unlock shocks him, but it also gives him a path forward. A new possibility clicks into place in his mind. He connects it to his earlier death and understands that suffering has literally made him stronger. Accepting that cruel exchange, he decides he will use the power gained from dying without hesitation. He activates magic sensing at once. Through the new skill, he notices a hazy flow of magic wrapped around the monster. Because the skill is still unstable, he has to focus hard to keep perceiving it. He forces his concentration deeper. Then he sees the truth. The monster's entire body is covered by a magical shell. That revelation explains why its body was unnaturally hard. Now that he can see the shell, he starts watching how it behaves. He also notices magical power gathering around the monster from the surrounding stones. The magic stones in the cavern are feeding the creature's defense. He immediately understands the danger of letting that process continue. The monster unleashes concentrated beams before he can act first. One blast catches him and hurls him into the wall. Bruised and frustrated, he admits that merely seeing the shell changes nothing if he still cannot break it. Then a small inconsistency catches his attention. He notices the shell's shape becoming unstable under the pressure of surrounding magic. That instability gives him the opening he was searching for. He rushes the monster, determined to exploit the weak point before it stabilizes again. His plan is simple: strip away the shell first, then land the real blow. He commits to overwhelming it with raw force. His strike disturbs the shell and makes its surface ripple. From that reaction, he deduces that magical interference can temporarily destabilize the defense. So he reasons that a large enough surge of magic should be able to destroy the shell outright. He clears space and starts preparing that approach. To cut off the shell's supply, he decides he must first destroy the surrounding magic stones. The monster keeps drawing power from those crystals as long as they remain intact. It fires again to stop him from reaching them. The beams hammer the ground around him, trying to pin him in place. He answers with a flurry of sword arcs that carve through the cavern walls and crystal growths. As the stones shatter, the flow of magic in the area changes. He keeps cutting through the crystal deposits while dodging the monster's attacks. Red slashes spread across the cavern as he systematically severs the monster's source of reinforcement. The crystal field finally bursts apart around him. With the setup complete, he steadies himself for the next step. He begins drawing the freed magical power into the battlefield around him. The monster lunges to interrupt him before he can finish. It slams down and whips up cutting winds, trying to crush him at close range. Yoshito activates magic manipulation in earnest. The surrounding magical particles answer and gather around him. Soon the entire area is filled with condensed magical power under his control. He reminds himself that the skill cannot create magic, only collect what is already nearby. That limitation means he still cannot cast freely, but he can redirect the energy flooding the cavern. For breaking the shell, that is enough. He channels the gathered power into his sword and prepares a decisive strike. He launches himself forward like a projectile. His empowered blow crashes into the shell with explosive force. Even so, the shell only cracks instead of breaking completely. Rather than despair, he reveals that this was only part of his plan. He calls on his unique skill, Fos Animos, and orders it to bloom. The system identifies the move as a unique skill. He activates Chain Burst. The monster braces as the attack sequence begins. Yoshito unleashes a 7-hit combination in which each strike grows stronger than the last. As he chains the blows together, he prepares to pour the gathered magic into the final hit. He commits to releasing that last strike with everything he has. The finishing blow starts descending toward the monster. At the last moment, Okiomi warns him not to rush the release. He explains that the more magical power overflows, the more it will return to its original source. Yoshito instantly understands that the energy he gathered is being drawn back toward the monster. The monster reclaims the surrounding power before Yoshito can fully convert it into offense. That stolen energy surges through the battlefield and carries Yoshito with it. Okiomi sees the danger immediately and judges that the monster can no longer be stopped by Yoshito's attack alone. He realizes the creature is about to unleash a far stronger counterattack. As the magical energy swells, Yoshito's final strike transforms under the pressure of the overflow. Watching from the side, Okiomi is stunned by how far Yoshito has pushed himself. He admits that Yoshito has exceeded his expectations. At the same time, Yoshito tries to force both the shell and the core apart in one blow. The attack blooms into a massive enchanted explosion. The shell fractures under the impact and briefly gives way. A brilliant blade of force cleaves through the monster's body. The resulting blast engulfs the cavern in fire and shockwaves. Yoshito is thrown away by the recoil and the explosion he triggered. He crashes to the ground, battered and barely able to move. For a moment he lies there, trying to understand whether he actually won. Nearby, Okiomi also braces through the aftermath. Yoshito lets himself believe the fight might finally be over. He and Okiomi even exchange a quick sign of success. Yoshito's first concern is whether the other challengers are safe, and Okiomi assures him they are. The civilians confirm they are unharmed, greatly relieving him. Yoshito starts to think the crisis has finally been resolved. That hope is shattered when something enormous crashes down behind him. The others recoil as new projectiles and debris streak across the arena. Yoshito turns and sees a gigantic new threat descending from above. A colossal steel serpent drives through the wall and lands in the cavern. Okiomi shouts Yoshito's name as everyone realizes the scale of the danger. The rescued challengers are horrified by the sudden escalation. Yoshito scrambles back into motion despite his exhaustion. He can barely process what he is seeing. The system identifies the new monster as Steel Fracturer, a far larger and more dangerous creature. Yoshito understands that a monster capable of breaking through the wall to appear here is exceptionally rare. He recognizes the situation as a complete abnormality beyond anything expected in this tower. The steel serpent lowers its head and fixes its glowing eyes on him. Yoshito tightens his grip, preparing for another impossible fight. Before he can act, the serpent whips its massive body around in a violent sweep. Okiomi intercepts the attack head-on and blocks the crushing impact himself. Still holding the line, Okiomi praises Yoshito for how well he fought. Then, as the serpent presses harder, Okiomi decides it is finally time for him to get serious. Okiomi realizes he must seize control of the battlefield with overwhelming force or be consumed instead. He unleashes a burst of heat to dominate the area and force the enemy into his pace. Drawing on Arenho's Floga, he channels blazing power through his sword. The flames surge around the iron serpent as he tries to burn through its defenses. Yoshito braces against the heat and watches for the result. A sudden realization hits him when the attack fails to produce the expected effect. He understands that even Okiomi's flames cannot harm the creature at all. Okiomi concludes the serpent's outer shell has extreme resistance to fire. The monster's armored body remains intact, confirming the problem is its shell itself. Accepting that elemental attacks are useless, Okiomi decides only raw power can bring it down. He launches himself into close combat before the serpent can dictate the range. The iron serpent whips around to meet him head-on. Its massive body slams into the ground with crushing force, turning the terrain into a hazard. Okiomi avoids the impact and rises for a counterattack. He drives his sword down with brute force, trying to crack the armor directly. The serpent shrugs it off almost mockingly, showing the strike was not enough. Okiomi refuses to yield and warns the creature that biting him will not be easy. As he presses in, the serpent reveals another mechanism hidden in its body. Okiomi notices the change too late, and realizes the monster has more tricks than expected. Bladed appendages shoot out from the serpent like chained sickles. The hidden weapons spread around him, turning the fight into a trap. Okiomi is forced to admit the serpent had been concealing a deadly ace. The blades close in from every direction and cut off his movement. He tries to retreat through the narrow opening left to him. At the same moment, Yoshito is caught in the chaos and sent tumbling away from Okioimi. Seeing Yoshito in danger, Okioimi shouts his name in alarm. A spear-like strike erupts beneath Yoshito before he can recover. The attack appears to pierce straight through him, making it look like he has been fatally impaled. Yoshito endures the pain because getting this close to the serpent was exactly what he wanted. Using the apparent death as cover, he reaches the monster's head at point-blank range. He decides to target the serpent's eyes, the one vulnerable point he can exploit. Even while injured, he slams himself against the creature and commits fully to the strike. The serpent recoils violently as Yoshito's attack finally forces a reaction. Yoshito clicks his tongue when the opening proves smaller than he hoped. He is thrown back by the serpent's movement before he can finish it. Okioimi catches Yoshito and prevents him from crashing helplessly to the ground. Still blaming himself for Yoshito's supposed death, Okioimi apologizes, but Yoshito brushes it aside because the fight is not over. Yoshito reminds him that their priority is still defeating the monster in front of them. The serpent suddenly lunges toward the boundary of the safe area instead of continuing the duel. It crashes against the protected zone as if testing the barrier itself. The monster keeps pressing forward, trying to force its way through. The safe area retaliates with violent green energy that shocks the serpent back. Yoshito is amazed to witness the barrier's automatic defense in action. He realizes this is what happens when a monster attempts to enter a safe area. Instead of giving up, the serpent changes tactics and begins burrowing downward. Its strange movement leaves both of them unsure of its next objective. Yoshito wonders what the creature is planning now. The serpent drills into the floor with enough force to break through the level beneath them. Watching it disappear, they suspect it is trying to descend to lower floors. Yoshito is stunned because monsters are supposed to grow stronger only as challengers climb higher, not move downward. He immediately understands the danger if such a creature reaches unprepared explorers below. Okioimi agrees that leaving it alone would be disastrous. He warns that the serpent will cause severe damage if it reaches weaker challengers. They look down through the hole the monster carved as it moved between floors. Okioimi confirms the impossible has happened. The monster truly crossed floors. He explains that under normal tower rules, safe zones at each entrance prevent monsters from moving between levels. The tower's structure is designed to block monsters from traveling up or down at all. Only rare, exceptionally powerful anomalies can bypass that rule by some special method. Okioimi concludes the iron snake they fought is one of those anomalies. He explains that the Management Bureau classifies such abnormal beings separately and handles them with special protocols. Yoshito is startled by the idea that there is an entire hidden category of monsters he has never heard of. Okioimi names them named errors. Yoshito repeats the term, trying to grasp the scale of what they have encountered. Okioimi tells him that knowledge of named errors is restricted to the Bureau and a few elite explorers. Having decided what matters now, he prepares to withdraw. Okioimi tells Yoshito they must head back immediately. Their first duty is to report the anomaly to the Management Bureau. They move through the damaged cavern toward the exit route. The two leave the battlefield while the tower still trembles around them. Before they can fully depart, Yoshito is stopped by a familiar voice. The women he saved earlier confront him in shock because they believe they had just seen him die. Yoshito remembers that his apparent death was witnessed at the exact moment he made his move. Caught off guard, he scrambles for an explanation. He claims it was only an illusion and insists he never actually died. Privately, he congratulates himself for turning the incident into something less traumatic for them. The girls stare at him, unsure whether to believe his convenient explanation. His story nearly falls apart when one of them points out that even the blood looked real. He doubles down and sells it as a special kind of illusion until they reluctantly accept it. The blue-haired girl studies him more quietly than the others, still unconvinced. Yoshito awkwardly tries to keep the conversation under control. The three women sincerely thank him for saving their lives. Their gratitude catches Yoshito off guard more than the battle did. He answers modestly that he is only glad everyone survived. His calm response leaves the women visibly moved. One of them gathers her courage and steps closer with something more personal to ask. She asks Yoshito for his contact information. Elsewhere, a frightened girl senses a dangerous presence and is told the evacuation is complete except for two people still inside. Okioimi confirms that everyone else has already been pulled out. Yoshito promises they will return soon, though he is clearly flustered by the attention. The girl reluctantly agrees to leave for now. Yoshito urges her to go, warning that the iron snake could still strike again. After sending the survivors away, he rejoins Okioimi, who has been waiting. Okioimi praises Yoshito's performance and says he deserves a reward, only to be met with embarrassed resistance. He teases Yoshito a little longer when the younger man tries to deflect it. Then he refocuses and decides they should return to base through the teleportation gate. He explains that teleportation gates connect different points within the same magic tower. These gates appear on the 1st, 5th, 10th, and every 5th floor after that, usually inside safe areas. Once explorers reach those floors, the gates become available for use. Yoshito realizes how fortunate they are to have one nearby, because explorers on floors without gates would have no quick escape from the iron snake. He asks the grim question outright, and Okyoemi confirms that trapped explorers would indeed be unable to flee. That certainty is exactly why Okyoemi insists they must report back at once. He resolves to return to the bureau immediately. From there, they can coordinate with Fune and the others to eliminate the anomaly properly. At the bureau, their report is formally received and acknowledged. The damage is already spreading, with multiple casualties confirmed on Proteus's lower floors. The bureau identifies the monster as Steel Fracturer. It is classified as a top priority named error of the first named Rook class, demanding an immediate emergency response. In response, all exploration in the Great Demon Tower is temporarily suspended. A high-ranking bureau woman decides to handle the threat personally and orders the fractured steel destroyed. Okyoemi admits that even with Yoshito beside him, they could not defeat it. When asked to choose the response team, he volunteers to go himself. Yoshito watches this decision in uneasy silence. The bureau woman tells him not to worry. She activates a device and begins preparing for direct deployment. Power gathers around her as she arms herself for the mission. Yoshito senses that this operation will be different from anything he has seen so far. Another presence arrives, signaling that the bureau's elite are mobilizing. The woman repeats that she will personally lead the response. Yoshito can only think how serious the situation has become. Back on Proteus's 8th floor, the aftermath of the serpent's descent is still visible in the shattered walls and blood-stained stone. The bureau woman summarizes that after fighting Yoshito's team on the 25th floor, Steel Fracturer descended to the 8th and attacked nearby challengers. Her scouts report that tremors are still being heard here, meaning the target remains close. She states firmly that they cannot allow it to escape again. Yoshito notes that her subordinates arrived before she did and wonders if sending them ahead was too dangerous. He recalls a previous disaster and fears the same kind of losses could happen again. She dismisses the concern, explaining that the bureau sent a team specialized for this exact kind of threat. Okyoemi adds that the specialists have only just arrived. He directs Yoshito's attention toward the incoming force. The newcomers are the Special Task Force directly controlled by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government's Management Bureau, known as the Hyuka Squad. Okyoemi proudly introduces them while Yoshito reacts with dry disbelief at the title. A squad member reports that the surrounding area has been investigated and the intermittent tremors continue. He concludes the target is likely resting inside the wall and causing earthquakes whenever it moves. Yoshito listens closely, recognizing how methodical and prepared this team is. The squad leader addresses both the famed Okyoemi and Yoshito directly. Yoshito, unsure why he is being singled out, asks what they want from him. The leader studies him before answering, measuring his value. He formally thanks both of them for their cooperation so far. He explains that while it would have been ideal for the Hyuka squad to handle the matter alone, this threat is now certified at a level comparable to a tower boss. By fighting alongside Yoshito and Okyoemi, he says, they can reduce the number of victims. The word casualties catches Yoshito's attention immediately. He challenges the implication, unwilling to accept losses as inevitable. Okyoemi answers for him, insisting that with them present there should be no casualties at all. Yoshito backs that up with a hard vow that nobody else will die here. The squad leader accepts that resolve with calm approval. Before the discussion can continue, the ground begins shaking again. Yoshito instantly recognizes the tremor as the serpent's movement. The bureau woman realizes from the pattern that the monster is not moving sideways through the wall. She warns that the disturbance is coming from directly below just as the floor erupts upward. Steel Fracturer bursts out from beneath them, launching the battle into a new phase. The squad leader immediately calls the Hyuka squad to action. The order to begin is given, and the hunters brace themselves for a direct clash. As the fight starts, the squad draws enchanted blades and closes in on the Iron Serpent. The Hyuka fighters launch together with practiced precision, moving as a single unit. They surround the towering serpent and force it to face threats from every side. The coordinated assault begins to pressure the monster before it can settle into its rhythm. In response, the serpent releases multiple bladed tendrils to counterattack at range. The Hyuka squad meets the barrage head-on, deflecting and striking in the same motion. One hunter realizes too late that a tendril has slipped past the defense line. His teammates intercepted in time, preserving their formation through sheer coordination. Watching from behind, the observers recognize the trademark teamwork of the Hyuka squad. They note that this level of coordination is enough to bring down ordinary mid-tier bosses. But the veteran observer immediately warns that this enemy is beyond that standard. The Iron Serpent proves his point by overwhelming even skilled fighters with brute superiority. He concludes that even the elite Ice Hyuka team will not last long if this continues. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the veteran turns to Yoshito and asks if he is ready. Yoshito commits without hesitation, and the two decide to intervene at full strength. They burst forward into the battlefield, kicking up debris as they accelerate. The veteran takes the lead while Yoshito follows, both aiming to break the deadlock. The veteran attacks first, carving a blazing path straight toward the serpent. He draws his red blade with total focus, intent on forcing the monster back. His strike lands hard enough to stagger the serpent's armored body. The blow creates an opening, and Yoshito is sent upward toward the monster's head. Yoshito dives in with his own red weapon, trying to capitalize on the opening. The serpent reacts instantly and shifts to intercept him before he can land a decisive hit. Yoshito's attack glances off the armor instead of breaking through. The serpent answers by dropping another wave of lethal tendrils directly onto him. Yoshito is forced into evasive movement and loses the initiative. As the serpent starts slipping away, the veteran curses that they are letting it escape. Before the pursuit can continue, a new presence enters the fight at high speed. Riddle Fune calmly declares that it is now her turn. She descends into the battle with overwhelming control, drawing the serpent's attention at once. Positioning herself between the monster and the others, she refuses to let it pass. The observers are stunned, realizing Fune is finally fighting seriously. They explain that her style combines body enhancement with extreme speed through perfect magic control. And beyond that, she is about to use her unique ability. Fune activates Frost, surrounding herself and her weapon with icy power. The veteran tells Yoshito to watch carefully if he wants to understand her true speed. He makes it clear that Fune operates on an entirely different level. Fune vanishes into motion, accelerating so fast that the attack is almost impossible to follow. Her first pass slices through the serpent's body and sends shock through its frame. She lands smoothly and immediately prepares another strike without wasting a movement. The serpent tries to reposition, but it is already being driven backward. It lunges in desperation, trying to crush her with speed and mass. Fune answers by creating a lattice of ice in its path, turning its charge into a trap. The serpent crashes through the frozen barriers, but each impact slows and redirects it. Using those ice surfaces as footholds, Fune keeps moving around the monster with impossible agility. She rises above it again, staying just outside the line of its counterattack. Then she slides along a frozen incline she created herself, controlling the battlefield as she moves. The serpent's tendrils lash out, but they fail to pin her down. Fune climbs higher for another attack angle, while the monster struggles to track her. She fixes on a weak point and commits to the strike. Dropping onto the serpent's neck, she drives her blade into the armor. This time the cut bites through the metallic body and tears it open with a burst of frost. Yoshito is shocked that she has actually sliced through metal. The veteran explains that Fune's rhyme ice amplifies her power to its limit, and her magic control turns that power into terrifyingly precise attacks. What Yoshito is seeing, he says, is the true strength of the bureau chief. Fune then addresses everyone and orders them to get ready. She intends for the entire force to eliminate the first-class designated entity in its current state. Yoshito realizes the battle has shifted beyond him and his partner for the moment. Fune raises her sword again, preparing to keep the serpent pinned down. The serpent's eye changes, signaling a new response. Instead of retreating, it unleashes a massive swarm of tendrils over the whole area. Its core glows ominously as the attack escalates. The battlefield is flooded with whipping blades, forcing everyone back under relentless pressure. One Hyoka fighter realizes he still cannot get close enough to strike decisively. The serpent uses the chaos to tear across the terrain and widen the distance. Even Fune briefly loses the ideal angle and weighs how to keep it from escaping. At that moment, something fast cuts across the ground toward her position. Fune notices the red streak just before it reaches her. Yoshito charges in recklessly, drawing the veteran's alarm as he heads straight for the serpent. The monster immediately redirects several tendrils to intercept the intruder. Yoshito is caught in a lethal crossfire and pushed to the edge of death. His vision distorts as the attack overwhelms him. He is killed, and the system confirms his death. A permanent vitality penalty is applied as the cost of dying. Then his special effect triggers and reverses the debuff, restoring what he lost. He respawns instantly and grabs onto the serpent's body before anyone can stop him. While clinging to the monster, he complains that Fune's odd assault leaves no room for anyone else to approach. He decides that if anyone can stay attached to the serpent through that chaos, it has to be him. Yoshito resolves not to let go, even if it kills him again. He reveals that he managed this by changing his respawn point to the serpent itself, though he still has no clear plan beyond hanging on. The serpent notices him and locks onto the nuisance with murderous intent. It accelerates wildly, trying to shake him loose by force. Yoshito panics as the speed becomes absurd even by boss standards. He realizes the monster is moving far faster than should be possible. Even while being flung around, he protests that this level of speed feels unfair. He struggles to hold on as the serpent whips through the cavern. The strain finally throws him into the rock wall, leaving him bloodied. He cries out in pain as his body starts to break apart into respawn particles again. Even so, he keeps his grip and complains through the damage. The serpent sends more tendrils toward him to finish the job. Yoshito realizes he is trapped in the worst possible position. The tendrils tear into him repeatedly, killing him again while he remains attached. As he begins to respawn once more, he angrily addresses the monster. He begs it to stop thrashing long enough for him to think. Still clinging on, he desperately tries to understand what the serpent is doing. Then he notices it is racing toward a tunnel-like opening and realizes it may be heading somewhere important. He tries to stop it, but the serpent plunges onward anyway. The chase carries them into the upper layer of Proteus. The environment changes as they enter a new chamber. The serpent bursts through into the upper area at full speed. Yoshito is thrown free and sent tumbling through the air. He crashes hard onto the sloped ground and barely recovers. Cursing, he forces himself back up to assess where he has landed. What he sees immediately tells him this place is different. The chamber is filled with unusual glowing crystals, and he suspects he has reached somewhere abnormal. He wonders if this is some special floor rather than a normal combat zone. A closer look confirms the terrain and crystal formations do not match the mining area below. Yoshito realizes he has found the serpent's nest. The monster rises before him there, surrounded by even more tendrils and fully in control of the space. It immediately resumes the hunt, hemming him in from all directions. Yoshito dodges along the slope, barely staying ahead of the barrage. He admits to himself that defeating the iron serpent alone is unrealistic. His new plan is to survive long enough to bring the director and the others here with maximum force. Once he settles on escape, the serpent lunges to cut him off. A sweeping strike nearly sends him flying before he can react. Yoshito starts to commit to retreat. He spots the tunnel back and aims for it as his only way out. He lands and pushes off toward the exit with everything he has left. While fleeing, he shouts for the others to stay away from this place for now. The serpent chases him relentlessly, driving spears at his back. He narrowly avoids another killing blow and realizes how close he is to dying again. A projectile streaks past, missing him by a hair. The serpent whips up a violent vortex of attacks to keep him from escaping cleanly. Yoshito sees the tunnel ahead but also the tendrils closing around it. Even under pressure, he taunts the monster for failing to catch him cleanly. As he reads its movement, he notices a brief opening beneath one section of its body. He uses that gap to slip through the attack pattern and gain a little distance. With the exit in sight, he decides to abandon the fight and settle for information. He dives into the tunnel, while the serpent's tendrils crash down behind him. Falling through the shaft, he leaves the nest and the enraged monster above. Back below, the others are regrouping when the disturbance from above draws their attention. Fyun senses something immediately and turns toward the source. Yoshito drops back into view, and the others call out to him in surprise. He staggers upright and admits he somehow made it back alive. The others confess they were worried after he vanished with the iron serpent, though they expected he would survive somehow. Yoshito says his reckless trip was not pointless because he discovered something important. Fyun immediately tells him to report everything. He explains that he found the iron serpent's lair on the upper floors and believes a full group assault could finally end this. The team accepts the implication that the next battle must be a coordinated extermination. Fyun focuses on one clue in particular, and asks about the black steel fracturer. She then asks Yoshito whether he saw any unusually colored magic stones there, and he confirms that the crystals in the nest were different from those in the mining area. Remembering the glowing stones, Yoshito realizes that detail may be the key. Fyun thanks him because the final piece now fits her analysis. Yoshito waits for her explanation, still not fully following her reasoning. Fyun reveals that after the previous battle, the Ice Flower Squad analyzed the Iron Serpent's structure. Their findings showed that the target runs on high-purity magic, unlike the impure stones found throughout the Demon Tower. From that contradiction, she predicted there had to be a separate area containing high-purity magic stones. Yoshito's report confirms that the strange crystals in the upper nest are exactly those stones, proving the director's prediction was correct. Fyun concludes that because those stones only power the nest, the steel fracturer cannot safely leave that lair for long, which defines how they must defeat it. The group corners the target again, and the white-haired director vows that this time they will end it for good. When Yoshito asks what is wrong, the director pauses as if she has sensed something unusual ahead. She orders Yoshito to guide them, then realizes he does not actually know where the enemy is. They press deeper into the cavern until the hidden target comes into view. The iron snake is found feeding on magic stones, revealing how it restores its power. Yoshito quickly understands that the monster is recharging itself. Before he can focus on that, someone suddenly claws up from below the ledge. A white uniformed subordinate hauls himself up, and Yoshito awkwardly praises him for surviving the climb. The man takes the compliment as proof that the conqueror is extraordinary even in small things. With everyone assembled, the director gives the signal to begin. Yoshito can only laugh nervously at how intense the others are. The director draws her weapon and formally opens the battle. She orders everyone to attack with everything they have. The whole strike team charges the iron snake with the intent to destroy it outright. Their rush finally draws the monster's full attention. The iron snake erupts forward, shaking the battlefield as it meets their assault. The conqueror throws himself into the fight, driven by his belief that a true leader cannot stand by and watch more people suffer. He commits fully, refusing to let anyone else be sacrificed while he still has strength left. His resolve hardens into a promise to stop the suffering here. He plants himself and prepares a decisive blow. Pouring all his effort into one attack, he unleashes a blazing strike. The iron snake reacts instantly and lunges to intercept. The conqueror meets it head-on with a flaming slash. His blade collides with the monster's charge in a violent impact that tears up the cavern floor. The force of the clash drives his weapon through the shockwave, but not through the enemy. The iron snake recoils and twists away, still intact. Yoshito watches in shock as the monster survives even that attack. He is amazed by the conqueror's power, but the fight is clearly far from over. The snake's eye shifts, signaling a change in tactics. Its body splits into multiple whip-like appendages tipped with spinning blades, turning the battlefield into a killing zone. Even after attacking at full strength, the conqueror realizes he still cannot bring it down. The transformed limbs rain down from above in every direction. The squad is suddenly surrounded by the monster's many bladed arms. The appendages spear into the ground all around them, forcing the team into desperate evasive movements. Yoshito sees the formation collapsing under the barrage. The director braces and endures the assault while screams erupt elsewhere on the field. The spinning blades keep circling, giving the subordinates almost no room to breathe. Several of them try to block, but the pressure is too great. One fighter insists that attacks like this should not be enough to kill trained threat hunters. He clings to that confidence for a moment too long. Yoshito spots a new danger and shouts a warning about an attack coming from above. The subordinate finally sees the spinning blade descending straight toward him. He is impaled before he can react, and blood sprays across the battlefield. The conqueror freezes for an instant at the sight of another comrade dying. Even the director is shaken by the loss. Murashima and Hamano cry out, realizing more of their people are in mortal danger. The bladed limbs continue hunting the survivors without pause. Another subordinate is struck as the team's casualties mount. The remaining fighters struggle to hold the line, while the monster's assault keeps breaking through. Yoshito snaps them back to the present, warning them not to lose focus now. He insists that mourning the dead must wait until they survive. If the rest of them die here too, there will be no one left to honor those who fell. That reminder brings back the memory of comrades who died pointlessly in earlier battles. The flash of past slaughter steels Yoshito against hesitation. One surviving subordinate looks toward a bloodied body and understands the cost of failure. He accepts Yoshito's harsh logic. Swallowing his grief, he resolves to endure and keep fighting. The conqueror keeps batting away incoming blades, buying the others a little space. But he admits to Yoshito that the enemy's attacks are overwhelming them. Pressed back to back, the two of them urgently ask what strategy can still work. The director answers by invoking Frostbite. She immediately follows it with her ultimate expansion, unleashing her strongest technique. A freezing domain spreads across the cavern, coating the battlefield in ice and slowing the monster's assault. One trapped subordinate apologizes bitterly for being too weak to help. Another can only regret that he was not stronger. The transformed director calmly assures them that no one would have been hurt if she had acted sooner. Yoshito stares in disbelief as the director's presence changes completely. She emerges in a new white-haired form, cold and composed, as if a different self has taken over. She promises to make up for her delay by ending the threat herself. Her transformed eyes and aura make it clear that the battle has entered a new phase. The iron snake and its bladed limbs turn toward her as the frozen field settles. The monster launches all of its appendages at once to overwhelm her before she can act. She narrows her gaze and reads the attack pattern instantly. Moving with impossible speed, she creates afterimages and slips through the barrage. She closes in along the monster's own limbs, turning its attack lanes into her path. Even the spinning blades above cannot catch her. She dives past another strike and keeps advancing without losing momentum. Her expression never changes as she commits to the kill. A sweeping arc of icy power cuts through the incoming limbs and opens a route to the head. The monster tries to box her in with more appendages, but she stays airborne and untouchable. She threads through the closing trap with precise, fluid movements. For a moment she hangs in the center of converging attacks, perfectly calm. Then she explodes into a storm of slashes, carving through the limbs from every angle. The bladed appendages are shredded and frozen apart before they can reach her. The iron snake roars as its transformed arms are severed and scattered. Forced back, it whips its main body around for a desperate counterattack. She avoids the sweep and keeps her distance just long enough to line up the finishing blow. The snake lunges with its head like a battering ram, trying to crush her outright. She meets the charge head-on and declares that she will take its head herself. With the kill decided in her mind, she raises her blade for the final strike. A giant ice blade forms above her as she descends toward the monster's head. The iron snake braces, sensing the danger too late. She commits all of her power into one clean execution strike. Her blade comes down across the monster's face with blinding force. The snake's eye is split, but not enough to sever the head completely. She drives through the impact, trying to force the cut deeper. The frozen power erupts around the wound, but the angle is wrong. Instead of decapitating it, the strike crashes the monster into the ground. She realizes in frustration that she missed the exact line needed to finish it. The iron snake's massive body whips around behind her before she can recover. Its tail lashes out like a hammer. The blow smashes the transformed director into the cavern wall, drawing blood and breaking her momentum. Yoshito shouts for her as she disappears into the dust and rubble. Her sword is knocked free and sticks into the frozen ground nearby. Watching that happen, Yoshito realizes his own weapon is not sharp enough to cut through the iron snake's head. Only the director's magic-infused sword has the edge required for decapitation. He understands that her fallen blade is now the only tool that can finish the monster. The wounded iron snake lifts its head again, still very much alive. It turns toward Yoshito, now the only one standing in position to challenge it. He steadies his breathing despite the fear. Then he makes up his mind. Accepting the cost, he prepares to use the one method left to him. He decides to offer his own life if that is what it takes to land the killing blow. The monster surges forward as he stands his ground. He knows the price of this plan will be severe, but he commits anyway. He dashes across the battlefield toward the fallen sword. Even if he cannot move as fast as the director, he intends to create one opening. He snatches up her sword and spins it into position while the snake closes in. Gripping the blade hard enough to cut his own hand, he decides there is only one way to guarantee a hit. He resolves to use a guaranteed strike, even if it means dying first. A system message appears, confirming that he has died. Another message states that death normally inflicts a permanent strength penalty, but his special ability reverses the penalty into a massive strength increase instead. The system also confirms that a respawn point has been set. Yoshito admits he would never normally choose such a reckless method, but the situation leaves no alternative. His logic is simple: if he kills himself first, he can exploit the reversal and revive stronger. Reappearing directly in front of the Iron Snake, he notes that the respawn has placed him exactly where he needs to be. The monster barely has time to register his sudden return. Empowered by the reverse debuff, Yoshito launches himself into the attack with glowing eyes and overwhelming force. He crashes into the Iron Snake's body and drives through its defenses. A cross-shaped burst of power tears through the monster from within the impact zone. Using the director's sword, he finally lands the decisive cut across the neck. The Conqueror watches in stunned relief as Yoshito's gamble succeeds. The surviving subordinate can hardly believe what he is seeing. The director, injured and kneeling, looks on in silence. Yoshito lands with the borrowed sword as the monster's body begins to fail behind him. The Iron Snake collapses in a final crash. As the dust settles, the director returns to her normal form and stands quietly amid the aftermath. She thanks Yoshito by name, acknowledging that he carried the battle to its end. Looking at the blood of the dead, she says their subordinates' deaths were not meaningless after all. Because the boss has fallen, their sacrifice has finally produced a result. Yoshito agrees, though the victory feels heavy rather than triumphant. A new system notification suddenly appears before him. He is startled, not expecting another message now that the fight is over. The system announces that the boss of the Demon Tower, Proteus, has been defeated and that rewards have been sent to his inventory. Yoshito turns to the director, confused by what defeating the boss really implies. She says the answer finally makes sense to her now. She admits that when she said Proteus had no notable features, she was wrong. After reviewing reports on the tower's monsters, she has reached a new conclusion. Proteus's true trait is adaptation through disguise and transformation, a boss defined by monsters that can change their bodies or hide their forms. As more reports are reviewed, a pattern emerges among the strange enemies they have faced. The common thread is that these monsters had all been disguising their true forms. The director explains that Proteus was especially bold, hiding itself by wandering the Demon Tower instead of staying where a boss should. Takemichi starts piecing together what that implies. He realizes the Iron Serpent they fought may actually have been this tower's true boss. Okimi confirms that bosses normally never leave the top floor, making this an exceptional case. Takemichi accepts the explanation, but admits he was the one who dealt the final blow. Okimi immediately probes whether that outcome left him unsatisfied. He denies any resentment and instead struggles to express what is really bothering him. He admits that without Okimi and the Ice Blossom Squad's strength, the victory would have been impossible. The surviving members stand as proof that the win belonged to the whole group, not to him alone. Takemichi confesses that despite his bravado, they only prevailed through painful sacrifices. That admission hardens into a new resolve inside him. As the system announces Proteus's defeat and the tower's forced ejection, he decides he must become stronger. While the battlefield dissolves around him, that determination becomes his only clear thought. Outside, the conquered tower looms over the city as the aftermath begins. Soon after, Takemichi and his allies are summoned to the Management Bureau Director's office. There, Takemichi places the unique equipment he obtained from Proteus before the director. Okimi recognizes it as the rare reward he earned from the boss, and he confirms it. He then produces the rest of the spoils as well. Even when a mountain of valuable crystal appears, Okimi realizes he is serious rather than joking. Takemichi explains that the boss raid was a collective achievement, so keeping everything for himself would be wrong. He formally entrusts all of the rewards to the Bureau, with Okimi already having agreed. He asks that the resources be used to support other adventurers instead. As they leave, someone stops them in the hallway. The man introduces himself as Ryuto of the Ice Blossom Squad. Ryuto reveals he has been waiting specifically for Takemichi and his companion because he has a request. He explains that the assault on the Great Demon Tower Zeus is approaching, and the Ice Blossom Squad will be deployed because it specializes in named errors. Although he has been entrusted with leading that squad, the last battle made him painfully aware of his own inadequacy. What drives him most is the fear of losing more comrades. With that fear laid bare, he steels himself to ask for help. To Takemichi's shock, Ryuto bows deeply in front of them. He bluntly begs Takemichi to train him. A month passes after the defeat of the Steel Fracturer. That month is spent not in rest, but in relentless preparation. Ryuto, now acting leader of the Ice Blossom Squad, throws himself into training. He attacks with explosive speed, determined to close the gap. His first rush crashes straight into Takemichi's side of the spar. Yoshito watches with confidence, clearly enjoying the intensity. The training immediately becomes a chaotic three-way exchange of blades and movement. Ryuto keeps pressing forward, refusing to hold back. He cuts across the field with a long, precise slash meant to corner his opponents. Yoshito reads the attack and stays one step ahead. Takemichi tries to capitalize from above, joining the assault. Even mid-attack, He realizes just how overwhelming Yoshito still is. Yoshito breaks through Takamichi's offense with ease and forces him back. Ryudo immediately follows up from behind, trying to exploit the opening. But Yoshito's counter sends both trainees flying apart instead. Takamichi scrambles to recover before he can be completely overwhelmed. Ryudo skids across the floor as he tries to regain control of the exchange. Yoshito tells them bluntly that they are still too soft. He demands that they stop hesitating and attack with everything they have. Ryudo's desperate plea to be trained echoes over the memory of this brutal month. Takamichi had initially tried to refuse, arguing that he was not strong enough to teach anyone. Ryudo answered that Takamichi was already walking a path of growth through his own harsh training, and Proteus had been part of it. Then he pushed the request even further. Ryudo insisted on undergoing the exact same training Takamichi had endured. Takamichi could only try to calm down Ryudo's intensity, as the situation turned absurd. Seeing their shared desperation, Yoshito decided to take responsibility for both of them. He promised that until the Zeus assault began, he would drill Takamichi and Ryudo in real combat. Since then, Takamichi has spent a month training beside Ryudo in both the tower and the practice hall. He believes the kind of skill that cannot be bought with status points should have improved by now. Even so, he feels he will never truly catch up to Okimi's level. That thought trails off as the reality of training interrupts him. Both trainees can only conclude that Yoshito is monstrously strong. Even Yoshito is forced to notice the pressure they are beginning to create. He reminds them that in the Iron Serpent battle, Yoshito and Fyun had been more effective because compatibility matters as much as raw power. If Takamichi and Ryudo keep growing, he says, they can cover the gaps he cannot. Then he will be able to trust them even when he is absent. Takamichi notes that despite using real weapons, they still have not landed a single hit on Yoshito. The gap remains so absurd that he can barely understand what he is seeing. Both trainees are driven back again, their attacks still falling short. Ryudo calls out to Takamichi, trying to synchronize one more attempt. Takamichi catches the cue and commits to the plan. Their combined charge finally forces Yoshito to acknowledge their timing. They attack from two angles at once, trying to trap him between them. Instead of retreating, Yoshito plants himself and decides to raise the stakes. He declares that he will dominate the area with intense flames. Takamichi instantly realizes how bad that is for them. Yoshito unleashes a blazing area attack that engulfs the training ground. The explosion tosses the trainees around like debris. When the smoke clears, both of them are left groaning, and Takamichi admits their tactic failed. Yoshito concedes that their coordination has improved, but he warns that better teamwork means little if they still cannot turn it into victory. He tells them that beating him is not the point. What matters is whether they can bring out that strength inside a real demon tower. Takamichi accepts the logic, but the inability to win still frustrates him. After training, the three leave the hall and rejoin the bustle of the city. In the crowd, Takamichi notices a new public stir. He realizes something important has just changed. The bureau announces that mission details for the Zeus operation are now available and begins accepting volunteers. Ryudo understands at once that the long-awaited assault has finally begun. He silently vows that this time he will not fail. His resolve is focused on protecting the subordinates under his command in the Ice Blossom Squad. At the volunteer examination venue, the bureau gathers adventurers and has the director personally assess them. Applicants are told they may challenge the test in parties, and their results will determine where they are assigned in the operation. The first volunteers are called forward. Okimi appears as well, having come after hearing the details from Yoshito. She calmly invites the candidates to show how much stronger they have become. One volunteer, a confident blonde woman, steps up and asks to be tested. The target of all this preparation is the great magic sky tower Zeus itself. Takamichi and Yoshito are assigned to the 60th floor of Sephiria, where lightning crackles around them as they prepare. Their role is the conquest frontline, where the operation will be decided. Around them, a temporary camp is crowded with raiders and support personnel. Yoshito explains that the crowd is so large because both the direct combatants and the support teams have been assembled together. The staging area is packed because the whole force is being organized in one place before the push. Takamichi wonders whether Ryudo is somewhere nearby among the gathered squads. Yoshito tells him not to expect that, since the Hyoka squad will serve as the main fighting force and likely appear only later in the operation. Takamichi jokes that until then they had better stay alive, except for Yoshito, and the mood briefly lightens. For a moment, the two laugh together like ordinary comrades before battle. That easy attitude immediately irritates another adventurer watching them. He judges them as far too relaxed for a mission this dangerous. He finally snaps and shouts at them. The man warns them to leave if they think the operation is some kind of game. His anger catches both Takamichi and Yoshito off guard. The accuser is visibly shaken by how casually they are carrying themselves. Takamichi answers with a faint, unreadable smile instead of taking offense. He tells the man not to get so worked up and suggests that resting now is the wiser choice. Then he turns serious and reminds him that whether he likes it or not, they are about to enter a brutal environment. He points to the lava-filled battlefield ahead as proof of how unforgiving the coming floor will be. The Bureau's briefing explains that Zeus is a colossal tower over 50 floors high, and although the public had already cleared up to the 59th floor, the 60th became a turning point. What happened there changed the entire strategy. Because the first attempt to conquer the 60th floor caused massive casualties, the Management Bureau drafted a formal conquest operation. Takemichi focuses on the real reason so many people died. The 60th floor is a heatwave zone, a battlefield that kills simply by being entered. Even before stepping in, Takemichi can feel how oppressive the place is. Yoshito explains that anyone entering the zone takes continuous damage from the environment itself. That means the group must advance while healers constantly restore them, and if the healing line collapses, the entire raid will be wiped out. Accepting that reality, Yoshito gathers himself to take command. He calls for everyone to cooperate if they want to survive the floor. He assigns the healers to focus entirely on sustaining the group and orders everyone else to protect them at all costs. Watching this, Takemichi realizes the healing itself may become a problem for him. Because he has kept his reversal ability secret, he worries that receiving healing magic could trigger it and hurt him instead. He starts testing a theory in his head. If the heatwave is treated by the system as a status ailment like the Curse of Persephone, then reversal might interact with it. He checks the system response the moment the floor's effect touches him. The system confirms that the heatwave status ailment has activated and will inflict continuous damage. At once, reversal triggers exactly as he hoped, turning the effect into continuous recovery instead. Realizing he no longer needs healing magic, Takemichi quietly gains a major advantage over everyone else on the floor. Yoshito notices his expression change and looks back at him. Takemichi quickly claims he is resistant to heatwaves and volunteers to scout ahead to make sure the path is safe. His sudden confidence leaves Yoshito and the nearby raiders stunned. Before anyone can stop him, he takes off into the deadly zone alone. As he runs, he admits to himself that the move is reckless, but hiding his secret leaves him little choice. Even if he wanted to conceal it, he knows he cannot do that while staying with the group. A hidden attack suddenly tears into him from the side before he can react. The blow sends him crashing violently across the ground, blood spraying from the impact. He comes to rest in a widening pool of blood, badly wounded. Barely conscious, he realizes he has been hit before he even found the enemy. Through the haze, he sees robed figures emerging and understands he has walked straight into an ambush. As he forces himself up, a hostile voice mocks him for charging in with such nerve. Surrounded in the burning cavern, the young swordsman realizes the three-winged killers have closed in on him. One of the white-robed attackers moves first, drawing a blade and committing to the execution. The trio dives together, turning the ambush into a coordinated aerial assault. He answers with a sweeping red counterattack that forces all three to break formation mid-charge. The assassins recover immediately and rush back in without hesitation. Instead of panicking, he reminds himself that a month of brutal training has prepared him for this. He decides that in a direct fight he will not be easy prey anymore. His first strike nearly catches one of them cleanly, but their speed and movement patterns still frustrate him, and he clicks his tongue in irritation. Watching them hover in circle, he starts trying to identify what exactly these enemies are. Their winged, hooded forms make him think of angels, but the system identifies them instead as the Holy Assassination Squad. He notes how absurd it is to find supposed angels inside a deadly heatwave zone. Then he drops the question and commits to killing them regardless of what they are. He launches a rapid barrage of slashes, pressing all three at once and seizing the initiative. One assassin answers by readying a hidden mechanism in its hand. A blue-edged blade flashes past him so suddenly that he barely avoids being cut down. The near miss shocks him into realizing how dangerous their weapons really are. He admits that a month earlier he would have taken that hit. Now, however, he trusts his improved reflexes and refuses to let the attack land. One assassin acknowledges that he is tougher than expected. It even recognizes him as a monster from the great magic sky tower, Zeus. He strains to deflect another incoming strike, but the pressure keeps mounting. As he repositions, the assassins suddenly pull away and vanish from immediate sight. He reaches out instinctively, realizing too late that they are no longer in front of him. He starts after them, wondering if they have fled. A second thought stops him, because retreat does not fit their behavior. He halts and braces, sensing a trap. Left alone in the vast furnace-like chamber, he suspects they are trying to lure him deeper while he searches for where they went. The tunnels around him stay silent, offering no answer. Even the adjoining passages remain empty, heightening the tension. Sweating under the heat and the uncertainty, he forces himself to think instead of chase blindly. A drop of sweat falls as he sharpens his focus. That instinct saves him when he suddenly senses the real attack coming from above. He looks up in alarm as the ambush finally reveals itself. One assassin drops straight down on him at point-blank range. He barely gets his sword up in time to stop the descending strike. During the clash, glittering fragments scatter from the enemy, and he notices something strange mixed into the attack. He realizes the shining shards are not debris but some kind of special stone. The recognition hits him a split second before he understands the danger. The stone detonates and blasts him away. Reeling from the explosion, he identifies the trick as explosive magic stones built into their attacks. He tries to cut through the threat, but another blast goes off too close. The chain of explosions engulfs him and tears through his defense. He is hurled across the cavern floor by the force. Above him, the assassins regroup to continue the bombardment. Pinned down, he is trapped under a storm of slashes and explosive stones. Refusing to die quietly, he curses them and prepares one last desperate move. He triggers a violent blast of his own, but the effort still ends in death. The system coldly informs him that he has died. It adds the usual punishment, a permanent strength penalty. Then his special reversal effect activates and turns that loss into a strength gain instead. Revived and glowing with restored power, he re-enters the fight while warning himself not to get careless. He immediately resumes attacking before the assassins can capitalize on his previous death. The enemies answer by surrounding him again and preparing another coordinated strike. He leaps through the closing ring, refusing to be boxed in a second time. Explosions erupt behind him as he uses their own attack pattern to create an opening. In the bright chaos, he cuts through their formation and forces them apart. He lands a clean hit on one assassin and finally starts turning the battle. Another blue-edged slash sweeps toward him, but he now reads the timing better. He redirects the attack into the wall instead of taking it head-on. When the strike bursts against the cavern, he notices the same explosive stones embedded around the area. The pattern clicks into place in his mind. He decides to send that explosive death back at them. Driving his fist into an assassin, he smashes the stones on its body and weapon, forcing them to rupture against their owner. The cracked stones glow ominously as they destabilize. The enemy is caught in its own explosive payload. Its body spasms and loses control. Thrown into the wall, it tries to recover while fragments scatter around it. A fresh explosion blooms where it crashes. He skids to a stop near the blast, battered but still standing. Checking himself, he finds only minor burns instead of fatal damage. He realizes the heatwave reversal effect heals small burns quickly, which gives him a crucial edge in this environment. Just as he thinks the immediate crisis is under control, a new system notice appears. The message explains that destroying explosive magic stones reduces the heat sources sustaining the heatwave and lowers the ongoing damage. He understands that those stones were the true cause of the heatwave tormenting everyone. Looking around the cavern, he sees that the stones are concentrated throughout this whole area. That realization gives him a new objective. If he destroys every explosive magic stone here, the heatwave itself should disappear. He immediately starts racing through the cavern, slashing stones apart, while dodging enemy fire. Each destroyed cluster erupts in fire, and shockwaves behind him. The chamber begins to quiet as more heat sources are eliminated. Elsewhere, the exhausted raiders notice something changing while they struggle to endure. One of them curses as his health keeps dropping under the relentless heat. Desperate, he demands healing at once, blaming the healers for their lives hanging by a thread. The pink-haired healer tries to respond, already overwhelmed. Healing magic spreads across the group, but it is clearly not enough to stabilize everyone. The healer sags with fatigue, barely keeping up. Someone snaps at her for slowing down, turning fear into cruelty. The loudest complainer orders her to prepare the next spell immediately, and reminds her that their survival depends on her. His aggression startles even himself when someone grabs his shoulder. A stronger ally pulls him back and warns that the healer is under the same pressure as everyone else. Even so, that ally privately recognizes the situation is deteriorating fast because the raiders are reaching their limit. He knows their panic is understandable, but if monsters attack now, this weakened group could collapse. At that moment, danger appears right behind the exhausted healer. The warning comes too late as a hidden monster strikes one of the healers down. Another healer rushes to help the fallen girl, only to be interrupted before she can start treatment. A hand seizes her from behind, freezing her in terror. The panicked raider who had demanded healing reveals his true priority and tells her to abandon the useless wounded. He insists that healing the stronger survivors matters more than saving someone he considers expendable. Then he drags the healer away by force, choosing selfish survival over the injured. Before he can get away, another assassin drops toward them to finish the helpless pair. The attacker lands nearby, and the selfish raider realizes too late that he has led the danger straight to himself. Yoshito crashes back into the scene and intercepts the assassin with a brutal counterattack. More assassins remain nearby, but his return instantly changes the balance. The selfish raider realizes the enemies had been hiding and waiting for the group to break. As the assassins sweep through the weakened formation, the raiders cry out for healing and begin to lose hope. Watching the chaos, Yoshito's ally judges that morale has hit its absolute limit. If nothing changes immediately, the whole raid will be wiped out. He still concludes that destroying the explosive stones was the correct decision, because it addressed the root cause. Then he spots Yoshito returning from the heatwave zone in a burst of light. He calls out to him, recognizing that the missing swordsman has come back at the critical moment. The selfish raider assumes Yoshito returned only because he wanted healing for himself. He openly insults Yoshito as a selfish burden who only gets in everyone's way. Yoshito answers the accusation with a calm, cutting challenge instead of anger. He reveals that he destroyed every heat source, and that the heatwave tormenting the raid will soon vanish. The complainer is left speechless as the truth sinks in. Yoshito's ally turns toward him, already understanding what that achievement means. Nearby, the remaining healer continues tending the fallen girl, now with a real chance to save her. Yoshito lets the silence hang just long enough to make the point land. Around them, the exhausted raiders begin to steady themselves as the oppressive heat finally eases. His ally reflects that Yoshito not only rushed alone into the heatwave zone but returned after extinguishing it. With admiration, he tells Yoshito that being with him is never boring. Yoshito dryly asks whether he is still considered useless now. The man admits plainly that Yoshito saved them. Word spreads through the raid, and Yoshito's success calms the raiders and restores order. His ally urges him to use that momentum and keep pushing forward together. Yoshito accepts, and the two seal the renewed partnership with a fist bump. Afterward, the raid continues through the remaining heatwave floors while Yoshito destroys the explosive stones ahead of the group. Because of that, the frontline advances without losing a single member and clears the floors smoothly. The story then shifts away from the burning caverns to a colder, darker interior deeper in the tower. Torchlight flickers across the stone halls, hinting at a new sealed area. An empty corridor trembles as something heavy begins to move in the darkness. One of the angel-like enemies appears again, now hauling a chain as if operating a restraint or lock. The chain catches onto a mechanism, and the seal starts to release. Another of the creatures watches, confirming this is a deliberate opening rather than a random disturbance. Metal spikes or restraints slam down as the chamber unlocks. Behind the chains, monstrous draconic heads with glowing eyes are revealed. The restraints fall away, unleashing the chain beast. Far below, a cold tunnel opens toward the next destination. Yoshito's ally calmly announces that they are moving on. The raid arrives at the 65th floor, Sephiria, where a new transfer gate awaits them. Yoshito takes in the unfamiliar, colder environment. Seeing the activated gate, he notes that the route between these upper floors and the lower ones has now been secured. His ally points out that this will make travel and logistics much easier from now on. But before pressing onward, he decides they need to address the condition of the team. He orders the exhausted raiders to rest at the Sephiria below before attempting anything further. One of the previously loud raiders, now drained and humbled, wonders how Yoshito can still have so much energy after clearing so many floors in a row. Yoshito pretends to ponder the mystery. The answer is framed as a joke, with his ally looming like a demon over the exhausted complainer. Yoshito deadpans that their recent training was probably even harsher than this climb, leaving the others speechless. Ryudo halts the exhausted group and decides they should rest while he and Okitami scout the 65th floor first. He acknowledges the concern about leaving only the two of them to advance, but keeps the plan in place. To settle any doubts, he insists their fighting strength is more than enough for the task ahead. Another ally immediately backs him, signaling that the burden will not fall on Ryudo alone. Ryudo adds that the Hyoka squad will stay behind to support Takamichi and the others. At that moment, Ryudo and the Hyoka squad finally reunite, bringing fresh strength to the expedition. Ryudo reports that the monsters from the lower floors have already been completely eliminated by Yoshito's team and the other conquerors. He explains that while the rear guard secures resources, the Hyoka squad used its spare capacity to come reinforce Takamichi's group. The timing could not be better, arriving just as the next dangerous stretch begins. Ryudo gratefully accepts the reinforcement, relieved that the pressure on his side has eased. The weary pair who had been left behind can only smile awkwardly at how smoothly the stronger fighters take over. With roles settled, the combined force moves deeper into the new floor together. As they advance, they notice the oppressive heat from earlier floors is gone, which at first seems like a welcome change. Ryudo warns that sudden environmental shifts in the Great Magic Sky Tower are rarely a blessing. He explains that such drastic changes often signal a mid-boss chamber waiting ahead. In an ordinary tower that would be manageable, but here the danger is on another level because this is the Great Magic Sky Tower. His warning leaves Ryudo visibly tense, sensing that the floor is hiding something worse than usual. Ryudo pointedly tells Ryudo to protect his subordinates this time, hinting at a past failure and sharpening the stakes. That remark confirms Ryudo's own unease had been justified all along. Soon they reach an enormous sealed gate that looks exactly like the entrance to a boss room. The entire party enters the vast chamber in formation, bracing for whatever has been waiting inside. Ryudo is already fed up, recognizing that the tower keeps throwing one major threat after another at them. The oppressive silence of the chamber only deepens that frustration and tension. A monstrous presence finally reveals itself from the darkness. The group is confronted by yet another powerful monster, confirming that the floor truly is a mid-boss trap. The enemy identifies itself as an Annihilate Hydra, a three-headed dragon-like beast. Ryudo instantly takes command, ordering the Hyoka squad to strike first before the Hydra can dictate the battle. The Hydra roars back, meeting their aggression with overwhelming hostility. As it lunges, the squad closes in without hesitation. Watching closely, Ryudo notices strange chains and collars restraining the Hydra and realizes something about it is unnatural. That detail immediately sets off his instincts, making him suspect the monster is being limited for a reason. Before he can fully warn them, the Hyoka squad's opening assault detonates against the Hydra and he urges caution. Their coordinated strike tears through the monster and even severs heads, seemingly overwhelming it in an instant. One of the collars is blasted free in the process, exposing a suspicious engraved seal. The Hydra crashes to the floor under the squad's assault, looking decisively beaten. Even so, Ryudo remains uneasy instead of celebrating. Ryudo notices the monster still twitching and turns back toward it at once. The severed neck begins grotesquely regenerating before their eyes. In moments, the Hydra rises again, fully restored and more menacing than before. Ryudo identifies the problem as regeneration, realizing brute decapitation will not be enough. He also realizes the fallen collar mattered, because the monster became more dangerous the moment it came off. Now completely unsealed, the Hydra is no longer being held back. It looms over the fighters with renewed power, forcing everyone to reassess the battle. Ryudo shouts to Ryudo, alarmed by how quickly the situation has turned. Ryudo answers calmly, refusing to let Takemichi's side panic. He declares that he endured the same harsh training as Ryudo, and will not fold here. His subordinates steady themselves as their leader's resolve restores their nerve. Ryudo vows that he will survive and keep his people alive as well. The Hyoka squad forms up around the Hydra again despite the risk. Ryudo charges back in, determined not to lose a single subordinate. The Hydra answers with a furious roar as the clash resumes. Ryudo reminds everyone that every member of the Hyoka squad has been rigorously trained since their last ordeal. One of the Hydra's heads begins gathering a concentrated sphere of magic, revealing a ranged attack. The energy swells rapidly, threatening to turn the room into a kill zone. Even under that pressure, Ryudo insists the current Hyoka squad has no weak link that will drag the team down. He leads a synchronized rush, trusting his squad to move as one. Their formation tightens into a refined encirclement that pressures the Hydra from multiple angles at once. Watching them, Ryudo admits their movements have become far more polished and that his earlier confidence in them was justified. Seeing the Hyoka squad hold the line, Okitami decides it is time for his side to join the fight too. He and Ryudo launch themselves forward to support the assault. As they close in, Ryudo keeps analyzing the Hydra instead of charging blindly. He notes a crucial inconsistency. While severed heads regrow, the monster's other wounds do not heal. That means the regeneration is limited to the necks rather than the whole body. Ryudo proposes shifting their attacks away from the necks if that is the case. But he immediately rejects that idea, realizing the Hydra's armored torso would not take fatal damage from shallow strikes. Okitami decides the real priority is understanding why the necks regenerate at all. To test that, he deliberately goes after a head again while observing the reaction. He cuts off another head, forcing the regeneration mechanism to activate once more. The exposed stump swells with fresh tissue as the head starts reforming. Okitami senses there is something hidden inside that process and pauses in suspicion. He urgently tells Yoshito to use magic perception and inspect the severed neck directly. Yoshito activates his perception skill and focuses on the regrowth. He detects a large flow of magical power pouring into the severed neck to fuel the regeneration. His analysis reveals that each neck is linked to its own magic core, and those cores are supplying the energy that restores the heads. With the mechanism exposed, Ryudo and Okitami immediately understand the only viable strategy. They decide to destroy the cores instead of wasting effort on endless decapitations. The Hydra senses the shift in their intent and lashes out before they can act. Its wings and body surge with force, preparing a violent counterattack. Ryudo is caught off guard by the sudden change in tempo. The Hydra blasts itself across the chamber, forcing everyone to scramble after it. Two heads begin charging dark magic spheres at the same time, escalating the threat. A storm of purple projectiles rains down across the room, turning the battlefield chaotic. Ryudo and Okitami dodge through the explosions, frustrated that they cannot get close enough to strike the cores. In the middle of the barrage, Ryudo notices one of the fallen collars again. That near miss sharpens his suspicion that the collars are more than restraints. He starts piecing together the Hydra's true design. Remembering the engraved seals on the collars, he realizes they were likely suppressing each head's special attack. Okitami asks what Ryudo has figured out while continuing to fight. Ryudo explains that he is worried the collars were not just restraints, but seals. Okitami presses him to clarify what that means. Ryudo concludes that the engravings were probably sealing the attack abilities of each head, and that removing them is releasing those powers. One detail still bothers him. Only one engraving is a different color from the others. That red engraving is emitting far more magical energy than the other two, marking it as special. He reasons that one head must have been sealed with a much stronger restriction than the others. From that, he realizes there is still one attack the Hydra has not shown yet. He identifies the central head as the likely source of that unrevealed power, and links it to the collar with the red engraving. Before he can finish warning everyone, the Hydra rises and prepares to unveil its hidden move. The Hyoka squad looks up as the monster takes position above them. The central head gathers a blazing orange sphere unlike the earlier attacks. Ryudo and Okitami brace themselves, realizing the real danger is finally about to begin. Ryudo and his squad also recognize that this attack is on a different level. Ryudo concludes that the next strike from the central head will be the Hydra's true attack. The Hydra unleashes it in a massive explosion of fire and destructive force. The blast tears through the chamber, ripping up the floor and hurling debris everywhere. Everyone is thrown back by the shockwave as the room becomes a death trap. Okitami shouts for everyone to jump and evade immediately. But the attack does not end with the blast, as dark lightning spreads through the shattered floor and branching lines. Ryudo realizes too late that the lightning is filling the entire room, leaving almost nowhere safe to stand. He suddenly understands that the lightning itself is the real threat, not just the explosion. The electrical field continues crawling across the chamber instead of fading away. Ryudo is stunned to see that the effect persists rather than disappearing after impact. His squad tries to leap clear, but the spreading current catches them mid-escape. The Hyoka squad is overwhelmed by the shock, screaming as their bodies lock up. Ryudo realizes this lingering field was the Hydra's true objective from the start. Okitami plants himself and endures the current as best he can, but even he is being pinned down. Ryudo sees the paralysis taking hold of his own body and knows the situation is turning disastrous. The pain becomes unbearable as the lightning seizes his muscles completely. He forces himself to stay conscious, recognizing that the attack is crippling but not instantly lethal. He starts to reassure himself that the others should at least survive, until a new realization stops him cold. His expression changes as he notices what the paralysis has done to everyone else. The Hyoka squad lies helpless on the floor, alive but completely incapacitated by the lightning. They can only wonder in confusion as their bodies refuse to respond. A warning window appears before Ryudo, confirming the nature of the status effect. He learns that the attack inflicted severe lightning paralysis, an advanced paralysis that completely prevents action. His inversion ability immediately activates and cancels the status on him alone. Ryudo realizes just how extreme the effect is, because unlike ordinary paralysis it seals movement entirely. That leaves him with a grim conclusion about the battle ahead. The Hydra faces him with all three heads active, while everyone else remains down. Ryudo bitterly realizes he may have to handle the monster by himself. The Hydra wastes no time and fires more projectiles from its side heads. Ryudo dodges desperately while admitting he cannot sever all the necks alone. His worry deepens as he thinks about the helpless allies scattered around the room. If the Hydra turns its attacks toward Okitami or the paralyzed Hyoka squad, they will be slaughtered. That possibility is so bad that he cannot allow himself to keep retreating. He abruptly changes course and kicks off the Hydra's body, forcing himself back into close range. The monster answers by charging another orb at point-blank range. Ryudo throws himself into the attack the instant he commits, refusing to hesitate. He rejects the idea of abandoning everyone and charges straight through the danger. The Hydra's shot detonates across the floor behind him as he slips past it. A death notification flashes, showing that he was struck fatally in the process. The system applies a permanent HP penalty for that death, but his inversion ability flips the penalty into a permanent HP increase instead. The Hydra immediately follows with another close-range attack from one of its heads. Ryudo takes the hit head-on while driving himself even deeper into the opening it creates. The attack explodes against him, but he uses the damage as a path forward rather than backing off. Another death penalty is imposed, this time to defense, and his inversion turns that into a defense boost as well. Now strengthened by the reverse penalties, Ryudo squares off alone against the towering Hydra. Even with his buffs, he knows he cannot block both incoming side-head attacks at the same time. The three heads converge, preparing to overwhelm him from multiple directions. Just as the trap closes, a new ally arrives and declares that they will handle the head on the right. As Yoshido tries to identify which dragon head matters, a blonde ally drops into the battlefield to intervene. A calm voice confirms his guess without hesitation. Yoshito turns in alarm as unexpected reinforcements arrive above him. Yuri steps forward, takes control of the situation, and tells him to leave the ranged attack to her. She gathers a concentrated mass of blue magic, clearly ready to fire. The blonde fighter, Mana, joins Yuri, making it clear the two of them came together. Mana immediately dives into the fight to create an opening. She closes on the dragon at point-blank range with both blades drawn. Her focus sharpens as she commits fully to the strike. She slashes upward into the monster and forces its body back. The impact tears through one of the dragon's heads. At the same time, Yoshito braces as a dark projectile still threatens from above. He realizes the attack is not fully neutralized. Even after blocking, he admits he cannot stop the blast completely. Yuri reassures him before he can panic. She promises to shoot the remaining attack down properly herself. Yuri unleashes a massive blue shot to intercept the incoming magic. Her spell collides head-on with the dragon's projectile. The clash blooms into a violent burst of blue energy. The dragon is blasted and coughs under the force of Yuri's counterattack. It retreats across the chamber while Yoshito regains his footing. Yoshito, stunned by their arrival, asks how they are even here. Mana answers proudly that they have grown stronger. Yoshito still cannot understand why the two of them came. Mana explains that they volunteered for the subjugation squad and obtained Fion's permission to pursue him. Yuri quietly prepares to say what really matters. She addresses Yoshito directly, forcing him to listen. Together, the two girls declare that they will no longer remain a burden he has to protect. That resolve echoes the way they once accepted his orders to stay back because they were too weak to help. They remember promising that they would stop being dead weight. They also remember the frustration of being useless when it mattered most. Yuri realizes that, in Yoshito's eyes, they had become people to shield rather than partners. Mana protests that this was never what Yoshito intended, but the hurt remains. Yuri insists that they will become strong enough to stand beside him. Mana accepts that determination with a fierce smile. The two vow that they will return stronger and prove it. Hearing that, Yoshito falls silent. Then he smiles, recognizing that their resolve is real. He immediately shifts from surprise to trust and proposes they fight together. He orders the three of them to blow the monster away as a team. Yoshito explains the real weakness. Stopping regeneration requires destroying the magic core inside the body, not just cutting heads. He tells Yuri to use magic perception to locate that core. Yuri activates her perception and scans the dragon's body for its hidden energy source. Once she finds it, she tells Yoshito exactly where to strike and asks if he can pierce it. He answers with complete confidence and leaves the shot to her. Yuri channels a focused, spear-like torrent of water magic. The dragon lowers itself warily, sensing the danger. Yuri locks onto the target with sharpened concentration. She fires the compressed shot straight at the marked point. The dragon tries to evade at the last instant. Even so, the beam tears across its body. The exposed core is struck cleanly through. Yoshito realizes Yuri has pierced the magic core, meaning that head should no longer regenerate. Before they can celebrate, the dragon rises again and prepares another attack. Yoshito recognizes the spell it is gathering as severe lightning paralysis. He and Mana split off at once, promising Yuri they will stop it before it fires. The two rush upward along converging paths toward the charging spell. They combine their strikes to hit the forming attack before release. Their assault tears through the dragon's body and disrupts its balance. One of the heads is smashed apart in the exchange. But the unstable lightning mass still detonates overhead, filling the chamber with crackling force. A veteran in white realizes the interruption failed. He warns that the dragon is about to fire again despite the damage. Yuri refuses to yield and claims she can outrun the attack cycle. She drives another piercing blast through the dragon's torso, widening the wound around the core. The monster crashes down hard from the impact. Yet a blazing orange sphere forms again, showing the threat is not over. Yuri sprints to reposition as the charged attack tracks the battlefield. She suddenly realizes the spell is now aimed at her. Mana sees the danger at the same moment, and is horrified. Yoshito screams out in panic. A white-clad officer reflects that if his paralysis had faded just a little earlier than everyone else's, he might still act. Now that he can move, he decides this is finally his chance to protect his subordinates. Yoshito recognizes the man stepping in as Ryudo. He desperately tries to stop him from throwing himself into the attack. Ryudo ignores the warning and steadies himself. He smiles, having accepted the choice he is making. Ryudo embraces the moment as exactly what he had wished for. He launches himself into the lightning mass and detonates it away from the others. As he commits, he repeats that this is the chance he wanted. He declares that this time he can finally protect the people under his command. Yuri is left stunned by his sacrifice. Mana is equally shaken. Yoshito can only shout Ryudo's name. The explosion slams Ryudo into the wall and leaves him gravely wounded. Even so, he forces himself back into motion. He crashes down amid rubble, barely standing. Dust and debris swallow him for a moment. When the smoke clears, Ryudo is alive but covered in blood. The dragon still stands, though its damaged body is failing. Yoshito curses the monster for surviving even this. He suddenly notices another threat entering the fight. Okitami arrives and calls out to him. Okitami apologizes for being late but immediately joins the battle. He reports that the Hyoka squad is also starting to recover. Yoshito realizes Ryudo's sacrifice bought them this opening. He decides those actions must not be wasted. He turns to Okitami and calls on him for one more coordinated strike. Yoshito asks him to help sever the dragon's necks. Okitami accepts without hesitation. He charges in at once, fully committed. His first step launches him into a high-speed assault. Yoshito follows right behind him. Together they rush the crippled dragon from the front. One remaining head hastily gathers a purple counterattack to stop them. The projectile streaks low across the floor toward the charging pair. Yuri tracks it instantly and prepares a response. She intercepts the shot with a surging wave of blue magic before it can reach them. Having cleared their path, she holds the line from the rear. The dragon spreads its wings and braces for the final clash. Yoshito keeps advancing straight into its reach. Mana circles overhead to strike from above. She exhales sharply and commits to the finishing sequence. Mana crashes down onto the dragon's upper body and drives it lower. She follows with another descending blow to keep it pinned. The monster tries to twist away, but the team's pressure closes in from every side. Okitami swings in with overwhelming force. His slash carves through a neck in a single brutal arc. One severed stump bursts open, leaving the dragon with fewer heads. Yoshito leaps high above the exposed central wound. As he descends, he swears the monster will not rise again. He drives his blade down into the ruined core and commands it never to wake up again. The sword pierces the crystal heart and shatters it from within. Golden light erupts through Yoshito's blade as the dragon's life finally breaks. Far away, a seal blonde woman senses that her cherished servant is dying and demands to know who killed it. She awakens enough to focus on the culprit. Back at the battlefield, the surviving fighters gather amid the aftermath. Yoshito rushes to the collapsed Ryudo and calls to him in fear. Ryudo weakly recognizes Takemichi at his side. He tells Yoshito not to look so devastated. Ryudo admits he had been ready to die for them. But to everyone's relief, he realizes he is still alive. He jokes that after treatment and some rest, he should recover. He even promises that he will stand beside Yoshito again. Yoshito wants to believe him. Then Ryudo's strength suddenly gives out. Yoshito breaks down and cries out as Ryudo goes limp in his arms. Elsewhere, the awakened blonde presence reveals the nature of the authority she carries. She invokes infinite resurrection, hinting that death itself may not hold her servants for long. With reverence, she calls upon her god as her revival begins. She smiles, convinced her long wait is ending. She believes this power will let her meet someone precious again. Later, the scene shifts to the medical tent on the 60th floor of the Grand Demon Tower Zeus in Saphiria. Inside, the wounded are laid out for treatment, while Yoshito remains nearby. He stands watch over an unconscious comrade on life support. The patient lies motionless, still in critical condition. Yoshito quietly leaves the bedside, carrying the weight of the battle. Outside, Mana, Yuri, and Okitami ask him about Ryudo's condition. Yoshito explains that healing magic has closed most of Ryudo's wounds, but he still has not regained consciousness. Okitami absorbs the news in silence, understanding that the battle is over but the cost is not. Ryudo survives his brutal injuries, but only barely, and those around him can do nothing but hope he regains consciousness soon. Yoshito is left wondering what he should do next while Ryudo remains down. A companion urges Yoshito to step back from the front lines and rest, knowing he is worried about Ryudo. Yoshito refuses to withdraw. He decides that halting the mission for Ryudo's sake would only burden Ryudo with guilt later. Trusting that Ryudo will recover soon, Yoshito resolves to keep moving forward. Elsewhere, a fanatical woman decides she must summon her god. She calls the Sacred Assassination Squad to gather before her. Sensing her god's presence among ordinary humans, she is outraged by the indignity. To her, a god should never exist in such a place among lesser beings. She orders her assassins to bring that presence forth by exterminating the troublesome humans and opening a path. In her twisted creed, the deaths of humans will light the way for her appearance as the authority of infinite life. The revelation drives her into ecstatic madness. Back in Zeus, the former heatwave zone, the resource recovery operation continues inside the cavernous floor. 2 staff members confirm that the recovery effort is proceeding smoothly. They note that Zeus still contains a vast reserve of valuable resources, making the operation strategically important. They also report that nearby monsters have been subdued and the conquerors have caused no trouble. One of them hopes the mission will end safely, though she is warned not to relax too much. Her superior reminds her that unexpected situations arise no matter how careful they are. That warning is immediately vindicated by a sudden scream. The director orders an immediate move, and her subordinate scrambles to follow. Both women rush toward the disturbance. As they arrive, the director realizes something is terribly wrong. They find workers and raiders slaughtered across the ground, turning the recovery site into a massacre. The subordinate is horrified, while the director stays cold and focused. An angelic attacker lunges at them, but the director intercepts it in an instant. She cuts the creature down before it can reach her subordinate. Shaken, the subordinate thanks the director and tries to understand what just attacked them. The director rejects the idea that it was merely a normal monster. At that moment, golden light begins pouring down around them. The director concludes that these are a new kind of enemy created specifically to target the conquerors. More of the angelic enemies descend and close in on the pair. The director calmly positions herself between the attackers and her subordinate. She studies the threat without losing composure. Her subordinate panics as the director prepares to engage. The angelic enemies surge forward in a coordinated rush. The director answers with a blinding counterattack that tears through the first wave. She wipes out the surrounding attackers in a single overwhelming sweep. Yoshito arrives just in time to witness the aftermath and calls out to the director. The subordinate is still trembling, but the director remains unnervingly calm. She warns that the situation is far more serious than it first appears. Reports spread that the angelic enemy has appeared all across the Goth floor and is rampaging, leaving raiders in urgent need of rescue. The director immediately orders Yoshito to help save the raiders. Her priority is rescuing survivors as quickly as possible. She repeats the order, making clear there is no time to hesitate. Yoshito throws himself into battle, cutting through the angelic enemies that swarm the area. One attacker dives straight at him from above. He barely blocks the strike with his weapon. Even after that defense, more angels gather around him from every direction. Before he can be overwhelmed, the director rushes in again. She unleashes another devastating burst that carves through the enemy formation. Her attack scatters the angels across the battlefield. Without pausing, she heads deeper into the floor to continue the rescue effort. Yoshito can only acknowledge that the director is exactly as formidable as expected. He asks her to explain what is happening on this floor as they move. She agrees to brief him while they advance. She begins by explaining that a short while earlier, Okio and the others had been stationed in the safe area on this floor. Then screams from raiders erupted just outside that supposedly secure zone. When they rushed out to investigate, they found disaster already underway. What greeted them was a scene of pure carnage. Worse still, fresh screams kept breaking out across the surrounding area. The attacks had struck multiple locations at once, and there were too many angels for their forces to handle alone. So Okio stayed behind with the others while she came searching for the director, expecting her to be on this floor. The director absorbs the explanation and quickly grasps the scale of the crisis. She decides there is no time to waste and moves to rescue another group under attack. A raider realizes too late that even this floor was never truly safe. An angel closes in to finish him before he can escape. The killing blow is about to land. The man is certain he is dead. At the last instant, red and blue attacks collide against the angel and stop it. Yoshito and the director arrive together and drive the enemy back. The rescued raider can barely process that he survived. Yoshito checks on him while continuing to fight off nearby attackers. The angel they struck disintegrates under the assault. The director immediately tells the rescued people to head for the safe area. She and her subordinate decide to inspect the other danger zones first instead of escorting them personally. Yoshito agrees that they can regroup later once the survivors are moving. He takes charge of the frightened raiders and orders them to follow him back together. The survivors begin running under his lead. As he moves, Yoshito assumes the angels near the safe area should already have been handled by Okio's group. Even so, he cannot shake his fear that the safe area may already be compromised. The camp comes into view inside the cavern. For a moment, Yoshito allows himself to hope they made it in time. At the camp, Okio and the others are still on alert, weapons ready. One of the girls spots Yoshito and calls out to him in relief. Yoshito encourages the survivors, telling them they are almost safe. That hope is shattered when a golden beam suddenly streaks across the path. Yoshito realizes new enemies have appeared right at the threshold. He instantly understands the danger is even worse than he thought. More golden attacks and angelic figures materialize, cutting off the route. Okio and the others shout for Yoshito to run as they rush to intercept the threat. A blazing transfer gate opens, revealing that the angels are arriving directly into the area. Yoshito is forced into close combat with a larger angel as the escape route collapses. He orders the civilians to run while he holds the line. The rescued raiders freeze in fear, torn between obeying and panic. One of them apologizes helplessly as another angel closes in. The yellow-haired fighter leaps in to intercept before the civilians are cut down. She blocks the crossing beams and joins the defense. Yoshito and the yellow-haired fighter fall into step beside each other. But the enemy keeps multiplying, surrounding both the defenders and the fleeing survivors. Soon the whole team is encircled by angels on all sides. The blue-haired mage and the yellow-haired fighter brace themselves back to back, ready for a desperate stand. Yoshito watches the tightening encirclement and feels the pressure mounting. He still cannot identify what these angelic beings truly are. Then he notices something even stranger. The surrounding angels are not attacking immediately. A new surge of golden energy erupts nearby and draws everyone's attention. The energy swells into a far larger transfer gate than before. Okio recognizes it as a transfer gate and understands that something major is arriving. Yoshito realizes that if every angel around them attacks at once, their group has no chance of winning. He steels himself in silence. He recognizes the opening gate as the worst possible summons they could have received. Even so, he accepts that he has no choice but to face it. Okio immediately declares that he is ready to fight. The yellow-haired fighter insists that she can fight too. Yoshito gives her a brief look, measuring her resolve. He decides to trust them. With the team assembled, he proposes that they charge in together. The scene shifts to a higher chamber shrouded in pale light and silence. The transfer gate's glow spills into that sacred space. Yoshito and his allies arrive inside, facing a blinding radiance ahead. The fanatic woman senses an overwhelming aura of power and is immediately captivated. Yoshito also feels the pressure and realizes something immense is before them. The woman exults, believing her god has finally answered her. At the summit of the Grand Demon Tower, on the 150th floor, they stand before the Chamber of the Rulers. There, the being known as the Heavenly Mentor awaits in the boss chamber. The others quickly grasp what the 150th floor means. Yoshito realizes they have been brought straight into the boss room. The colossal angelic ruler looms over them in absolute authority. Yoshito immediately senses that something about this encounter is wrong. The fanatic woman is confused because she cannot find her god, even though she can clearly sense divine power in the room. Yoshito suddenly notices that the divine aura is coming from himself. The woman turns on him at once, identifying him as the source. She demands to know why a human is carrying her god's divine power. Yoshito is staggered by the accusation and the pressure behind it. The woman's hostility hardens into certainty. She declares that a lowly human has no right to possess such power and attacks. Yoshito realizes too late how overwhelming the strike is. A gigantic hand crashes down, blasting the chamber apart and throwing the team back. Another massive hand follows, forcing Yoshito into a desperate dodge. The ruler seizes him in its grip while the woman vows to break him without mercy. She orders his body crushed and his spirit shattered. Her goal is to reclaim the divine power called infinite revival from him. Yoshito can only gasp as the pressure crushes the life out of him. His vision begins to fail under the strain. The ruler hurls his limp body aside once it has finished with him. He falls helplessly through the chamber, already beyond saving. The giant hand withdraws after discarding him. Yoshito's body is smashed apart in a spray of blood. A system message confirms the result with brutal finality. He has died. His companions can only watch in horror as the blue-haired girl screams Yoshito's name. A death under infinite resurrection is supposed to leave a permanent loss of attack power. Instead, Yoshito realizes the penalty has somehow reversed and each death is now increasing his attack. That impossible result leaves him stunned. Even while exhausted, he starts piecing together what the angel's power is really doing. The angel explains that infinite revival was never something a human body should have been able to endure. She claims repeated deaths should have stripped away everything except what that resurrection effect itself removed. Yoshito suspects she is talking about the debuff that normally comes with every revival. Before he can think further, the angel unleashes another barrage of holy attacks. Her light spears rain down and turn the battlefield into a kill zone. The others are forced to scatter as the bombardment tears across the floor. Yoshito barely slips past one of the strikes. Knowing he will be overwhelmed if he stays on defense, he decides to finish the fight immediately. He plants himself for a sudden counterattack. Then he launches straight at the angel with killing intent. She calmly raises a hand to intercept him. Her control over the holy light tightens around him. Golden Chain seize Yoshito in midair and tear into him as she stops his charge cold. While he hangs there bleeding, she reveals the condition for stealing divine authority. According to her, a target must be driven to the absolute limit of body and soul. Only when repeated death has shattered them with pain can the authority be extracted. She intends to keep Yoshito trapped in that torment until he breaks. Yoshito refuses to surrender before that happens. He forces out another attack, declaring he will not play along with her plan. His strike collides with her holy defense instead of reaching her. He presses the assault anyway and vows to kill her. The angel dismisses his resolve as meaningless. She bats him away again with overwhelming ease. Then she commands him to submit. More chains wrap around him and bind him completely. Pinned and furious, Yoshito can only curse his situation. The angel smiles, fully convinced she has him under control. She gathers a massive blade of holy light above the helpless Yoshito. Certain of victory, she prepares the execution without hesitation. The blade drops toward him like a final judgment. Yoshito watches it fall, unable to evade. The strike cleanly beheads him. His vision cuts out in shock and blood. He dies once again. Revival drags him back from death and agony. He screams as the resurrection pain tears through him. The angel refuses to let even death free him from her grasp. Her chains hold him suspended so she can continue the torture cycle. She yanks him around like a captive body on strings. Then she splits him apart with another merciless holy strike. Yoshito dies again. His body immediately begins reforming under the resurrection effect. He revives screaming, still chained in front of her. The angel keeps directing the chains as if conducting his suffering. Yoshito struggles to move, but the restraints choke off any escape. She closes in to continue the execution herself. A holy thrust pierces straight through his chest and kills him yet again. As he coughs blood, she mocks the miserable cycle of dying and reviving. She demands that he beg from the bottom of his heart. Specifically, she wants him to beg to be freed from infinite resurrection. She says only then will he gain a chance to steal the authority he seeks. Yoshito crashes to the floor in a pool of blood while she continues lecturing over his body. At that moment, Yuri arrives. She steps into the chamber and faces the angel directly. Yoshito still lies motionless nearby, emphasizing how late her arrival is. Seeing him like that makes Yuri falter for only an instant. Then grief turns instantly into rage. She draws on her power and surges forward with blue energy. Yuri declares that she will not let the angel keep killing Yoshito. She commits herself completely to stopping this, no matter what. Her magic erupts across the chamber in a storm of blue projectiles. The angel blocks the attack while coldly insisting she cares only about divine authority. She belittles Yuri as a mere extra who wandered somewhere far beyond her place. Confident in her superiority, she claims Yuri cannot even scratch her. But the angel's composure slips when something actually lands. Cracks spread through one of her giant hands, proving Yuri can damage her after all. The angel is forced to revise her judgment and admit Yuri is not just a disposable accessory. Yuri answers with unwavering resolve. She has already decided she will stop being a burden to Yoshito. Now she intends to fight with her own strength. She grips her weapon tighter and commits to that choice. Blue light gathers around her for a stronger spell. Yuri declares that she will crush the thread hanging over Yoshito. Multiple blue spheres form and spread out around the angel. Their trajectories weave together into a tightening net. The angel finally admits the situation has become troublesome. She responds by flooding the area with holy radiance to intercept the attack. Blue and gold explosions erupt around her construct. One of Yuri's attacks breaks through and detonates close to the angel herself. The construct absorbs part of the blast, but the pressure still reaches her. Yuri follows up at close range, forcing the angel to guard again. She drives her power downward, trying to crush the angel's position. A massive blue sphere slams into the ground and caves the floor in. The impact tears up the chamber and sends debris flying. Yuri keeps the pressure on by launching the compressed blast forward. For the first time, the angel is visibly rattled. A huge vortex of blue energy swells above her like a descending sea. Annoyed, the angel prepares a more serious response. She focuses on Yuri's spirit rather than just her attack. To her, Yuri's will itself is an ugly thing that deserves to be erased. She fires concentrated beams of holy light to cut through the incoming magic. Yuri realizes the counterattack is about to engulf her. She braces as the chamber fills with blinding golden sigils. The angel declares that she will dominate the entire space with blazing heat. A storm of burning holy power sweeps across the battlefield. At that critical moment, the swordsman ally calls out to Yuri and tells her not to fight alone. He admits he wants to protect Yoshito just as strongly as she does, so instead of carrying everything herself, she should trust her allies. Yuri accepts that advice immediately. The angel seizes on the distraction and condemns them for taking their eyes off the enemy. She moves to crush both of them with another giant hand. Before it can land, the yellow-haired ally cuts in and mocks the angel for forgetting about her. That surprise interruption finally catches the angel off guard. Blue cutting lines instantly slice through the construct's massive hand. The shattered pieces rain down as the angel's attack is broken. The yellow-haired ally points out that with all three of them present, the balance has changed. Together, they now openly challenge the angel's dominance. The three allies stand united in front of her. The angel answers their confidence with a thin, dangerous smile. Then her restraint snaps and she bursts into manic laughter. Her madness is so intense that it unsettles all three of them at once. When she finally speaks again, she does so with chilling calm. She apologizes for ever letting them believe they had a chance. What she should have made clear from the start is that they exist on completely different levels. Having decided to stop holding back, she reaches for another divine authority. This time she borrows the authority of healing. A new blessing of light pours down over her construct. Her enemies immediately notice the change. The construct's damaged hand begins regenerating before their eyes. She explains that this authority grants sustained ultra-regeneration, making ordinary wounds meaningless. Empowered again, she exults and orders them to despair. To her, this is the true difference between herself and everyone below her. She frames that gap as an overwhelming divide of race and rank. Yoshito, now revived again, instantly sees through it and identifies the new power as nothing more than a high-speed healing buff. Yuri is relieved to see him back on his feet. Yoshito answers with a plan. If she can heal through damage, they just need one strike powerful enough to knock her down outright. The swordsman ally immediately prepares his strongest technique, Wind Light, and commits to the finishing blow. Yuri calls out to Yoshito as the plan begins moving. The angel, still trying to understand him, notes that she has already killed him 3 times. She cannot understand why the expected weakness from infinite resurrection still has not appeared. She wonders if he simply got lucky and the stat penalty somehow failed to affect his combat ability. Yoshito cuts off her speculation with open contempt. He reveals the truth she missed. For him, the death penalty is actually ideal. Because of the reversal, every death is making him stronger instead of weaker. That means her torture has been the perfect support for his growth. The angel can only call that logic incomprehensible. Yoshito immediately turns that advantage into another aggressive rush. As he closes in, the angel senses something changing inside his body and is finally shaken by it. Yoshito stays focused, no longer hiding his confidence. He cuts through another incoming hand with a sharpened counterattack. Then he lands and repositions for the next move. The yellow-haired ally raises a finger and activates a new support effect. A red analysis field spreads across the chamber as she begins an authority analysis on the angel. Yoshito steps into the scanning grid without hesitation. As the light maps his body, he realizes the field is analyzing him as well. Even if the angel learns the truth about the reversal, Yoshito decides it will not stop him now. The boy commits to a direct charge. He rushes the divine enemy exactly as instructed, trying to force a decisive opening. She counters with confidence, intending to end him in a single blow. Still analyzing him, she orders him to stay down and stop interfering. Her patience runs out, and she prepares a harsher response. A sudden blue strike interrupts her attack and catches the construct off guard. Yuri arrives with calm focus, joining the fight. The goddess recognizes the new interference with immediate anger. Looking down on them as lesser beings, she unleashes a barrage meant to erase them. The incoming rain of holy attacks forces Yuri onto the defensive. Yuri steels herself instead of retreating. Even so, the pressure nearly overwhelms her. Mana suddenly sweeps Yuri out of the kill zone before the barrage can land cleanly. Mana keeps her usual teasing tone, but her rescue is perfectly timed. Yuri is startled to realize Mana has come for her. Together they face the towering divine construct head-on. Mana calls out to Okitami, signaling that the team is now in position. He answers immediately, ready to take over the assault. Okitami steps in and tells them to leave the attack to him. He carves a blazing path across the battlefield to intercept the holy fire. His flames absorb and clash with the descending divine blasts instead of letting them reach the others. The goddess dismisses humanity as weak and demands submission. The boy refuses to look away and lunges back in, determined to finish this before she recovers. He realizes ordinary damage is meaningless because her regeneration restores her instantly. So he decides the fight must end before that healing can take effect. His next move finally restrains her, drawing a pained reaction. She tries to trap him again, but he avoids being caught a second time. He commits everything to one final, strongest strike. The goddess braces herself to receive it. His empowered blow crashes into the construct with overwhelming force. The attack tears through her upper body. For a moment, it looks like the hit has completely broken her. The boy lands hard, exhausted, while the damaged construct looms in the smoke. He realizes his attack connected and dares to hope. The others wonder if that was finally enough to defeat the enemy. At that moment, her analysis finishes. She identifies his power and understands that his skill is reversal. Instead of panicking, she begins to heal while smiling. Her delight grows as she sees what his ability can do. She calls his existence, and her own divine power, a blasphemous combination. Then she decides to share that twisted blessing with the bearer of reversal. She invokes divine authority directly. A sacred light of unending blessing descends onto him. She exults that this blessing grants extreme regeneration. but she immediately reveals the trap hidden inside it. Because of reversal, the blessing's healing effect will invert. The boy instantly understands the danger. She sentences him to repeated death at impossible speed. The reverse blessing begins shredding his body and mind at once. He dies for the first time under the curse. Even in death, his awareness remains active. He finds himself in the space where his resurrections begin. He bitterly realizes that a regeneration buff cast on him becomes a death sentence. He pieces together the mechanism. Healing light is being turned into lethal force. He grits his teeth as the logic sinks in. As long as the blessing remains active, he cannot stop the cycle. That means he will keep dying no matter what he does. His resurrection skill activates automatically after each death. With only seconds before revival, he wonders whether the cursed light disappears when he comes back. He has no answer before resurrection begins. He resolves to learn the truth the moment he returns. He revives in front of the construct and rushes forward again. At first he notices the blessing's visible light is gone. He tries to reassure himself that the effect may have ended. But that hope lasts only an instant. The goddess reveals that her divine blessing still clings to him. She says it will continue to envelop him. No matter how many times he revives, she promises the peaceful light will wrap around him again. He realizes he is trapped in a cycle he cannot escape. She coldly promises that every resurrection will only lead to another death. The curse kills him again almost immediately, and far more brutally. Another death is confirmed. He revives once more beside the blood left from his previous body. The goddess explains that even if his resurrection point shifts, it changes nothing. She insists that divine will itself is sustaining this torment. He tries to resist, but panic is starting to break through. His body begins failing again before he can even speak. The reverse blessing tears him apart mid-motion. As he dies again, rage replaces fear. He curses her for dragging him through this endlessly. Even while falling apart, he tries to defy her. But the system marks yet another death. He revives beneath the stain of his own repeated slaughter. Yuri and Mana can only watch in horror as the cycle continues. Okitami also sees that something monstrous is happening to their ally. The boy returns again, barely conscious and emotionally fraying. The goddess mocks him for lying in the light of blessing and savoring its false bliss. To her, his suffering suits him. He drags himself up and begins to answer through the pain. What she calls blessing has become the thing he despises most. He fixes his hatred on that fake, hypocritical light. She only smiles at his disgust. He finally admits with absolute fury that he hates it. From Yuri's perspective, he is just a broken body bleeding before a holy monster. Yuri can only call his name in fear. Tears gather as she realizes how helpless she has been. Her grief hardens into resolve. Yuri charges in with her staff, refusing to stand by any longer. The goddess has already grown bored with their resistance. She creates multiple smaller divine servants to attack Yuri. Yuri is caught off guard by the sudden swarm. One of the servants dives straight at her. Mana intercepts the strike before it can hit Yuri. She plants herself between Yuri and the attack, stopping it with force. Okitami sees the opening and moves. He sweeps through the summoned servants in a blazing arc, cutting them down before they can surround the girls. Mana and Yuri are stunned by how quickly he clears the threat. The goddess cannot understand why they keep fighting when defeat seems certain. Okitami looks at the enemy's endless reinforcements, and rejects the idea that victory is the only reason to fight. He charges the swarm anyway, because protecting the fallen matters more than winning. His flaming blade tears through another wave of divine servants. He declares that the slaughter of his comrades is reason enough to keep swinging his sword. He drives his blade down, and launches himself into a stronger assault. Gathering fire around himself, he aims straight for the goddess at the top. He commits to the strike with grim certainty. His descending blow crashes into her position in an explosive clash. The impact smashes the construct into the ground. Without pausing, he follows with another sweeping attack. Flames engulf the construct in a sustained blast. When the fire clears, Okitami is still standing over the wreckage. A giant hand reaches for him from the smoke, but he does not flinch. He reads the attack and reacts instantly. He shouts for the others to stay clear as he draws the enemy away. The construct lunges after him, trying to pin him down. He rejects its movement and counters immediately. His blade shears through the attacking hand and keeps going. He believes this much should at least make the enemy understand what they have inflicted. He demands that the goddess finally understand pain. She answers with contempt, as if pain is beneath her. Thanks to her divine blessing, her wounds close before she can even feel them. She insists that an inferior lifeform's suffering is something she can never comprehend. That answer unsettles Okitami more than he expected. He senses a new threat behind him. He turns just in time to see another attack coming. A massive strike slams into him and forces him to block at close range. The blow hurts him badly and draws blood. The impact detonates across the floor and throws the battle into chaos again. Mana urgently calls to Okitami as the pressure shifts. The goddess calmly moves on to her next objective. She announces that she will soon begin extracting infinite resurrection from the boy. Then she orders the rest of them to die. Mana and Yuri step forward together to shield the fallen boy while Okitami recovers behind them. More divine servants descend to carry out the order. The boy lies in a pool of blood, conscious enough to witness his friends still fighting for him. He can barely move, but he has not fully given up. After another death, he returns to the resurrection space in exhausted silence. He steadies himself and forces his emotions back under control. A new system display appears before him. He realizes something unexpected is happening. The system confirms that multiple hostile actions using divine authority have been detected. A system notice reveals that his skill reversal has gained a special extension for interception. The boy steadies himself, sensing that this new option could change the fight. Another notice unlocks a new interpretation of that skill called God Annihilation Interpretation. He fixates on the name, trying to grasp what kind of power has just appeared. Realizing the message is real, he stares at the system in shock as the possibility sinks in. He waits through the loading process, desperate for an answer before the battle is lost. The system explains that reversal can now be applied directly to an enemy. He immediately starts connecting that rule to his current situation. A sudden insight hits him. He remembers how reversing a healing buff once turned it into lethal damage against himself. That memory makes the mechanism brutally clear. Since the enemy is currently sustained by a powerful healing blessing, the same logic should work on her. He drops into position as his plan becomes a counterattack instead of mere survival. The system begins resurrecting him again, and he accepts another death as the price of striking back. With grim resolve, he commits to the attempt. The goddess notices his confidence and cannot understand why he is smiling. She reminds him that his companions are on the verge of dying, trying to crush his will. She adds that he himself is close to losing both mind and body through endless deaths while she can keep offering infinite resurrection. Her taunt only hardens his determination. Even as the system declares him dead again, he thinks of Yuri and the others reaching their limit. He admits he is close to breaking from dying so many times, and that is exactly why he has to end it now. The moment he revives, he launches himself forward without hesitation. His eyes sharpen with a new, dangerous focus. He decides this next move will settle everything. He invokes God Annihilation Interpretation. Then he deploys the power, gathering a crackling blue curse into his hand. Armed with that energy, he charges straight at the goddess. She is startled by the unfamiliar force he is carrying. He offers no explanation beyond contempt. He keeps advancing, forcing her to confront it directly. He tells her to learn what it is by surviving it. Annoyed, she answers with another barrage of divine attacks. Golden lances rain across the battlefield to stop his approach. He is driven back under the pressure but refuses to stop. The system marks another death in the middle of his assault. He revives and throws himself forward again through the explosions. He decides that the number of times he dies no longer matters. All that matters is landing the God Annihilation curse once. He sprints toward the towering goddess despite the overwhelming difference in scale and power. Her attacks tear into him again before he can reach her. Even his allies can only watch in horror as he keeps forcing himself onward. Another death interrupts the charge. He resurrects and resumes the assault as if death were only a delay. His persistence finally unsettles the enemy and everyone watching. He becomes convinced that victory is his if he can just touch her once. The goddess, now rattled, lashes out harder and calls him monstrously persistent. He cuts through the storm of attacks with reckless momentum. Her golden beams keep detonating around him, but he threads through them by sheer stubbornness. He closes the distance further, still carrying the curse in his hand. Another blast nearly wipes him out before he can connect. The goddess starts to grin, believing his repeated failures prove he cannot reach her. He catches that confidence and realizes she still thinks she is safe. Blood marks the ground where his attempts have been cut down again and again. The system records yet another death, but his next resurrection comes with the same relentless forward motion. He rushes in again beneath a sweeping divine strike. He repeats to himself that dying is irrelevant now. At last the goddess panics and orders him not to come any closer. She slams down force to crush his advance. Then she prepares another concentrated blast at close range. He slips through the attack pattern with desperate precision. He gets close enough that her massive hand has to intercept him directly. He uses that opening to strike through her hand instead of her body. The impact throws him upward toward her platform. He rides that momentum straight toward the goddess herself. She tries to stop him with a point-blank barrier of divine force. He drives through it with the curse still active in his palm. For a brief instant, he sees the path to her clearly. Then he notices a new danger too late. Golden chains suddenly bind his limbs and halt his final approach. Pinned in midair, he is blasted away before he can touch her. The attack shatters parts of his body, but even that does not fully break his will. He stares in disbelief at how close he came. The system declares another death. The goddess exhales in relief, thinking she has finally stopped him. Then she notices blue particles lingering where he vanished. A dark silhouette emerges from the smoke, proving he has returned again. He rises with a faint, exhausted smile that unnerves her more than any threat. He hurls himself forward once more, even after being smashed down at her feet. He drags himself up from the ground instead of staying dead in spirit. The goddess clenches her teeth as his refusal to give up starts to frighten her. Her confidence falters into disbelief. That disbelief turns into a strained, unstable grin as she tries to deny what she is feeling. She gathers another divine projectile, determined to erase him completely. The system marks him dead again before the exchange is even over. She attacks through his death, trying to overwhelm the cycle itself. Golden beams continue to bombard the battlefield while his deaths pile up. The scene becomes a blur of explosions and repeated system notices announcing his death. Even the enemy can no longer ignore how many times he has fallen and returned. The goddess forces a smile, but it is now the smile of someone losing control. A sudden disturbance makes her realize something has changed again. She looks to the crater where he should be and finds only emptiness. Unable to track him, she starts searching in alarm. His voice answers from behind her, putting him exactly where she failed to guard. He drops in from above before she can turn. He tells her this is repayment for the blessing she forced on him, and he promises to return that gift in a form she will not survive. Both of them commit to the final clash in the same instant. He drives the blue god annihilation curse straight into her body. She counters by slamming into him at point-blank range, trying to kill him before the effect settles. He follows through with the strike anyway. The goddess reels, suddenly feeling something inside her go wrong. Shock overtakes her as she realizes the hit connected. The curse begins rewriting the blessing sustaining her existence. She recognizes the impossible truth and cannot accept it. The divine light around her twists into a hostile red inversion. He names the effect for her, reversal. At that moment, she understands that her own blessing has turned against her. Panic replaces divinity, as she screams and reaches upward for rescue. The others watch in stunned silence as the goddess starts to collapse. Even the hardened warrior can only stare at what he is witnessing. The goddess begs for a pause, unable to believe divine law could betray her. As her hand crumbles, she insists this should not be possible. She tries to appeal to divine authority itself for an explanation. She reasons that the light of blessing should never be able to harm her. Her faith breaks as reality proves otherwise. Her giant vessel begins disintegrating from within and falling apart around her. She can only repeat that this cannot be happening. Her protest weakens into helpless disbelief. The hand she raised to heaven continues to crumble away. Her body keeps failing no matter how desperately she resists. Still reaching upward, she calls on her god for salvation. No answer comes, and she starts collapsing back into ruin. The boy stands before her as her divine form crashes down. Cracks spread across her face and body as the reversal consumes her completely. Reduced to a terrified victim, she begs him for help instead. He coldly tells her that every promise of salvation from her god has now been reversed. He explains that the more she reaches for that salvation, the more it will only become pain. She breaks down in tears as the truth finally sinks in. Her rage and certainty collapse into exhausted despair. She slumps against the wreckage of her own shattered body while he watches without moving. Red fragments of the reverse blessing drift around him like the remains of her authority. He looks down at her with drained, emotionless calm. Then the system appears again to confirm the outcome. It announces that the boss of the great magic sky tower, Zeus, has been defeated and that the rewards have been sent to his inventory. The victory message snaps him back to his real concern, and he immediately asks whether everyone else survived. His companions answer at once, relieved and alive. They assure him they are hurt but safe. One of them explains that once he killed the boss, the monsters attacking them vanished as well. Their gratitude comes with visible relief after the nightmare finally ends. Yuri, however, notices that he is not truly fine. She gathers herself, worried by what his repeated deaths have done to him. She gently points out that he died far too many times in that battle. He admits he is almost at his limit. Still, he says those accumulated deaths are exactly what let him defeat the boss. For all the suffering it cost, he cannot deny the result feels worthwhile. The others remain troubled, especially by the final technique he used. They ask what that last strike actually was. He can only admit that he does not fully understand it himself yet. All he knows is that after dying so many times, he suddenly became able to use that power. A system message reveals that Yoshito has unlocked a new interpretation tied to God annihilation. Yoshito realizes his abilities still conceal deeper functions he has not yet understood. Okita, despite being battered, admits Yoshito may one day grow strong enough to surpass him. Yoshito immediately rejects that idea and insists the victory was only due to favorable circumstances. He tries to put Okita back in his place by claiming they are not even in the same class as conquerors. Okita calmly stops him and makes it clear Yoshito is underestimating himself. He reminds Yoshito that he fought through the Management Bureau's Zeus conquest operation from the front lines. He adds that Yoshito defeated the top-floor boss and successfully conquered the Great Magic Sky Tower. From Okita's perspective, that alone already makes Yoshito extraordinary. He formally gives Yoshito the title of Great Conqueror, forcing him to face what he has accomplished. Yoshito awkwardly repeats the title to himself, still unable to fully accept it. A system notice confirms Zeus has been defeated and the tower will soon forcibly eject everyone. As the tower begins to dissolve around them, Yoshito's companions insist the title now genuinely suits him. Yoshito asks if they truly mean it, and receives simple, confident affirmation. Another companion urges him to stop shrinking from the recognition and own what he earned. Even Okita's quiet expression shows he stands by that judgment. The blue-haired girl openly praises Yoshito and celebrates how impressive he was. Their approval finally begins to sink in, and Yoshito's resistance softens. He accepts their praise with a shy smile instead of denying it again. Afterward, the Zeus conquest operation is framed as a major event with many participants. The story notes that numerous conquerors were involved, while Yoshito lies unconscious in a hospital bed. Elsewhere, officials and observers mark the operation's conclusion with grave attention. A report confirms that a regional administrator inside a local magic sky tower has disappeared. It also warns that the remaining towers under that administrator's control have begun reorganizing themselves. The implication is immediate and ominous. Zeus's fall has triggered a wider transformation. Back outside, Yoshito stares at the tower and still struggles to believe he is now considered a great conqueror. He admits the title still feels unreal to him. Nearby civilians notice something strange happening around Zeus and assume that is the whole issue. Yoshito sees the real problem first and tells them to look at the other towers surrounding it. His alarm grows as he realizes the change is spreading beyond Zeus itself. One nearby tower twists into a new crimson form before his eyes. Across the city, multiple towers undergo the same transformation all at once. The skyline itself seems to shift as the familiar towers become something alien. The transformed structures loom over the city as red, corrupted versions of the old towers. Yoshito can only stare and ask what this new phenomenon is. He identifies the impossible answer. Red magic sky towers have appeared. Ordinary people in the streets are left to witness the sudden emergence of these crimson towers. The new towers dominate the cityscape and make the situation feel far more dangerous than a single conquest ending. Zeus eventually vanishes completely, and 2 months pass under the shadow of what followed. In retrospect, the Management Bureau's operation succeeded in defeating Zeus's top-floor boss. But the moment Zeus disappeared, the city's other towers changed at the same time. Reports spread documenting the mass transformation as a major public incident. These ominous crimson towers leave the public uneasy, even without a clear explanation. That anxiety becomes part of everyday city life as crowds gather and watch the skyline nervously. Amid that tension, a young blonde girl in disguise gets jostled while moving through a crowd. She apologizes quickly and keeps going, clearly more focused on escape than on the collision. Men chasing her force their way through the crowd, shouting for her not to get away. The girl realizes with dread that they are still on her trail. She breaks from the crowd and runs for a quieter area to lose them. She slips into a narrow back route, trying to create distance. Spotting a fenced-off ruined lot, she decides it might serve as a hiding place. At first she mistakes the site for ordinary construction. Then she realizes with shock that it is not a construction zone at all. The voices of her pursuers close in as they coordinate to trap her from both sides. She steps into the area anyway, crossing a boundary charged with lingering energy. Inside, she recognizes the place for what it really is, the ruins of a magic sky tower. Before she can use that discovery to her advantage, her pursuers catch up. The men mock her for thinking she could escape them just by running into the ruins. She turns and bitterly asks how far they intend to go just to hound one girl. Their leader says the trouble would have been avoided if she had surrendered the weapon earlier. She refuses, arguing that she found the weapon inside the tower herself and therefore has the rightful claim to it. She condemns them for chasing her out of the tower just to steal a rare item. To her, their greed makes them contemptible. The leader laughs off her outrage and treats her as someone too naive to understand how things work. He judges from her gear and movements that she is only a rookie conqueror and begins lecturing her. He explains that inside a magic sky tower, status is decided purely by strength, so the strongest person takes everything. He adds that the same rule applies in these ruins because they still remain under the tower's influence. One of the men sneers that by entering this place she has only made herself easier to rob by force. He attacks first, trying to overwhelm her before she can react. She barely manages to bring up her large sword and stop the blow. The men recognize the weapon at once as the hidden unique sword rumored to be concealed somewhere in the tower. They identify it by name as the emblem sword evolved crest and become even more determined to take it. The other two rush her together, emboldened by the weapon's value. She swings desperately to keep them back, but she is clearly outmatched. The trio surrounds her after forcing her to the ground and demand the sword. They start calculating how much money they could make by selling it, reducing her prize to profit. She refuses to let go, even while cornered and frightened. Clutching the weapon, she reveals it means more to her than money because it was the first partner she found in a tower. The men dismiss her attachment and tell her to stop acting childish. One of them lashes out again, trying to beat the sword out of her hands. Their leader taunts her to fight back if she hates being robbed so much. At that moment Yoshito arrives and immediately understands the disturbance is a mugging over tower loot. He calls out to the men and bluntly asks what they think they are doing. Yoshito states the situation plainly. The girl is the victim, and they are the villains. The raiders hesitate, realizing an outsider has stepped in. They warn Yoshito to stay out of it, identifying themselves as mid-tier raiders to intimidate him. One of them tells him to forget the hero act and walk away as if he saw nothing. Yoshito ignores the warning and casually stops the nearest man with one hand. He slams the raider into the ground with effortless force, ending the bluff instantly. Even while doing it, Yoshito remarks that he would rather not fight here either. Then he demands the sword and offers to return the thug he just dropped in exchange. The leader realizes too late that he has provoked someone far more dangerous than expected. Panicking, he swings the stolen sword at Yoshito in a rage. He charges recklessly, hoping aggression will make up for the gap in power. Yoshito remains calm enough to sound almost bored. The leader's attack crashes down, but Yoshito meets it without flinching. Yoshito's expression hardens as he decides he has had enough. The girl watches in stunned disbelief as the balance of power flips completely. The leader suddenly recognizes the weapon Yoshito carries and remembers seeing it on the news. He identifies Yoshito's blade as Theos Prodots, the conquest reward from the great magic sky tower Zeus. That realization leads him to the truth he had failed to see. He blurts out Yoshito's full name, recognizing him as Takemichi Yoshito. Yoshito awkwardly admits he may have become more well-known than he is comfortable with. He explains that because everyone now expects him to be some kind of great hero, he cannot ignore a girl being attacked. Since they still insist on the sword, Yoshito warns them that he will respond seriously. With a dangerous smile and glowing eyes, he makes it clear they are about to regret pushing him. The girl can only stare as the raiders realize how badly they misjudged the situation. One of the men starts trembling before Yoshito even moves. Another panics and charges anyway, while the leader tries too late to stop him. The leader thinks that even a great conqueror is still human and hopes a surprise attack might work. He bets everything on catching Yoshito off guard while he is distracted. The ambush fails instantly when Yoshito blocks the strike with casual precision. At the same time, the leader lunges toward the girl, trying to use her as leverage. Yoshito turns in time to intercept, but the leader still believes he has finally found an opening. The girl gasps as the attack seems about to land. The leader thinks he has Yoshito trapped between protecting her and defending himself. Instead, Yoshito drops one attacker with a brutal counter before the plan can work. The leader tries to follow through with the stolen sword, but dark energy begins to surge around Yoshito. That pressure crushes the leader's confidence before the blow can matter. Yoshito enters a far more menacing state and coldly asks whether they still want to keep going. The leader freezes, overwhelmed by fear for the first time. Yoshito answers that fear with a direct punch to the face. The impact detonates through the ruins and sends the raiders flying. The stolen sword is knocked loose and spins away through the air. Yoshito catches it cleanly before it can fall back into the wrong hands. The leader crashes into the rubble, completely broken by the exchange. Yoshito looks at the wreckage and awkwardly admits he may not have held back as well as he intended. The remaining raiders flee in terror while Yoshito grabs the leader to keep him from escaping too. He tells the girl to take the defeated man with her, treating the cleanup like an afterthought. She cheerfully thanks him first and foremost for recovering her sword. Yoshito, still trying to make sense of her, asks if she really is a rookie conqueror. He returns the weapon and warns her that while some conquerors are decent, others will steal from the weak, so she needs to be more careful. Instead of leaving, she studies him with growing curiosity. With a sly grin, she concludes that Yoshito is genuinely as formidable as his reputation suggests. She addresses him by his new public title, the Heavenly Conqueror Takemichi Yoshito, and notes that he is famous. Yoshito downplays it, uncomfortable with how large his reputation has become. She reminds him that after Zeus disappeared, he was featured everywhere in the media. Yoshito starts to explain that all of that attention came from events 2 months earlier. The narrative returns to that turning point, when Zeus vanished and the surrounding towers transformed into red magic sky towers. In response, the Management Bureau temporarily sealed all of the red towers off from the public. The authorities did so both to investigate the interiors and to calm a population gripped by fear. Back in the present, someone announces that preparations are complete. Yoshito asks what exactly is ready, not expecting to be involved. He is told the answer is his own press conference. As the newly celebrated great conqueror, Yoshito is pushed in front of cameras and elevated far beyond what he feels he deserves. The girl casually reveals that she had actually been searching for someone all along. When Yoshito asks who, she suddenly closes the distance and catches him off guard. She reveals she wants a strong partner to conquer a magic sky tower with her, because she is only a beginner. Begging earnestly, she admits she still cannot handle monsters well, so last time she only grabbed the sword and ran, but now she wants to try properly with someone powerful. Before Yoshito can process the request, she grabs his hand and tries to pull him into becoming that partner. The girl eagerly drags Yoshito forward, determined to take him with her before he can think twice. Yoshito tries to stop her, overwhelmed by how suddenly everything is moving. She pauses just enough to hear him out, leaving the decision hanging on his answer. With a teasing look, she presses him to make it clear whether he is refusing her. Still holding her hand, Yoshito hesitates, caught between embarrassment and resignation. He gives in, deciding he has no real way to refuse her. Her mood instantly brightens now that she has gotten the answer she wanted. They head into the city together as the scene shifts from the awkward invitation to their outing. Walking through the crowd, Yoshito starts thinking of her less as a strange girl and more as someone with celebrity-like presence. That impression sharpens when he notices a giant advertisement overhead. He realizes the model on the billboard is the director he knows. Comparing the ad to the girl beside him, he concludes that this kind of polished glamour is what a true celebrity should look like. The more he studies the billboard, the more he admits the woman on it has undeniable star quality. He even jokes to himself that he might want her autograph someday, which irritates the girl beside him. She abruptly redirects his attention to another figure on a nearby sign and demands he notice the girl standing next to the director. Yoshito recognizes that second woman as a hugely popular idol and casually points out how cute she is. The girl smugly agrees with the compliment and tests whether Yoshito is actually a fan of that idol. She begins to deny being just a fan, clearly building toward a reveal. Pointing proudly at the promotion, she identifies the idol as the rapidly rising solo star everyone is talking about. She emphasizes that this is the kind of idol people constantly see across television and the internet. Then she reveals that she herself is Aiki Kanatsu, the idol from the sign. The public space seems to freeze around Yoshito as the absurdity of the reveal hits him. He can only stare, too stunned to respond while she waits for recognition. Kanatsu notices nearby people starting to realize who she is and that attention is about to explode. Yoshito blurts out the obvious at last: she is actually the famous one here. That realization lands heavily as the city around them suddenly feels much more dangerous for anonymity. Yoshito mentally pieces it together, finally accepting that the girl beside him really is the superstar Aiki Kanatsu. Kanatsu glances back, puzzled by how shaken he has become. While she checks on him, Yoshito is thrown by the gap between her fame and the reckless life she is leading beside him. He finally asks the question bothering him most: if she is an idol, why did she become a conqueror at all? His concern is rooted in the danger he knows too well, remembering that fighting can leave people badly hurt. He warns that the risk could even destroy her career, but Kanatsu hears the real meaning beneath it and realizes he is worried for her. That realization makes her genuinely happy. Even so, she calmly says she understands exactly how dangerous challenging the Magic Sky Tower is. She states the danger plainly, making it clear this is not ignorance or impulse. Her resolve centers on the Magic Sky Tower named Thor, the place she has chosen to challenge anyway. Inside the tower, the challenge begins on the 5th floor. A flying spear-wielding monster called the Sky Serpent immediately attacks Yoshito. Yoshito cuts down the first strike with practiced ease, showing Kanatsu the gap in their experience. The monster recovers and circles back, still ready to fight. It launches another diving attack, trying to overwhelm him with speed from above. Yoshito dismisses the attack as too slow once his combat focus sharpens. He counters in a flash and tears through the monster before it can react. Kanatsu watches in amazement as his casual skill exceeds what she expected. Yoshito explains that monsters on the lower floors are manageable as long as she stays alert. He warns her not to climb any higher until she is used to this level, because the monsters only get worse from here. Instead of being discouraged, Kanatsu becomes even more impressed and praises him as a truly capable conqueror. Yoshito awkwardly downplays it, uncomfortable with how enthusiastically she admires him. Even while brushing it off, he stays alert enough to sense another threat approaching. A second sky serpent swoops in while Kanatsu is still distracted by admiration. Yoshito grabs her and yanks her out of the attack path before she can be hit. The monster's spear slams into the ground where she had been standing a moment earlier. Realizing she needs real experience, Yoshito decides it is time for her own debut as a conqueror. He tells her to fight as she feels able and promises to step in if the situation becomes too dangerous. Armed now, Kanatsu charges forward to face the monster herself. She attacks with determination, trying to prove she can do this. Her first swing is clumsy and misses badly, leaving her off balance in front of the enemy. The monster immediately punishes the opening, forcing her into a desperate block. Kanatsu realizes too late that she has already lost control of the exchange. The sky serpent presses her with a rapid flurry, driving her backward. The creature senses her weakness and bears down with confidence. Seeing her in danger, Yoshito's presence turns ominous as his killing intent rises. His eyes flare with a dangerous light, signaling that he is about to intervene seriously. The monster falters for an instant, shaken by the pressure coming from him, while Kanatsu keeps trying to hold her stance. She manages a desperate counter and finally lands a solid hit. The wounded monster recoils, clutching the slash across its body. For a moment it looks as if Kanatsu may have turned the fight around. Instead, the injured creature unleashes a red signal to summon reinforcements. Kanatsu is baffled by the sudden change in the battle. Yoshito immediately understands what happened. He tells her the monster has called for backup, turning a training fight into a crisis. Kanatsu panics when she sees how many enemies are about to descend on them. Yoshito apologizes for underestimating the situation and orders her to step back. He takes responsibility for the fight and prepares to cut down the incoming monsters himself. He tears through the first wave at high speed, intending to thin them out before they can regroup. Another sky serpent dives straight at him despite the slaughter. The creature crashes down hard, trying to pin him with brute force. Yoshito leaps above it, taking the fight into the airless space it thought it controlled. With his eyes still glowing, he calmly lines up the finishing strike. He cleaves the monster cleanly in passing. A grim smile crosses his face as the battle starts to tilt in his favor. Watching him, Kanatsu is awed by his strength but also begins to see how frightening he can be in combat. Her reaction pulls Yoshito back just enough for him to notice her unease. Meanwhile, the surviving monsters gather again instead of breaking. Yoshito realizes with frustration that they keep coming no matter how many he cuts down. He braces himself as the pressure of the next wave builds. More sky serpents flood in from the corridors surrounding them. The swarm closes ranks, turning the room into a trap. Their numbers on the ground and in the air make escape look nearly impossible. Yoshito forces a strained smile, recognizing how bad the situation has become. When he sees the full scale of the swarm, even he is stunned by how excessive it is. He admits the obvious. There are far too many enemies to handle normally. Even so, he reaches for Konatsu, choosing to protect her first. She is startled by the sudden contact and cannot tell what he is planning. All she can do is look at him, waiting for an answer. Before she can finish asking, he tightens his grip and makes the decision for both of them. He orders a retreat and drags her into a run while the monsters give chase. Konatsu hurriedly catches on and stops resisting. Even as she agrees, she blurts out that the situation is far worse than she expected. Yoshito explains that the magic sky tower is essentially a maze, which means the terrain can still be used to their advantage. He tells her not to panic, trying to keep her focused while they flee. His plan is to stay calm, use the structure of the tower, and avoid being cornered. He insists they can survive this if they stop thinking like fighters and start thinking like survivors. He teaches her that charging straight into battle is not always the right answer. For him, surviving the tower means adapting, retreating, and choosing battles wisely. Konatsu accepts the lesson with renewed trust in him. That confidence is immediately shaken when another shriek echoes nearby. Yoshito realizes the monsters have already tracked them again and urges her onward. They keep moving together through the corridors, with Yoshito leading and Konatsu following close behind. Their hurried footsteps underline how little margin they have left. Yoshito suddenly notices a change in the environment and slows. They enter a vast chamber filled with glowing crystals embedded in the walls and pillars, and both stop to take it in. Konatsu wonders if the crystals are magic stones, sensing that this room is different from the rest of the tower. Before Yoshito can answer, a glowing projectile streaks toward him from the pursuing monsters. He barely blocks the attack, realizing the enemies are already firing from behind. Furious, he turns on them and prepares to wipe them out before they can summon even more help. He commits to ending the threat quickly, seeing no other option. Konatsu hesitates, noticing something about the monster's behavior that does not fit the situation. She points out that something seems off about them as they move among the crystals. One of the monsters deliberately strikes a magic stone instead of attacking directly. The blow sends the room into a strange reaction, making even the monsters pause. Energy begins building inside the crystals, spreading from one stone to another. The chain reaction intensifies until the stones start to overload. Yoshito realizes the earlier impacts must have destabilized the energy inside the magic stones. Konatsu sees the build-up too and asks if the stones are about to erupt. A monster confirms the danger by striking another crystal and accelerating the reaction. Konatsu panics when she realizes the resulting blast is heading straight for them. A massive lightning-like wave tears across the chamber, forcing Yoshito and Konatsu to brace themselves. The energy slams through the room with enough force to throw them off balance. Konatsu spots the chain reaction racing farther through the chamber and calls Yoshito's attention to it. The energy leaps from crystal to crystal, turning the entire room into a network of live explosives. More stones ignite as the reaction spreads uncontrollably. The chamber erupts in a blinding series of detonations. Lightning floods the room, engulfing monsters and sealing off space around the pair. Yoshito realizes the released energy is being amplified by every connected magic stone in the chamber. He understands at once that this is the worst possible environment for a prolonged fight. Another surge bears down on them before they can reposition. Konatsu sees that the path they used to enter is being swallowed by the explosions. Yoshito concludes their escape route is gone, so the only way out now is to end the source of the threat fast. He decides they must defeat the monsters and stop the rampaging energy wave because retreat is no longer possible. The surviving monsters keep maneuvering through the chaos, using the chamber itself as a weapon. As Yoshito moves to engage, something new catches his attention in the middle of the storm. One monster raises a barrier and tries to redirect the lightning rather than flee from it. The energy crashes into the shield, proving the creatures are intentionally controlling the blasts. Yoshito is caught off guard by that revelation. A delayed explosion erupts behind him and engulfs him before he can escape. The system declares that Yoshito has died. Konatsu screams his name in horror as he falls, but the system immediately triggers a debuff reversal and restores his health. Revived and surrounded by blue recovery light, Yoshito finally understands what that strange effect really means. Yoshito realizes the bird monsters are far more dangerous than expected because they can turn the lightning-filled chamber itself into a weapon. Even so, he earns a grudging compliment for using the environment cleverly to survive. He tries to strike back through the storm of electricity gathering around him, but the monsters answer by dropping more lightning attacks from above and tightening the trap. Yoshito sees too late that the next strike is aimed to corner him completely. He throws himself aside and reaches toward the crystal fragments around the room as a desperate countermeasure. Sliding across the floor, he believes this much should finally be enough to stop them. Instead, another blast erupts behind him, proving the danger is still escalating. The charged crystals continue feeding the monsters' attacks rather than ending them. Yoshito realizes Konatsu is now in immediate danger. He shouts her name as a massive lightning strike races straight toward her. Konatsu barely has time to register the attack before it reaches her. She freezes in shock as death seems certain. Yoshito throws himself between her and the blast without hesitation. In that instant, he resolves that no matter what happens to him, he will protect her. He makes that promise explicit, refusing to let Konatsu be hurt. The lightning slams into him at full force. The impact tears through his body and sends him flying. He can only choke out pain as the attack overwhelms him. A blinding explosion swallows him completely. For a moment, it looks as though Yoshito has died in front of her. His body hangs in the aftermath, charred by the strike. Konatsu stares in disbelief, unable to accept what she is seeing. Yoshito collapses to the floor. Konatsu rushes to him and starts to ask if he is alright, but fear cuts her off. He lies motionless while the chamber still crackles with lethal energy around them. Seeing him down breaks her composure completely. She begs him to wake up. Kneeling over him, she pleads desperately and blames herself for being too weak to help. As she cries, she admits he could have abandoned her instead of risking his life. With the monsters still circling overhead, she begs him not to die and rejects this outcome. Then Yoshito's voice calmly tells her he is fine and not going to die. He reappears alive and gently tells her to stop crying. Trying to lighten the moment, he jokes that tears from a famous idol are wasted on someone like him, while he moves to intercept the enemy again. Konatsu is stunned to see him standing as if death itself failed to keep him down. Her mind blanks from the sheer absurdity of what just happened. Then realization begins to dawn on her. She remembers hearing about a rare skill on the news and starts connecting it to Yoshito. She identifies it as infinite resurrection. Yoshito casually confirms it, and even reveals that dying from the earlier electric shock had already happened once before in front of her. He explains that because he has infinite resurrection, she can treat him as a shield if necessary, though she immediately rejects that idea. Konatsu insists that even if he can revive endlessly, she cannot bear the thought of him suffering that death over and over. Yoshito points out the harsh reality that at level 1 and with terrible stats, she currently has no way to fight these monsters effectively. He pushes her to think practically and asks whether leveling up would let her fight better. Konatsu starts calculating what it would take to grow stronger from here. Yoshito tells her that at such a low level, defeating only 1 or 2 monsters should be enough to level up. That is all the encouragement she needs, and she decides she can do this. She chooses one wounded monster as her target. Konatsu asks Yoshito to leave that monster to her. A system response appears as her plan begins to take shape. Yoshito is startled that she has suddenly taken the initiative. Konatsu reveals that she possesses a unique skill no other conqueror has ever obtained. While the monsters prepare another barrage, she calmly stands her ground. Lightning closes in on her from all sides, but she no longer looks helpless. She explains that her skill's effect is actually very simple. It takes all the experience points and stat gains she earns, then it multiplies them by 10. Yoshito is stunned as she prepares to name the skill. A sword drops into the chamber as if answering her declaration. Konatsu names her skill hero and claims the weapon that comes with it. The charged crystals around the room flare even more violently as the battle enters a new phase. Armed at last, Konatsu squares up to the incoming attacks. Her eyes sharpen as she fully commits to fighting. She bursts into motion, cutting through the pressure that had pinned her down moments earlier. She admits that her natural stats were so low that she was never suited to be a conqueror by ordinary standards. But thanks to Hiro, she can finally fight, and the system immediately boosts her from level 1 to level 8. She grins and asks Yoshito if that surprise was enough for him. He admits he is amazed, and she answers that with this power things have changed. For the first time, the two of them can face the monsters on equal footing. The monsters screech in alarm as their prey suddenly becomes a real threat. They retaliate by firing more vertical lightning strikes into the chamber. One monster dives in to press the attack directly. The air fills with clashing force as the monster's assault meets their resistance. The pair are forced to dodge another coordinated bombardment from above. Yoshito confirms that Konatsu can now evade the electric attacks on her own. She answers with confidence that she can. Together they split apart and avoid a crushing strike that detonates between them. Yoshito uses the opening to rush one of the monsters while Konatsu draws the other's attention. He decides that while Konatsu keeps them occupied, he will finish one quickly. He commits to ending the fight fast and leaps straight at a target. The monster answers with another blast, trying to swat him out of the air. Yoshito slips through the attack and closes the distance anyway. But the charged waves in the room keep disrupting his approach and spoil his timing. He realizes that if he could somehow deflect those waves with his sword, the fight would turn decisively. Studying the enemy, he notices the crystal-tipped rod they wield may be the key. He understands that touching the waves with an ordinary weapon would only get him burned again. He refuses to repeat that mistake and keeps searching for another method. Meanwhile, the monsters gather more electricity overhead for a larger attack. One of them spins up a broad wave of force to sweep the chamber. The attack surges forward in a screaming torrent of lightning. Yoshito sees the answer at the last second. He realizes the problem is not deflecting the waves with a weapon at all. Instead, he positions himself beside the charged crystals, deciding to use them as the medium. He drives his blade down among the crystal fragments and triggers a reaction. Now that he understands the trick, the solution becomes simple. By scattering magic stone fragments around himself, he can make them intercept and reflect the incoming shots. With the monster's own attacks turned against them, he declares their advantage over. He tells them it is finally their turn to suffer. Then he sends the reflected lightning roaring back at them. The monsters are caught off guard as their own power slams into them. One takes the full blast in the chest. The hit tears through it and leaves it reeling in shock. The reflected energy engulfs the creature in a blazing explosion. Yoshito watches the aftermath, confirming the tactic worked. Satisfied, he decides to leave the finishing blow on the weakened enemy to Konatsu. She happily accepts the chance and charges in when he calls her name. Leaping high, Konatsu apologizes almost playfully to the monster she is about to kill. At the same time, she warns Yoshito that she will be taking the experience points for herself. Her sword cuts cleanly through the monster. The system confirms that Hero activates again, boosting her from level 8 to level 10. With her new strength, she immediately turns toward the remaining enemy. The sudden increase in power feels almost unreal to her. She proves it at once by carving through another attack and marveling at how much lighter her body feels. The wounded monster crashes down as she overwhelms it. Konatsu smiles, thrilled by how naturally she can move now. Watching her, Yoshito reflects again on the true nature of Hero. If the skill really multiplies every gain by 10, then her growth rate is monstrous. He realizes that very soon Konatsu will surpass everyone around her. In his mind, she is already on a path to exceed even the strongest conquerors they know. He concludes that she may truly become worthy of the name Hero. Konatsu runs back toward him, energized by victory and growth. But the chamber's giant magic stones continue to crackle dangerously, reminding them the room itself is still a threat. A stray lightning strike suddenly crashes down between them. Yoshito immediately warns that even after defeating the monster, staying here is too dangerous. He urges Konatsu to find an exit at once, and she agrees without argument. They sprint through the unstable chamber while lightning keeps falling around them. When they check the way they entered, they discover it has been completely blocked. Forced to keep moving under fire, Yoshito asks if there is any other passage. Konatsu suddenly spots something and excitedly calls him over. Beyond a huge magic stone, she finds that the passage continues deeper inside. Yoshito turns as she tries to get his attention. He praises her for finding the route, and she bashfully enjoys the compliment. Then Yoshito notices the obstruction is not ordinary rubble at all. Realizing it is just another magic stone, he decides the only solution is to break it. He commits to smashing the barrier open. Yoshito calls for Konatsu to move on his signal, and she snaps into ready cooperation. They launch together toward the stone while dodging more incoming attacks. Their combined strike detonates against the crystal barrier. Cracks race through the stone as it begins to give way. Before they can celebrate, both of them sense another attack incoming. A fresh wave of blazing energy tears through the chamber toward them. The shots slam into the floor where they had been a moment earlier. Yoshito dodges cleanly and declares that an attack like that will not catch him now that he understands Hero's timing and the battlefield. Konatsu, still moving with confidence, jokes that being called Hero is not exactly cute. Even while bantering, the two coordinate instinctively and keep pressing through the collapsing corridor. They race side by side through the breach they created, exhilarated by surviving together. Yoshito slashes aside another crystal fragment blocking their path. Konatsu follows through the opening, brushing away the debris without losing momentum. Yoshito starts to say something as they push onward, but another violent explosion erupts behind them, forcing Konatsu to cry out as the dangerous chamber continues collapsing at their backs. The ground above them starts collapsing, and falling stone forces the pair to realize the passage is shifting again. Konatsu is caught off guard as debris rains down around her in the unstable chamber. Yoshito confirms their route has been sealed off once more, leaving them trapped deeper inside. Konatsu realizes the tower is not merely blocking them but steadily pushing them farther into the depths of Thor. When she notices Yoshito go tense, she immediately senses that his fear is about something more serious than the cave-in. Yoshito admits the situation has turned dangerous in a way he did not expect. Looking up into a vast shaft lined with floating platforms, he recognizes this as the one place in Thor he had never intended to reach. The strange vertical atrium leaves even him momentarily at a loss. Konatsu can only stare upward and ask what kind of place they have stumbled into. Yoshito explains that he originally came to Thor for another purpose entirely. His plan had been to spar safely for a while, let Konatsu satisfy her curiosity, and then part ways. After that, he meant to explore this enormous open area alone. Konatsu is confused by the sudden revelation that he had hidden this intention from her. Yoshito recalls reports that a powerful conqueror party recently got lost in a huge open space inside Thor. Those missing explorers were veterans from the front lines of the Zeus conquest, strong enough that their disappearance carried real weight. Yet even they were helpless against the creature that ruled this open space. The memory snaps them back into the present, and both ready themselves as danger closes in. Yoshito senses the attack a split second before it lands. A violent impact erupts nearby, confirming that the master of the atrium has found them. Yoshito judges at once that this monster far exceeds Thor's ordinary mid-bosses. He identifies it as an irregular monster, a threat so abnormal it stands outside the tower's usual scale. Even facing that terror, Yoshito remembers why he came here in the first place. The beast reveals itself as Evil Horn, a winged lion-like monster with massive horns and overwhelming presence. Yoshito steels himself and reaffirms his original goal, to subjugate it. The story shifts back to the day before, when Yoshito was summoned to the Conqueror Management Bureau. Inside the bureau, a young official waits behind a desk buried in paperwork. When Yoshito arrives, the office prepares for a formal meeting. The official studies him with calm focus, already expecting his reaction. She greets him by saying she has been waiting for him. By addressing him directly by name, She makes clear this summons is personal. Yoshito immediately grows wary, suspecting another bureaucratic trap. He explains that ever since conquering Zeus, the Bureau has kept him constantly on edge. Press conferences, interviews, and television appearances have turned his victory into endless public labor. He bluntly accuses the Bureau of working him to exhaustion. His paranoia spikes so badly that he half expects enforcers to drag him away. He even asks whether they have men nearby to seize him if he refuses. The official calmly denies having any such troublesome staff. She insists everything the Bureau asks of conquerors is voluntary, which Yoshito immediately rejects as an obvious lie. Ignoring his protests, she thanks him for his past cooperation and moves to the real issue. She explains that the newly opened Red Magic Sky Tower has been investigated and judged just as dangerous as the previous tower. Trying to reassure him, she awkwardly promises there will be no more forced participation, only to expose her own wording and deepen his distrust. Yoshito cuts through the awkwardness and demands to know why he was actually called in. The official asks whether he has heard of the Magic Sky Tower Thor. Yoshito recognizes it as the tower whose mid-boss was recently defeated. She confirms that this is exactly the tower in question. Within Thor, investigators have discovered a massive atrium stretching from the lower floors nearly to the top. The scale of that open space immediately alarms Yoshito. The Bureau believes the master of that atrium has been found, and its existence has already been confirmed. Yoshito tries to interrupt before the request becomes obvious. He points out the basic rule of sky towers: the higher the floor, the stronger the monsters become. A space that pierces through many floors would therefore concentrate danger far beyond a normal room. He presses her to admit what that means for the monster living there. The official answers based on accumulated field reports. The atrium's master is estimated to rival a top-floor monster, and may even be as strong as a final boss. Despite that, she asks Yoshito to be the one to subjugate it. She emphasizes that the target is a highly irregular being. If even Yoshito cannot defeat it, the Bureau plans to classify it as a certified threat. That designation would mark it as a danger severe enough to endanger other conquerors on a broad scale. Hearing the stakes, Yoshito's resolve hardens. He accepts the mission without hesitation. The official thanks him, relieved that he agreed. She adds one more warning: combat in the atrium will involve extreme vertical movement. To compensate for that, she offers him a special tool. Yoshito realizes with interest that he is about to face that same monster again under better conditions. He reaches out eagerly, willing to borrow whatever might tilt the battle. Back in the present, Evil Horn roars and attacks before he can finish explaining everything to Konatsu. The monster lunges straight at Yoshito with brutal speed. It slams into the floor hard enough to shatter stone, showing how lethal a direct hit would be. Konatsu recoils in panic, while Yoshito keeps his focus on the beast. Evil Horn spreads its wings and takes full control of the atrium's airspace. Konatsu asks desperately what they are supposed to do against something like this. Yoshito immediately identifies the core problem: the monster can fly freely through the shaft. Konatsu realizes that if they stay grounded, they are nothing but easy targets. Yoshito decides the time has come to unveil the equipment he accepted for this exact situation. He activates the conquest reward taken from the Iron Serpent of Proteus. The item is a unique piece of equipment called the Pyron Mechani. Konatsu is startled that the answer to this crisis appears to be nothing more than a bracelet. Yoshito tells her it is far more than an ordinary accessory. The bracelet opens a connection to another dimension and begins manifesting its true function. He recalls that the device can project an arm-like extension over extraordinary distances. That spectral arm shoots out and pierces into the monster's body, giving Yoshito a way to reach it in midair. The extension anchors itself high above, proving it can carry him vertically as well as strike. Yoshito marvels that he has ended up wielding the very kind of long-range arm he once fought against. With his confidence rising, he prepares to turn the aerial battlefield to his advantage. He slashes across Evil Horn and formally begins the aerial battle he came here to win. The wounded monster snarls, angered rather than subdued. Using the extended arm like a tether, Yoshito swings himself onto the floating platforms and into the air. He notes that his opening strike connected cleanly, but the monster is still full of fight. Evil Horn's wings flare with ominous power as it prepares a counterattack. Instead of retreating, it climbs higher, forcing Yoshito to track it from below. From the monster's vantage, Yoshito is now the one exposed on a narrow platform. Energy gathers in the wings, revealing that they are not just for flight but for offense. Yoshito instantly realizes the situation has become far worse than simple aerial mobility. He tries to escape the kill zone before the attack is released. Evil Horn unleashes a storm of purple projectiles from above. The barrage tears through the atrium and detonates against the walls and platforms. Yoshito dodges through the rain of attacks, but only barely. One projectile slices into his arm, drawing blood and proving the barrage can maim him even in motion. Another shot grazes his face, leaving him increasingly cornered. He fires the tether again and drags himself across the open space to avoid being pinned down. Even so, the monster's relentless pressure knocks him into the stone platforms mid-flight. Bruised and furious, Yoshito curses the monster's viciousness. He realizes Evil Horn is not just attacking wildly but deliberately driving him into disadvantageous positions. The beast bears down on him again, glowing wings framing another lethal pass. Yoshito can hardly believe how oppressive the monster's control of the battlefield has become. The next barrage crashes down on him before he can fully recover. For a moment, the outcome is so dire it resembles certain death. The memory of death and permanent loss flashes through his mind as the cost of failure. But that same memory also reminds him that surviving and reversing setbacks is what makes him dangerous. He accepts the message clearly. Strength alone will not save him unless he ends this now. Yoshito decides that the battle has reached its decisive point. He commands the monster to fall, turning from defense to a finishing assault. The sudden shift in momentum catches even him by surprise as he grabs hold of the beast directly. Clinging to Evil Horn's body, he refuses to let it dictate the range any longer. The monster thrashes and climbs with Yoshito still on its back, trying to shake him off. Yoshito realizes it is carrying him dangerously high, far beyond a safe fighting altitude. When he looks up, he sees they are nearing the ceiling of the atrium itself. Evil Horn flips and dives, trying to smash him into the upper structure and then hurl him down. Yoshito reaches for a better hold as the monster twists beneath him. The violent rotation nearly throws him free, but he manages to stay attached. He narrowly avoids a fatal collision and finally understands the monster's plan. It has been trying to crush him against the ceiling and use the fall to finish him. Yoshito rejects that fate and launches himself into a counterstrike. He carves a series of red arcs across Evil Horn in rapid succession, forcing the beast off balance. The combo continues, each slash driving deeper as they plunge together. Yoshito vows to end the fight before they hit the ground. He targets the monster's eye, aiming for a crippling blow. The strike lands near the face and horns, making Evil Horn reel in pain, but the beast lashes out with a claw before he can finish the sequence. Yoshito is caught and momentarily trapped in its grip. Still clutching him, Evil Horn spins and drags him through the air to break his rhythm. The monster slams down onto a platform while keeping control of his body. Yoshito struggles and shouts for it to release him, but the grip only tightens. As panic rises, a single thought cuts through the chaos: move. He forces that command into action with sheer will. The struggle erupts into another violent burst of motion as he tears free enough to keep fighting. Their clash crashes downward in a brutal impact that shakes the atrium. Yoshito hits hard amid rubble, battered and still entangled in the aftermath. From the edge of the battlefield, Konatsu finally sees an opening. Watching Yoshito push himself to the limit while she does nothing becomes unbearable for her. She decides that standing by is unworthy of someone who bears the title of hero. Calling her sword her partner, she steps forward to join the battle. Konatsu releases the first crest of her weapon, drawing out its true power in a burst of golden light. Evil Horn roars and turns toward this new threat. The monster charges at her, expecting to crush the weaker opponent first. Konatsu meets it head-on without flinching, her resolve finally matching her title. She answers with a blazing descending strike that tears through the space between them. For the first time, Evil Horn is visibly startled by her attack. The golden slash rips past the monster, but it twists its body at the last instant and avoids a clean hit. Konatsu realizes in shock that even her empowered strike was dodged, proving the battle is far from over. A horned winged beast drops into the atrium and immediately turns the space into a death trap. It roars and dives at the young swordswoman, seizing the initiative before she can recover. Refusing to give ground, she braces herself and commits to one more attack. She focuses and swings with full intent, trying to stop the charge head-on. Her golden slashes tear through the air toward the monster. But the beast answers by spreading its wings and gathering a far more dangerous power. A blinding purple blast erupts from it and floods the atrium. The barrage tears through the area with enough force to kill anyone caught in it. She realizes she must evade immediately, yet the attack is covering too much space. In that instant, she understands there is nowhere left for her to run. Before the blast can finish her, a black-haired swordsman cuts into the monster from behind and breaks its aim. He re-enters the fight with a casual call, making it clear he is back on his feet. As he lashes the beast with a tethered blade, he reveals he has already returned to life once more. He deliberately draws the monster's attention away from her and onto himself. His fury shows as he openly despises the creature for what it nearly did. The redirected blast detonates harmlessly away from the girl, buying them breathing room. He uses that opening to rush the beast at close range. His weapon bites into the monster as he starts a relentless melee assault. The beast reels under the sudden pressure. He keeps pushing despite the strain, refusing to let the monster recover. Red energy lines burst around him as he accelerates his offense into a trapping pattern. He flips over the beast's head to keep attacking from its blind side. Then he drives a heavy strike straight down into its body. Knowing the moment is theirs, he calls for Konatsu to finish the opening he created. She gratefully answers him and prepares to capitalize on his setup. Seeing the chance at last, she vows not to waste it. She launches a powerful golden slash directly at the wounded monster. The beast turns just in time to face the incoming blow. Her attack shears through one of its horns, drawing a scream of pain. The severed piece crashes down while she watches for the result. She asks if that was enough, but he immediately judges that the monster is still alive. The beast's glowing eyes confirm it has not been finished yet. Enraged and badly hurt, it roars louder and swells into a more violent frenzy. It lashes out wildly, forcing both of them to retreat before its rampage. Its body smashes through the atrium floor and walls as it thrashes without control. He moves to shield and guide Konatsu away from the chaos. The monster whips back around and charges him again from above. He narrowly avoids being crushed, but the pressure keeps mounting. The beast regains its footing and prepares to take to the air once more. Konatsu spots the danger first and warns that it is about to fly again. He curses the situation, knowing that if it gets too high their attacks will no longer reach it. She starts to propose a solution as he weighs their options. A confident look tells him she has already thought of something. Before he can finish his thought, she grabs him and moves to act on her plan. The beast surges forward, trying to escape upward before they can stop it. Both of them chase after it through the vertical shaft of the atrium. He latches onto the monster with his tether and resolves to hold on no matter what. Dragged by the beast's flight, he anchors the line into the walls to keep it from rising freely. The tether carves a path around the atrium as the monster struggles against the restraint. Konatsu is battered by the violent motion and admits the ride is brutal. He realizes the creature has gone fully berserk, making it even harder to control. Still, the beast keeps circling upward in a desperate attempt to break loose. Its rampage continues to tear chunks from the atrium as it climbs. The turbulence finally throws Konatsu free. Seeing her fall, he panics and calls her name. He kicks off the monster and abandons his position to go after her. Using his tether again, he dives after her through the collapsing shaft. He commits completely, choosing her safety over maintaining pressure on the beast. He catches her in midair just before she hits the ground. Shaken but safe, she thanks him with obvious relief. He tells her to stay put for a moment, while he handles the rest himself. Turning back to the monster, he decides the fight has to end right there. He declares that he will pin the beast to the wall and finish it now. He rushes in again, using the monster's own movement to set up his trap. A red line shoots from his blade and spears through the beast as he dashes past. The monster howls as blood sprays from the wound. He follows with another piercing strike from a new angle, stacking the damage. Then he floods the atrium with intersecting red lines, turning the whole space into a killing web. The net closes around the beast and pins its body and wings in place. With the trap complete, he rises for the final blow. He declares the battle over and brings his blade down across the monster's head. The finishing strike drives the beast into the floor with a violent crash. He lands on top of it and forces the sword deeper to make sure it cannot move. The monster twitches weakly as its life finally drains away. Once the dust settles, Konatsu rushes over and anxiously checks whether he is hurt. He answers simply that he is fine. The system acknowledges their victory and marks the open atrium conquest as complete. Light pours into the now quiet chamber, signaling the end of the battle. The red trap lines fade as the conquered space stabilizes. The atrium's sealed route opens, revealing access deeper into the tower. But beyond that opening, a far larger gargoyle-like guardian is already waiting on the upper floor. Its massive presence alone warns that the real challenge still lies ahead. When its eyes flare open, the threat becomes unmistakable. The upper floor boss roars and announces itself as the next obstacle. Later, the scene shifts to the Tokyo Metropolitan Raider Management Bureau. There, Yoshito reports that the atrium monster was successfully defeated. The bureau director thanks him and admits she was right to entrust the job to him. She adds that bureau staff are already heading to secure the site. Once safety is confirmed, she promises to transfer the reward money. Yoshito is stunned by the size of the payout even as he tries to stay composed. The director then turns to Konatsu and notes with surprise that she actually fought beside Yoshito. Konatsu cheerfully introduces herself without hesitation. She leans in on the director playfully, enjoying the reaction she gets. Konatsu explains that she became a raider partly because she hoped it would let her meet Fune at the bureau. She is delighted that it happened much sooner than expected. Fune quietly admits that this is true from her side as well. Yoshito, confused by their familiarity, asks if the two of them already knew each other. Konatsu happily confirms that they did. She reveals that outside raiding, she works as an idol. Fune explains that she met Konatsu repeatedly during modeling and photo shoots. Those meetings brought them unexpectedly close. Yoshito apologizes for interrupting and asks whether the director knows about Konatsu's skill. Konatsu answers that Fune knew from the very beginning, because she was the first person Konatsu told after awakening it. That revelation makes Fune's attention sharpen noticeably. Konatsu names her ability Hero. Yoshito judges from its effects that the skill may have the potential to reach Great Conqueror class. Fune admits she feared that such a powerful skill would tempt Konatsu into dangerous raids, so she never encouraged her to become a raider. Konatsu reminds her that Fune also gave her a different lesson back then. If someone is granted great power, Konatsu says, they should use it to make people smile. She calls that the duty of a hero. Even though things have calmed somewhat, she points out that many people are still uneasy about the Red Demon Tower. So as a raider, she believes she must keep achieving visible victories. Her goal is to make people feel safe simply because the hero is there. Yoshito is left quietly absorbing how serious she is beneath her bright attitude. Fune accepts Konatsu's resolve, but warns her not to push herself too far. A notification interrupts the conversation. The bureau confirms that the atrium in Thor is now officially safe and praises both of them again. Yoshito suggests splitting the reward evenly, explaining that he asked for it that way, but Konatsu tries to refuse her share. As the money issue settles, Yoshito brings up something more important. After the atrium battle, he found a route near the ceiling leading to Thor's top floor. He also went ahead and unlocked the transfer gate to that upper level, asking if that was acceptable. Fiona approves, noting that it will make future raids easier and even allows a direct challenge to Thor's boss. She immediately adds that Konatsu is still too inexperienced, so she will be kept somewhere safe instead of joining. Yoshito agrees that a solo boss raid would be too much for him right now and says he will pass for the moment. That hesitation is instantly mocked as cowardice by a loud new arrival. Yoshito turns in alarm toward the voice. A flashy blonde raider with pink streaks, accompanied by a blue-haired woman, ridicules him for backing down. They argue that if no other raiders are ready for the boss yet, that is exactly why they should go now. Both newcomers eagerly volunteer themselves for the challenge. Yoshito recognizes them as Mana and Yuri and demands to know why they are here. They explain that they have recently started taking requests from Fiona as well. They came to report that they had just completed one of those assignments. Konatsu immediately tugs at Yoshito, demanding introductions. She wants to know who these new women are and insists on being included. Yuri presents herself with a composed but intimidating confidence. Then she fixes Yoshito with a jealous stare and remarks that he seems awfully close to this new girl. Her jealousy turns openly possessive as she questions whether Konatsu is standing too close to him. Yoshito panics while Konatsu remains baffled by the sudden hostility. He hurriedly tries to separate them before the situation gets worse. That only makes the scene look even more intimate from Yuri's perspective. Yuri's hurt jealousy becomes obvious as she fights back tears. Her power begins to gather around her emotional outburst. She explodes at Yoshito for being an idiot and blasts him away with a surge of water. Outside, the bureau building is comically struck by the aftermath of her tantrum. Fune can only watch the chaos in weary silence. Soon after, attention returns to Thor, where the top floor is identified as the 40th floor. Mana confidently judges that with their current strength, even the boss should be a stable win. Yoshito and Yuri both react with uneasy doubt, but they cannot deny the possibility. Yoshito decides that, whatever else happens, this will be the first time the three of them challenge a boss together. Mana grins and frames the coming raid as valuable experience, sealing the new team's next objective. Natsuki decides it is time to move, and the party heads toward the boss room. As they advance, Natsuki intends to prove to the tower boss how much stronger they became by clearing the Grand Demon Towers. Mana hesitates and questions whether they should really leave Konatsu behind. Natsuki insists on it because Konatsu is still too underleveled for this fight. He explains that Konatsu should still be safely grinding weak monsters on Thor's 10th floor. Unseen by the others, Konatsu watches them approach the Magic Sky Tower's boss chamber. She is thrilled because she has always wanted to see the boss room for herself. Unable to resist, she sneaks after Natsuki and the others. She convinces herself this is the perfect chance to take a quick look around. Believing she can stay safe by only peeking from outside, she edges into the chamber just as a guardian notices her. The bird-like sentinel locks onto the intruder. It immediately triggers the room's lightning magic against her. Konatsu realizes too late that she has been spotted. The chamber fills with electrified magic stones as the trap activates around her. She finds herself isolated in the middle of a lethal field, with the boss looming ahead. Konatsu finally grasps how badly she has messed up. When the lightning begins to strike, panic overwhelms her. The noise reaches Natsuki, who turns back in alarm. Konatsu bolts toward the group, desperate to escape the trap. She throws herself forward, screaming for help. She crashes out of the danger zone, and Natsuki recognizes her in disbelief. The whole party is stunned to find Konatsu at the boss room entrance. Natsuki angrily demands to know why she is there and orders her to get out at once. Before she can retreat, the boss room seals shut behind her. A red magic barrier confirms that escape is no longer possible. Konatsu can only stammer as she realizes she has trapped everyone inside. Natsuki immediately understands the situation has become far more dangerous. Mana warns that they are already too late, and the team shifts into battle formation around Konatsu. The chamber's atmosphere changes as the true boss awakens. The four adventurers face the monster together in the sealed arena. The Magic Sky Tower's boss reveals itself as a massive gargoyle demon. It plants itself heavily, announcing its overwhelming physical presence. The demon's left arm flares with charged power. Natsuki narrows his focus and studies the threat. The gargoyle fixes them with a predatory glare. It lunges, and the party identifies it as Gargoyle the Devil. Konatsu is awestruck to finally see the boss she had only imagined. Natsuki snaps her out of it, and tells her to fall back because fighting the boss now is reckless for her. The demon bares its fangs and prepares to crush them. Its first blow slams into the floor with brutal force. Natsuki barely evades as the gargoyle follows from above. Konatsu freezes, unable to keep up with the speed of the fight. The boss raises its axe for a killing strike. It roars and dives straight at the helpless Konatsu. Natsuki realizes the boss has chosen Konatsu as its target. Mana reacts instantly, unleashing a defensive water spell. Her magic surges across the floor to intercept the attack. The water blast collides with the gargoyle and knocks its charge off course. The boss is forced back by the impact. It lands hard and regains its footing instead of finishing Konatsu. Mana checks on Konatsu while keeping her staff ready. Shaken but unharmed, Konatsu confirms she is still standing. Mana steps in front of her and vows not to let the boss single her out again. She tells Natsuki to stop worrying about them and focus on fighting. Hearing that, Natsuki commits fully to the attack. Yoshito answers with confidence as his combat ability sharpens. He darts in and lands a fast opening slash across the boss. Natsuki tells the others to leave the front line to him. He launches himself back into the air to keep pressure on the gargoyle. His heightened perception locks onto every movement. He accelerates along a red trajectory, turning the fight into a speed duel. The gargoyle swings wide, but Natsuki slips past the blow. The boss counters with a sweeping energy strike that nearly catches him midair. Even while dodging, Natsuki realizes the boss's attack patterns are simple enough to read. That insight gives him confidence that he can actually beat it. The gargoyle's glowing arm surges brighter as it powers up another attack. Natsuki is startled by the sudden increase in output. He recognizes the same kind of magic stone energy they encountered on the lower floors. The boss releases a massive lightning blast that engulfs him. Natsuki is blasted away through the smoke. He tumbles across the chamber while Mana cries out in alarm. The gargoyle presses the advantage without hesitation. It dives again toward the rear, threatening Konatsu and Mana. Mana and the others shout for Konatsu to stay back as the danger closes in. Before they can reposition, the boss barrels straight through their line. A huge sweeping strike forces Mana to duck for her life. The demon tears past, still controlling the center of the room. Yuri charges in from the flank to stop it. She attacks with fierce determination, eyes blazing. Her rapid strikes hammer the boss's torso and finally make it feel the pressure. Yuri proudly demands to know how that felt. The gargoyle grimaces, irritated rather than beaten. Its rage spikes, and the atmosphere turns murderous. Yuri realizes too late that she has provoked something worse. The boss raises its axe over her with overwhelming force. Mana shouts Yuri's name in panic. At the same moment, Konatsu activates the first crest of her weapon. A brilliant golden slash crashes into the boss and interrupts the execution. Yuri lands safely as Konatsu steps forward instead of hiding. Konatsu admits she is still inexperienced, but refuses to keep dragging everyone down. She begs to fight alongside them and promises to give everything she has. Yuri accepts her resolve and immediately assigns Konatsu and Mana to support Natsuki. Yuri dashes back into motion to resume the assault. Konatsu and Mana quickly agree to synchronize their timing. They launch a coordinated pair of support attacks, one golden and one blue. The two projectiles streak toward the gargoyle from different angles. The boss is forced to track both threats at once. The combined hit lands and makes the demon roar in pain. Seeing the opening, Yuri follows up with another close-range strike. She drives in hard, attacking the boss's glowing left arm. Watching her, Konatsu realizes Natsuki risked himself to teach them how to fight this enemy. Yuri identifies the boss's left arm countermeasure as the key trick they must neutralize. She declares that trick useless now that they understand it. The gargoyle's eye flares red as it prepares a new response. Yuri suddenly notices another danger hidden inside the boss's open mouth. A second magic stone begins charging deep in its throat. The hidden core glows brighter, revealing a more dangerous attack than they expected. Yuri realizes the boss has another magic stone concealed in its throat. The gargoyle fires a devastating beam from its mouth at point-blank range. Natsuki crashes in from above and slams the boss to disrupt the shot before it can fully connect. Yuri is shocked that he recovered and returned so quickly. Even disrupted, the mouth beam tears across the chamber. The blast smashes into the wall near Mana and Konatsu, forcing them to brace against the shockwave. Natsuki is thrown back again by the aftermath. The gargoyle grudgingly admits he has more tricks than expected. Natsuki answers that the boss's tricks stop being frightening once he has seen them once. He vows that from now on he will read through every one of them. Using that confidence, he resumes his high-speed assault pattern. He closes the distance with complete focus. The boss fires its glowing fist forward in the same predictable way. Natsuki dismisses it as a one-trick attack. He twists around it and mocks the boss for wasting such a good move. The strike cuts past empty space instead of hitting him. Natsuki punishes the miss with a clean slash across the boss's body. He lands and resets while the gargoyle recoils. The boss suddenly clamps a glowing hand over part of its face to channel power differently. Energy floods its mouth again as it prepares another beam. This time the gargoyle unleashes the blast while airborne, sweeping the arena. Natsuki skids away from the beam by a narrow margin. He keeps moving through the barrage, threading between the beam and the boss's melee reach. Because he can now predict the timing, he refuses to be hit by attacks he sees coming. The gargoyle grows visibly frustrated that its patterns are being solved. It tightens its grip on the axe and prepares a heavier close-range exchange. The boss commits to a full-bodied rush with axe and glowing fist together. Natsuki meets it head-on and forces another clash. The gargoyle extends its open palm, trying to catch or blast him at close range. Power gathers in that hand for an instant release. Natsuki vaults over the palm attack before it can pin him down. At the same time, Mana and Konatsu send another blue and gold support volley into the fight. Their attacks collide in a bright combined explosion. The blast rocks the arena and disrupts the boss's footing again. Natsuki notices the opening their support creates. He calls out to Mana and Konatsu, acknowledging that their help is working. Spotting the boss's glowing hand exposed, he signals the exact moment to act. He realizes the hand's power can be turned against the boss itself. With a grin, he baits the gargoyle into another sweeping hand attack. He vanishes from the strike path at the last second. Slipping inside the boss's guard, he carves across its torso at close range. A storm of red slashes tears through the gargoyle as Natsuki unleashes a rapid combo. The exchange ends with Natsuki still in motion around the towering boss, pressing the advantage as the battle continues. Yoshito realizes the battle is turning dangerous and braces himself. He strikes the wing boss hard enough to interrupt its advance for a moment. After landing, he regroups beside his companions while keeping the monster in front of them. The boss steadies itself instead of falling. It drives its weapon into the floor to anchor itself and recover control. Yoshito taunts it, sensing the hit did real damage. The boss answers with a furious growl, clearly hurt but not beaten. Yoshito decides to finish the fight before it can recover further. The monster suddenly surges upward and creates a violent gust as it takes to the air. The blast of wind forces Yoshito and the others to shield themselves. The boss gains altitude with ease. From above, it reasserts control of the battlefield and leaves the party exposed below. Yoshito realizes the tower bosses rely almost entirely on flight. His blonde ally is startled by the implication. She urgently points out what Yoshito has missed. The boss is not just flying to attack but trying to escape the tower entirely. That possibility shocks the others, who have no idea what lies beyond the magic sky tower. Yoshito refuses to let the boss get away and reaches for another option. He remembers he still has a special tool he has not returned yet. As the boss heads for the exit, Yoshito activates the device. He fires a tether and vows that the monster will not escape him. The hook bites into the boss and gives Yoshito a line to it, but the tether stretches out so far that he cannot simply reel it back from inside. He realizes the distance and force are beyond what he can control from where he stands. With no safer option left, he commits to following it outside himself. He launches the tether into the structure to create an anchor point. His companion shouts after him as he makes the reckless choice. The boss keeps charging ahead, intent on breaking through. Yoshito is dragged after it as both of them burst out beyond the tower. He decides that if the boss leaves the magic sky tower, he will go with it. Outside, the tether whips through open sky as the chase continues. Yoshito lands hard on an exterior ledge and barely regains his footing. Seeing the outside world, he is momentarily stunned. He realizes he has reached the summit of the magic sky tower. A roar behind him snaps him back to the fight. The boss turns in midair and begins charging a powerful attack. Yoshito immediately understands how bad the situation is. The monster unleashes a massive beam of energy. The blast tears into the summit and forces Yoshito to dive away. He is thrown across the surface by the explosion. The shockwave nearly knocks him off the tower entirely. For an instant, he realizes he is about to fall. He catches the edge at the last possible moment. Hanging over the void, he knows he'd barely survived. Even so, he quickly weighs the risk of letting go. He believes his body could revive from a fall if it came to that. What truly terrifies him is that another death would push his mind closer to madness. So he forces himself to move before panic can take over. He resolves to climb back up no matter what. Before he can recover, the boss circles back toward his exposed position. The monster charges another shot to finish him off. Yoshito twists away from the wall and curses it as he moves. The beam rakes the ledge where he had been hanging a moment earlier. He realizes he cannot afford to be swept up by the boss's pace any longer. He throws back a challenge, refusing to let the monster dominate the sky. Yoshito counters by launching himself upward with the tether. He snags the boss's leg to disrupt its flight. The boss is caught off guard by the sudden restraint. Using the tether's pull, Yoshito rockets straight at it. He lands a clean aerial strike and finally puts the monster on the defensive. Without pausing, he swings around for another pass. He wraps the tether around the boss's head and horns to limit its movement. Yoshito closes in again with murderous focus. His next blow crashes into the boss at close range. He then uses the tether to yank himself back toward the tower before overcommitting. Yoshito lands on a ledge and steals a breath. He hopes the monster finally fell from that exchange. A sudden realization tells him it is not over. The surrounding magic stones begin to flare with energy. The boss reappears above, using the environment itself as part of its attack. Yoshito is stunned that it is still alive and still dangerous. The monster starts detonating the giant magic stones around the summit. Yoshito senses the situation is about to get much worse. The crystals erupt with overwhelming power. Columns of energy rain down around him and turn the summit into a kill zone. The bombardment tears apart the area and leaves almost nowhere safe to stand. The pressure of the attack brings Yoshito to another death state in his mind. The boss watches coldly, convinced it has the advantage again. Yoshito finally understands that the monster is using the giant magic stones as cannons. That insight leads him to a more important realization. The stones are not loyal only to the boss. The boss hesitates, not understanding what Yoshito has figured out. Yoshito extends his tether again, now with a new plan. He anchors the line to one of the giant stones instead of the monster. As he moves, he recalls the blast that nearly killed him and studies how it worked. He positions himself near another crystal and prepares to turn that same power back on the boss. He openly declares that the monster is about to be hit by its own weapon. The boss finally notices Yoshito's confidence and starts to worry. Yoshito triggers the crystal's energy output toward the boss. The blast catches the monster and forces a scream from it. A beam of crystal energy drives straight through the air at close range. The boss tries to block but cannot fully stop the shot. The impact hurls it backward in pain. It reels, badly shaken by being struck with the tower's own power. Still airborne, it struggles to stabilize itself. Yoshito reveals that he had more than one answer prepared. The boss senses another attack coming and turns too late. Yoshito launches a follow-up from another crystal position. A second redirected blast slams into the monster from a new angle. The boss is blasted across the summit again, screaming as its body gives way. Yoshito confirms that this time he truly crippled its flight by taking one wing. The boss grits through the pain and refuses to collapse. Even with the damage, it forces itself back into motion. Its enraged roar echoes across the summit as it dives again. Yoshito is alarmed by how relentlessly it keeps coming. The boss presses forward despite its injuries, driven by pure aggression. The summit itself begins breaking apart under the accumulated damage. Yoshito is thrown through the collapsing debris and has to keep moving. He lands amid the destruction and judges that the boss can no longer flee. The crippled monster drops onto the battlefield and accepts that escape is over. It gathers itself for one last all-out attack. Yoshito answers by calling for a final direct clash to settle everything. Both of them charge each other head-on across the ruined summit. Yoshito's killing intent sharpens as he commits fully. The boss fires a narrow beam in the middle of the charge. Yoshito slips through the attack and keeps closing the distance. He crashes into the monster and drives it down with brute force. His focus hardens further as he presses the advantage. The boss answers with a barrage of heavy blows. Yoshito weaves around its body, looking for a decisive opening. He unleashes a rapid flurry that batters the boss from multiple angles. The monster swells with power and tries to overwhelm him with raw strength. It swings its halberd in a brutal counterattack. Yoshito narrowly avoids the strike as it gouges the ground beside him. He rushes inside the boss's reach instead of retreating. Spotting the glowing core in its chest, he identifies the true weak point. The boss slams into him before he can finish the attack and sends him flying. Even while skidding away, Yoshito realizes something important about the core. The boss begins charging that chest stone directly for another blast. Yoshito understands that the monster can fire the magic stone from its own body as well. The boss detonates that power around itself in a desperate burst. The blast kills Yoshito again before he can capitalize. He revives moments later, gasping and furious but still standing. Facing the boss once more, he bitterly admits that every Magic Sky Tower boss is a nightmare. Then he decides this is the exact moment to reveal the trump card he saved for the end. He resolves to use it here and now. The weapon he won from conquering the Great Magic Sky Tower begins to answer him, Theos Prodots. He explains that its attack skill charges each time he enters a Magic Sky Tower. Because it can only be used at the perfect moment, he has conserved it until now. With his choice made, Yoshito steps forward and begins the final move. A crimson line of killing force tears across the battlefield. The boss raises its weapon to meet the incoming strike. Yoshito invokes Theos Prodots as the attack fully activates. He drives in with divine force and commands the power to descend on the boss. At the climax of the clash, Yoshito orders the unleashed divinity to crush them.